Let's grab a cup of coffee, some breakfast, and when you're ready, we'll grab a seat and begin proceedings. For those who I haven't met, my name's Ian Langford. I'm the Executive Director of Security and Defence Plus, which many of you will be aware is an alliance between three world-class universities, the University of New South Wales out of Sydney, King's College London out of London, and obviously Arizona State University out of Tempe there in Phoenix. It's a great privilege to be here in Hawaii today to convene the very first of our Indo-Pacific security forums, really focused on the world as it is and really focused on deterrence, defence and diplomacy in the context of solving problems. For those of you, again, that haven't been exposed to the Plus Alliance and what we do, it really is our role, indeed our duty, to bring world-class research, education and partnership pathways for solving the problems of our time. We see our teammates in defence, in government, in defence industry, in academia, and really a community of practice that spans both national power, civil society, and in the case of the AUKUS countries, collective security to meet the challenges of today and those of tomorrow. Before I introduce our first speaker to provide the introductory address, I'm sure many of you have been to this hotel before, but just for your own awareness and understanding, you need to go to the bathroom. It's out left and left. In the event of a catastrophe or some sort of unexpected contingency, first thing to do is relax. We will give you direction and then we'll move safely to a different location, but please pay attention to myself. And as it relates to the day, the program has not changed. The event is live streamed. The Chatham House rule is not in effect, so public attribution comes with every word uttered, and that's not a bad thing. And again, you're in the presence of real decision makers, real risk owners, and also people of enormous talent to help us grapple with these challenges and the topics of today. Just quickly for awareness, I'll just read out some of the distinguished guests, and again, thank everyone in advance for the time and dedication, and for those that have travelled, the effort to get here. You'll all be aware, having read the program, of who in particular is dedicating effort to today, but again, I just want to recognise the following in particular. And when I say lieutenant, that's Australian for lieutenant, so please forgive. Also the fact that every American in the room thinks that we've spelt defence wrong on our bleachers. That's not the case. If you've got a problem, go and see Daniel Webster, because he changed your dictionary, not ours. So again, I'd like to thank Lieutenant General James Glynn, who's the Commander, United States Marine Force Pacific, for being here today. Lieutenant General Joshua Rudd, Deputy Commander, United States Indo-Pacific Command. Lieutenant General Matthew McFarlane, Commander, United States Army First Corps. Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, who's the Chief for the Australian Army, who will be joining us later on this evening. Lieutenant General David Eastman, who's the Deputy Chief of the General Staff UK Army, who again will be joining us later on. Governor Josh Green, who will be here later, obviously the Governor of Hawaii. Major General Retired Susie Vares-Lum, who's the Director, Asia Pacific Centre for Security Studies. Rear Admiral Gary G. Montalvo, who's Director, Maritime Headquarters and Sustainment, United States Pacific Fleet. Matthew Steinhelfer, who will be here later on as the AUKUS Senior Advisor, US Department of State. Brigadier Retired Paul Tennant, who's the Vice President of Engagement and International Government Relations at HII. Sean Manasco, former Acting Under Secretary, US Air Force Senior Counsellor, now with Palantir. Professor Linda McKee, who's the Executive Dean, Faculty of Social Science and Public Policy, King's College London. Dr. David Santoro, President and CEO, Pacific Forum. Dr. Corey Sharkey, Senior Fellow and Director of Foreign and Defence Policy Studies at American Enterprise Institute. All of the S&D Plus team, again, world-class researchers, thought leaders, and just good people all round. And lastly, anyone who I haven't mentioned, to include staff officers, professionals, current and serving military, retired military. Again, this is a community of practice to solve the problems that we all face in a changed and changing world. So again, my appreciation and recognition of your efforts today. Our first speaker to deliver our introductory remarks is Dr. Chris Howard. Chris is the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Arizona State University. He's a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, earned a doctorate from the University of Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. He also earned an MBA with distinction from Harvard Business School, and Chris's career includes service as a helicopter pilot and intelligence officer, and he was awarded a Bronze Star for his service in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chris Howard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Having spent 3 years at Oxford, I'll say lieutenant, but I won't say schedule. So you can get this. Americans behave only so much. So if you'll indulge me for a second, I have to tell a few Hawaii stories. Everybody has a rainbow road into Hawaii. Mine started actually before I was born. My dad was a combat engineer serving in Vietnam as an officer in 1969. One takes R&R 6 months into it. My mom and my dad met at the Ilokai Hotel for about a 10-day dalliance and went their other ways. But the fun thing is that I was a year old, my brother was 2, and my grandmother said, "Don't take those damn kids with you. Go spend some good time with your hubby." So thing 1, which is very exciting. Thing 2, played at the United States Air Force Academy. Yeah, we beat Army 3 times, beat Navy 4 times, but that's a different story. But my classmate, Brian Hill, retired Air Force Colonel, is here with us. He is a wonderful friend and now is at Research Innovation Initiative or Institute. That, RII. And a great guy and over here for this wonderful conference. And we managed to go 0-1-1 here, but we did beat them back at the Air Force Academy. And finally, I had the honor of being called up on after September 11th, and just to let you know, the United States military has a sense of humor. I was a human intelligence officer, 2 weeks in D.C., maybe 8-9 months down in Afghanistan, and I finished my mobilization at Camp Smith. I lived at the Ilokai for 2 months. I'm glad the Air Force did it that way. I would have hated if it started at Hawaii and it ended up in a tent in Afghanistan. But I survived, and as I'm going to talk a little bit about Admiral Paparo in a second, who I've had the honor of getting to know, he said, "That's why you're so damn smart and good-looking, Chris. You spent some time at Camp Smith." So, without further ado, I'll just say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Chris Howard, as I pointed out before. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Arizona State University. It's my honor to open today's Indo-Pacific Security Forum and to welcome you here on behalf of the 3+ Alliance universities, especially on behalf of my boss, President Michael Crow. He's busy today. We're graduating 21,000 students at Arizona State University. We're very proud of that. So that's a record for us. Now, to all of our speakers, panelists, and attendees, both here and online, the strategists, the practitioners, the scholars, thanks for joining us for this day of dialogue, and thank you for your leadership and your service in the cause of regional and global security. Now, I don't need to tell you that we're gathered here at a critical moment in history, in an era defined by great power competition, and at a moment when the specter of great power conflict, which would be catastrophic for all parties, looms ever closer. When it comes to the challenges we'll be discussing today, the stakes really couldn't be higher. Now, I won't belabor the point now. We have a full lineup of leaders and scholars who really are world-leading experts on the region and its challenges and opportunities, so I'll leave it to them to elaborate. But I would like to say a word about how ASU, through the Plus Alliance, which Ian mentioned, is viewing the problem and working to be part of the solution. You see, security today is not just about ships and tanks and jets and even missiles. It's about semiconductors and satellites, about cyber integrity, and about supply chain resilience. It's about ideas, ladies and gentlemen, and it's about alliances. We are facing conventional military challenges, but the fate of our world hangs just as much on our response to the technological, economic, informational, and even ideological challenges of the day. Our task in this age is to manage a great deal of tension. Now, not just tension between great power adversaries, though there is that, but we also have internal tensions. The non-negotiable requirement to deter and prepare for conflict is in tension with the demands of ongoing competition and even with preserving and promoting cooperation. The imperative to adopt and advance game-changing technologies faster than our competitors is in tension with the requirement to ensure we harness their power responsibly, productively, legally, and ethically. Now, in some cases, the need to invest in and strengthen our alliances is in tension with our domestic political imperatives, and the need to preserve the best features of the international order that has brought unprecedented peace and prosperity to much of the globe for the last 80 years is in tension with the urgent need to update its institutions and practices to keep pace with changing populations, technologies, power dynamics, and to ensure an equitable distribution of those benefits. Now, these are complex, trans-regional, multifaceted, multi-layered challenges. And so obviously, as we search for solutions, our approaches need to be equally holistic and just as integrated. What we need is a whole-of-society approach that harmonizes all the elements of national power with contributions from every sector, from the military and government, from industry, from civil society, and from academia. Virtually all of these institutions are represented in this room and online today. Now, in a prior era, the United States fielded a decisive fighting force that became the arsenal of democracy, based not just on our military might, but on the ingenuity of our research enterprise and the collaborative resolve of our people. That's the same spirit with which we need to approach today's challenges, driven by innovation and rooted in partnership. Security and Defense Plus was founded in that spirit of partnership over a decade ago. But the three universities can only make a difference if we're embedded in a broader network. So it is very gratifying to see so many other partners represented here today. Military from U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and each of the service components, as well as several allied nations. Diplomatic from the United States State Department and others. We have local and state government here, including Governor Josh Green, who you'll hear later. We have several industry representatives from numerous sectors. We also have academic partners from the Asia-Pacific Center, the East-West Center, the University of Hawaii, the Naval Postgraduate School, and from think tanks across the globe. And at the core, of course, your host today is the Plus Alliance, a strategic collaboration between Arizona State University, King's College London, and the University of New South Wales. So why Plus? That's the burning question. The reason you came here is to figure out why the hell we call it the Plus Alliance. Phoenix, London, University of New South Wales. So Sydney, right? So now you can go home, because now you know what Plus stands for. Now, our founding idea was that global challenges and demand global solutions. And together, we've done some great work on public health, engineering, and sustainability. Like I said, we've been at this for a whole decade. But the international security environment is perhaps the most pressing global challenge of all. And so far now, in the last 3 years, we've inspired by the AUKUS agreement between our three nations, we have made Security and Defense Plus a priority project at the core of our alliance. So 10 years of this alliance, 3 years on S&D Plus. I want to thank my colleagues, including Lieutenant Colonel, soon-to-be Dr. Ryan Shaw, for helping pull this together. So in essence, I like to say we were AUKUS before AUKUS was AUKUS. Together, we represent hundreds of thousands of students and tens of thousands of faculty and academic staff across our three nations, 3 continents, and 3 distinct educational ecosystems. Between our 3 universities, we have the capacity in engineering, education to enable AUKUS Pillar 1, and we have the leading research expertise in every core technology and area of AUKUS Pillar 2. And that's the power of having universities involved in this. We have a strong research portfolio as well as the capacity to do the thinking and the other ways to assist the alliance. As we do it all in a purpose-built allied context. And we talk about deterrence, defense, and diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific. We bring not only intellectual capital, but also institutional capacity. King's College London is home to perhaps the most storied and most comprehensive war studies department in the world. Through the Defense Academy, they provide professional military education to all the senior levels of the UK Defense Forces, and with their strategic location in the heart of London, they are well established as the academic partner of choice for the region, policy, and community in the United Kingdom. Those of you all that are in uniform and have been in uniform, you know Sir Michael Howard and Laurie Freedman, two of the perhaps greatest thinkers when it comes to national security and foreign policy in the last 50 to 75 years. The University of New South Wales in both Sydney and Canberra is a global leader in many key research areas, home to the Australian Defence Forces Academy, and through their Defence Research Institute, a key enabler of innovative research for the Australian Defence Forces and the government. Importantly, and this is the founding principle of our alliance, these two globally premier research institutions share ASU's commitment to innovation and service, to providing research and education of maximum relevance and of public value. And that brings me to my own my own university, Arizona State University, the place that pays the bills. ASU is not just the largest public research university in the U.S. by enrollment. It also is, in my view, the right university at the right time for the challenges before us. We are guided by a charter that affirms our commitment to accessibility, public value, excellence, and societal impact. We ask to be measured by whom we not by whom we exclude, but rather by whom we include and how they succeed. And we assume fundamental responsibility for the health of the communities we serve. That's in our charter that's been around about 20 years. This ethos underpins everything we do, including our work with the Department of Defense and the U.S. military. Through our Military Innovation and Education Initiative, or MIEI, ASU is aligning educational offerings and research infrastructure to meet the needs of national defense. You'll indulge me for just a few minutes as I rattle off a few things that we're doing. Among other things we have going at ASU is our Global Security Initiative for basic S&T research, work research for DARPA, for NASA, for DHS, for the intelligence community. We have the Future Security Initiative, home to much of our social science and policy-oriented research programs that partners with the New America think tank out of DC, as well as our online Masters in Global Security. The Leadership Diplomacy and National Security Lab in our Washington, D.C. Center, which offers practical training like the Policy Design Institute and our Masters in Internal Affairs and Leadership. That's led by retired General Ben Freakley, former commander of the 10th Mountain Division, a West Point graduate, and also Michael Polt, a very distinguished diplomat who served in the Balkans with distinction. The Competitive Statecraft Initiative, dedicated to advancing holistic and integrated approaches to 21st century security, and home of the Small Wars Journal and the Interpopulum, the Journal of Irregular Warfare and Special Operations. Those both are held at ASU. And as a new intelligence community center for academic excellence, we are building educational pipelines to support the workforce needs of the intelligence community. Now, relevant to our focus today, ASU partners with the State Department to host the U.S. ASEAN Center in Washington. Enabled by the CHIPS and Science Act, ASU is home to the Southwest Advanced Prototyping Hub, or the SWAP Hub, providing research and workforce development to help onshore the microelectronics industry and secure those critical supply chains. We were privileged to have Admiral Paparo speak at the Sedona Forum last weekend, and on Monday he visited Arizona State University's Macro Technology Works facility to see it sort of firsthand. Just recall that Taiwan Semiconductors has invested $190 billion, the largest foreign direct investment in the history of the United States, into a fab in the West Valley. Intel has probably is going to be putting $30 billion into the East Valley, and ASU sits right in the middle, training and educating future people in that space, which is really powerful. Now, he got some hands-on work in view of the SWAP Hub, and he was very excited. I just had to say just two quick words about Admiral Paparo, who I'm getting to know. I guess his call sign is Pappy. This guy is cooler than the other side of the pillow, man. This guy, F-14 Tomcat pilot, so he's Tom Cruise before Tom Cruise was Tom Cruise. Number two, he flew F-15s in an exchange program, so he's basically Navy royalty because he flew F-14s, Top Guns. Got the leather jacket and the patches and the motorcycle, right? Number two, he flew F-15s with the Air Force, which makes him Air Force royalty. And number three, he went to the same school as the freaking Pope. He went to Villanova. I mean, he literally he hung out with the Pope. So how cool is that guy? He's a great American, and he's I think, a beloved commander in Indo-Pacific. So great to get to know him. Now, speaking of supply chains, a national strategic concern, and one that's particularly relevant to many of the challenges in this theater, ASU has one of the largest supply chain management programs in the nation, and is consistently ranked top 5 in the nation, or in the world, excuse me. We also have a pioneering decision theater led by our Transdisciplinary School of Complex Adaptive Systems with locations in Arizona, DC, and even here in Hawaii. Using data analytics and high-performance computing, Decision Theater streamlines big data and transforms it into novel, interactive data visualization to help partners of all kinds make better decisions and faster where decisions matter most. Please come to ASU and check it out. We're on the cutting edge of the AI revolution as well. We were the first university to partner with OpenAI to explore what generative AI can do in an educational setting. It can do more than help students cheat, I promise you that. We partnered with Google to develop their Notebook LM, and we operate almost 40 LLMs on our Create AI platform. We've also partnered with a company and co-created by the visionary filmmaking creativity of Steven Spielberg to establish Dreamscape Learn, a lab studio that is producing cutting-edge virtual reality learning environments that have already transformed major portions of our undergraduate STEM curriculum. We're committed to bringing those AI and VR tools to both our civilian and military education pipelines and leveraging our unique approach to partnerships to help enable the military force. And then let's talk very quickly about scale. ASU serves more than 180,000 students, 100,000 online, 80,000 on ground in Arizona, DC, LA, Hawaii, London, and Bermuda. We also train, upskill, and reskill another 700,000 folks that are learning, not just enrolled students. We have about $1 billion in research, and we're one of only 4 universities in the history of mankind to have done that without a medical school. Georgia Tech, MIT, and UC Berkeley are our comrades, or our partners in that. Now, of course, we're going to launch a medical school next year, so that's going to change this, but for now, we're very proud. We support 10,000 veterans, 7,000 dependents, 3,000 active duty National Guard and reservists. Our commitment to military families is unwavering, and our reach is global. Our vision is bold but clear. ASU will be the preferred strategic learning and innovation partner of the United States military. Let me say that again. ASU will be the preferred strategic learning and innovation partner of the United States military. What form might that take in the next few years, or the next 3 years, the next 5 years? Well, we have a few ideas, and we look forward to discussing those ideas with you at lunch and during dinner. But the bottom line is we are committed to being nimble and adaptive and working with you to co-design whatever structures or vehicles will best allow us to bring our capabilities to bear to the challenges that face us all. And whenever possible, we'll do it all in an allied context with our great partners at King's College and University of New South Wales. I'll close by saying we hope you all stay engaged in the months, years ahead as we continue to find ways to bring the best of what it is that we offer in concert with like-minded partners to help tackle the toughest challenges and ensure a brighter, more prosperous, and more secure future for the Indo-Pacific and the world. Be sure to join us for dinner so we can continue the conversation. Arizona State University, with our Plus Alliance partners, stands ready to serve through education, through research, through public programs, and through partnerships. So let's get started. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Chris. Ladies and gents, it's my great privilege to introduce our first guest for the first of the Fireside Chats this morning. Lieutenant General Joshua Rudd assumed duties as Deputy Commander, United States Indo-Pacific Command on September 29, 2024. He previously served as Chief of Staff of the Command as Commander of Special Operations Command Pacific. General Rudd's a career Special Forces officer with over 3 decades of service. He's commanded at every echelon from Operational Detachment Alpha all the way through to Group. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome Lieutenant General Joshua Rudd. Thanks. Ladies and gents, just for awareness, the way the Fireside Chats work is that the General and I will have a discourse. There will then be time dedicated to questions and answers. So as we move through the discussion, where you have questions or points of clarification, you'll then certainly get the opportunity to ask and seek that as part of the process. But again, it's my great privilege to host this first activity. So thank you very much for making the time and effort to be with us today, and we certainly know how busy you and the rest of Indo-Pacific Command is. Those of you probably wouldn't be aware, but 2 weeks ago I was at an Australian rules football game watching the GWS Giants get flogged, which is our team, by the opposition. And General Rudd was good enough to also watch how to lose a game of AFL. So again, General Rudd's very familiar with the Australian rules way of the world, and in many respects that's not dissimilar to some of the competition, the conflict, the coercion, the coordination, the conduct in ways that we see the international system as it's defined today. But so thanks very much for making time. I'd invite you to provide some opening comments and we'll go from there.
Hey, thanks, Ian. Just a note on the footy game. So that was my first introduction to that fine sport, and I had no affiliation, so I said, who do we pull for? Of course, the home team was the Giants, and I was poised and prepared to go all in on the Giants. However, I had caveated it that whoever won that game, because it was my first experience, would be my team, so now I'm a lifelong Bulldogs fan, so go Dogs. Fascinating sport. Hey, first, Dr. Howard, thanks. Appreciate the opening there, and in particular, the acknowledgement of Admiral Paparo recently being there. I know he really enjoyed the visit. He and I have not had a chance to fully debrief it, but no doubt he's excited about the opportunities there. And I'll highlight just for a minute the way that you described the critical intersection between the complexities of the world, the necessity for like-minded international partners to really harness the resources, not only of the industrial base, industry writ large, but academia. And obviously this forum represents part of that commitment. The challenges that we face right now globally, but for the sake of this forum and for where we sit in Indo-Pacific Command, have never been greater. They've never been more consequential. And the real essence of it is, from our perspective, is time. The speed at which the world is changing, the speed at which China is modernizing and not just building ships and airplanes, and yet they are, but the way they're leveraging technology, the way they are presenting those forces day in and day out, is ever concerning. What used to be military maneuvers, demonstration, perhaps even exercises, we would categorize as rehearsals. Increasingly, scale, complexity, all-domain jointness, and the pressurization in and around Taiwan is like nothing we've seen before. And you've heard Admiral Paparo talk at a number of forums, and he's been quite clear in how his assessment is of that. And while still confident that if we had to fight and win, we will prevail, we don't want to be in a position to do that. We want to be able to deliver the credible deterrence that will prevent conflict and maintain stability, prosperity, peace in the region, and by extension, increasingly you can see where the world is interconnected into this region and how the economic stability, the prosperity globally is inextricably linked. And global conflict, global events, the situation in Europe, situation in the Middle East, situation at the far edge of this theater, even as recently as last week, where India and Pakistan are having differences. It's all connected. It's all interrelated. And I think, again, the look at which this forum, and by extension, the represented elements of this, has never been more relevant, never been more important. Again, we are incredibly focused and concerned about China's activities and the speed and scale of their modernization and the activity. And we've also got Russia in this theater. We've got DPRK in this theater. And the growing relationship between those three entities is equally as troubling. We don't call it a formal alliance because it isn't, although there was a very powerful statement that came out last week between China and Russia that involved North Korea. But it's a symbiotic relationship of not only convenience but transaction. And what that portends for this region and the globe by extension has got our attention. And so What the counter from our perspective is obviously focused on delivering deterrence. That is our charter. That is our priority. Beyond homeland defense, of which that extends into the Indo-Pacific as well, with Guam, other U.S. territories, compact agreements to provide security, never been more important. And really the underpinning of the approach that is linked to the defense priorities, reviving war ethos, reestablishing deterrence, rebuilding the military writ large, homeland defense, and then really, really closely second in terms of priorities, but I think inextricably linked to homeland defense is deterring China. So our aim, our aspiration, our charter, our solemn duty, day in and day out at the Indo-Pacific Command is focused on that. And I know we'll get into it in the conversation on how it is we approach that, how we see that changing, what it is we like-minded, this forum, but really alliances, partnerships in the region, across the globe have never been more important. And the point about technological advancements and criticality and how that factors into the changing state of warfare is where we're focused. You'll hear, no doubt, in the other panels and certainly through the components and when they speak, how each of the U.S. services, but very closely in concert, our allies and partners in the region are looking at harnessing technology, becoming innovative, adapting to the modern state of warfare that is informed by world events, not just what we see in this region, never been more important. And so, again, our greatest challenge is time. We have to go faster. We have to outpace the adversary, and we will. And again, it's these types of partnerships, these types of forums that enable that and allow us to go faster. So just to kind of sum up the opening, and again, look forward to the conversation. Credible deterrence coupled with agile diplomacy. I know a big focus of this will be how do we leverage diplomatic efforts in concert with defense, maintaining our edge, technological edge, and advancing faster than the adversary. And above all, alliances and partnerships. Never been more critical, absolutely the foundation and the bedrock of our approach. So wonderful to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to represent Indo-Pacific Command. Always a daunting task when you're filling in for your boss, as mentioned, mix between Tom Cruise, another, services, top performance. And you forgot to mention that he also has experience as a land component ground force commander, as a provincial reconstruction team commander in Afghanistan. So he spans the spectrum of joint experiences, but a privilege to be here in his stead, and he sends his regrets. So thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for really interesting and insightful opening remarks. And again, as I'm sure you're aware, the audience may not be, Admiral Papara is also a graduate of Naval Postgrad School Monterey. We have an affiliation with that organisation. And indeed, the Australian Chief of the Defence Force is also a grad of Monterey. So for those of you that are in the business of operations analysis and how that informs future capability, you're certainly a demand signal that people are willing to take up. It's interesting.
I would say on that note, sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but that is fundamental to his approach in leadership in terms of how he sees things. It is very, very common for Admiral Papara to reference his experience there at Naval Postgraduate School, but also just more practically is the analysis approach and almost in a mathematical-like formulation with the index of the non-tangible, less quantitative aspects. But sorry,
Yeah,
just
no,
that triggered.
spot on.
It's,
No,
it's
thanks for-
fascinating that you brought that up because
Yeah.
we hear it a lot at the headquarters.
It's really interesting. I had the privilege of attending London Defence Conference as a guest of King's last week, and we had Lord Robertson speak at the dinner, and he often sort of talks about this link across the Eurasian landmass between the European theatre and the Indo-Pacific theatre, and technology is sort of one element of where you can see similarities and differences. He did make the comment that militaries tend to design for the next war in the way they fought the last, and for those of us who are sort of this generation, we tend to conflate that to mean the evolution from counterinsurgency back to large-scale conventional conflict. But he actually was talking about the last war being the current war in Ukraine. and to understand the technology dimensions to that and how that informs future force design, and where that comparison ends and where we think about future conflict to include what happens in the Indo-Pacific. So just to take that out a little bit further, so you mentioned credible deterrence. The Indo-Pacific Command really spans from the east coast of Africa all the way through Southeast Asia and all the way across to the west coast of the US. Again, the leadership dimension to Indo-Pacific Command means that countries like Australia, like other friends and partners in the region, but also those globally, trying to understand what deterrence means relative to the pacing threat. And so what are your thoughts on the importance of technology, forward expeditionary forces, stand-in forces, and what others can do in terms of preparation relative to time and tempo? That point you make, time is on the clock, but tempo is always relative to an adversary.
Yeah, first we have to do more, and everything that you just lined out is absolutely critical and part of our approach. So, first, it's a continuous assessment of what's working, what's not working, what gains an advantage, what moves us faster, what force multiplies. Technology, no surprise to anybody. And within our headquarters, across our components, and certainly as able and critically, a recognition that with our allies and partners, we have got to leverage the advances of technology. I mean, you could talk capability in terms of hypersonics. It's not just about the speed, but it's about the erosion potentially of the decision space within that, which then naturally says, okay, I've got to have the capability to not only defeat that, to see it, but then also the ability to maintain some decision superiority to that. Absolutely, both in our development of those types of capabilities, but also as adversaries around the globe pursue that, we'll look at leveraging key capabilities. AI, absolutely a piece of the equation. We are working very, very hard. And some of the partners that Dr. Howard mentioned, definitely part of the conversation and solution. We hosted an AI summit recently at Indo-Pacific Command, pulling in the leaders in industry and around this topic, and it was really pretty fascinating effort in that we set some groundwork. We said, you can't come into this conversation and try to sell us a product. We know what you have. We know what you provide. What we need is your intellectual creativity and from what you bring in terms of speed and scale, bring it to bear. So we're factoring that into our equation. If you look at, emerging efforts in cyber as another example, certainly it's increasing vulnerability. It has been since its inception, we know from a defensive perspective, but we see adversaries globally leveraging it for not only disinformation, not only for espionage, but putting pieces in place that would attack critical infrastructure. And as a second, third order effect of that, you would see civilian casualties out of that. So irresponsible efforts that are increasing vulnerabilities and stability and threatening stability, not only in a time of conflict, but left of. I think also where we see increased concern would be in gray zone activities. Yep. We certainly pay attention to what China's doing vis-a-vis, let's say Philippines, South China Sea, disputed claims, etc. It's just short of conflict, just short of all-out aggression, but it's aggressive enough. It's in some cases illegal, massively destabilizing, and certainly has our attention. I think if you factor in where technology, modernization, speed of scale, and again, probably more importantly, the application and demonstration of what PRC is messaging to the region and to the world by extension has our attention. And so what we've got to be able to do is leverage our asymmetric advantages, which number one, it's not just the technological, it's not the brain power, it's not the creativity in this room, and by extension, academia, industry, defense, government, it's relationships. It's alliances and partnerships, the fundamental piece of our foundation of our approach and strategy, and being able to enable everyone at their own, level, scale, capability to, quite clear message coming out of our administration: invest more in your own defense, burden share. And it's interesting, you mentioned I was in Australia and then New Zealand, but as we talk to allies and partners in the region, there's really no pushback on that front. There's a recognition, yes, we need to do that. But that's where the dialogue and the cooperation comes into play. It's identifying where is the most appropriate focus, attention, investment on capabilities. In some case, certainly not all nations can do the same things, nor should they. I think the strength of that cooperation is going to be where we can spread the coverage, if you will, to expand and force multiply, and then do what's appropriate within the capabilities. And we also know national interest. Those are always going to be a factor. We will never always be 100% aligned, but to the extent we can, and I think, to the credit of China, it's a very unifying effort in terms of the way they're demonstrating the use of their capabilities.
Yeah, thank you. And again, just sort of pulling the string a little bit on partnerships and alliances, you and the audience would well be aware of, relatively recent partnerships and initiatives to include the Quad, as well as obviously reciprocal access agreements, SOFAs, and other sort of bilateral mechanisms to ensure greater cooperation. And then you've got the alliance framework. ANZUS is a good one in the Australian, US, and New Zealand context. Five Powers Defence Agreement is another, which brings the UK into our orbit. Do you see those alliances, those partnerships, and those mechanisms as an asymmetry to the threat of China? And if so, in the context of how that might feature in, everything from building partner capacity to understanding the important role of defence diplomacy to thinking about deterrence in a left-of-bang context, are partners and allies of one mind in the context of using those mechanisms for collective security?
I mean, first of all, they're indispensable to our collective approach, and certainly, we absolutely see it asymmetrically. It is something that we see and leverage, and frankly, just we're relying upon. And there's challenges too. As you would appreciate, and given your background, not everybody looks at the approach to either defense, warfare writ large in the same lens. But I think I see, just in experience recently, but we see increasing alignment. Again, there's a growing recognition, not only within the military. I mean, I think a lot of strategists and military professional, national security professionals they've seen it pretty clearly. I think equally as important is the general public and the population who's seeing it and understanding. Again, I'll use a recent example conversation from the trip to Australia and New Zealand, ICBM test into the Pacific Islands, relatively no to little advance notice, very destabilizing, gets the attention. Task group circumnavigating Australia and conducting live fire exercise in the midst of a space that shuts down commercial airspace. Those types of things and others increasingly have the focus and attention of population, and that just really reinforces the necessity for the security professionals, and again, I think by extension forums like this, to figure out what are the fastest, most effective solutions to this, delivering capabilities, the right capabilities, the most advanced capabilities, putting them in the position in theater to demonstrate interoperability, to demonstrate commitment and will, and really deliver that reassurance, provide that counter to the destabilizing efforts and activities of China and others. I mean, it's not exclusively China. We talked about North Korea, we talked about Russia. But I think that's really the indispensable foundational aspect to what will deliver deterrence and will keep that stability.
Yep. And obviously, in terms of military power, we see increasing efforts around interoperability, interchangeability, some of those combined exercises which really do have a deterrent function in and of themselves in the context of shaping in East and Southeast Asia in ways that you have described. I mean, for those that don't know, Exercise Talisman Sabre, which is a pretty significant exercise, it really sort of rivals benchmarks, I should say, RIMPAC in the other year. Certainly, I can speak in an Australian context. That's become really important, both from a force design interoperability perspective, but also in the notion of collective security and burden sharing. So, I mean, from your perspective, the importance of those exercises, not only for the military cooperation that comes, but in terms of the signalling across the region, you expect to see more of that, I think, going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, just last week, Exercise Balakatan in the Philippines, those are opportunities to showcase that commitment, that interoperability, capability to demonstrate in creative ways that really send that powerful message of, hey, we're ready, we're in a position, we have the capability. And, as important or more so is that location. We can be there, and then like-mindedness. The opportunity for large-scale exercises to demonstrate. And really, the approach is bring those together, connect those in time and space, make them build on each other, and not just, okay, come together, demonstrate, learn, and then go back. But how do you do that in a consistent way, and really, by extension, turn that into a campaign? A campaign of deterrence that is all domain, across the joint force, it is combined, and it really demonstrates that competency, again, to the degree that we can, and certainly it's not easy, but I think we do it better than anyone, is demonstrate that interoperability. Where we want to get to is a place of interchangeable, where we can literally plug and play capability, forces, into anything. And, an extension of that is the industrial base. Where do you put the pieces in position so that whether it's U.S., Australian, UK, pick an ally partner in the region, Japan certainly factoring prominently in this conversation, our efforts, that by extension will really have a large deterrent effect. And certainly, if we get to crisis conflict, it'll be a necessity.
Yeah. I think, again, most would agree in the room that need for a capacity uplift around supply chains that are resilient, that are able to survive and endure in times where lines of communication may be disrupted is certainly well understood. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take questions in about 5 minutes. So for those that want to ask, please prepare yourself.
Except you, Matt. No questions out of you, McFarlane.
Sorry, sir. The man with the microphone rules. So to that degree, then, does anyone have a question that they want to ask General Rudd? Okay. We'll go with Paul first. Sorry, Paul, we're just... Thanks, Lauren.
Hey, sir. Paul Tennant, HII. I just want to ask about the sort of Paparo reign, if you like. I've been coming to Landpac a few years now, and I've watched the US Army wrestle with a narrative in the Indo-Pacific, and I think it's been frustrated a little bit in the past by the sort of primacy of the naval aviator in the command structure and the primacy of the narrative that goes with that. As the senior army man within Indo-PACOM, and particularly with such a dynamic CG currently, can you tell me how Admiral Paparo is kind of allowing the Army further access, more access in the door, and being more sympathetic, I hope, to the Army's narrative in the Indo-Pacific and perhaps the ways in which she's doing that. Thanks.
Excellent. A service-centric question that pits me against my boss in the Joint Force, potentially. No. Again, as we, kind of jokingly talked about Admiral Paparo's background, yes, naval admiral, fighter pilot, and incredible joint force, joint-minded, and combined experience that I think shapes the way he is leading and devising and designing the approach. So you will no doubt hear throughout the week at LAMPAC the approach from the U.S. Army, but then like-minded armies in the Pacific and everything that we're doing. Certainly, there's critical capabilities that are being delivered. No doubt, General McFarlane will talk about that from the First Corps perspective and how we're approaching that. The essence of your question is it implies a little bit of a resistance in the past to joint service capability. I don't see it, at least from where I sit. In fact, this fight would be so complex, so fast, and at a pace and scale that we've never seen. All services have got a critical role to play in it. And absolutely, the land component does as well. Both Marine Corps, Army in particular. Look at what we're doing with long-range fires. Look at what we're doing with all-domain sensing. Look at what we're doing with transforming in contact brigade combat teams that are shaping and transforming the United States Army in real time to be in a position to, again, to your point, Ian, not fight the last war, not even fight the current war, but to fight and really deliver the deterrence on the next war. And we consistently, in Indo-Pacific Command, focus on the joint warfighting functions. And so if you just went down those 7 critical pieces of combined joint all-domain warfare, the Army factors in prominently in all those. C2, information, intelligence, sustainment, fire, maneuvers, movement. I'm probably missing one. I don't know if I got all 7, but you see my point. If you look at the way the Army is designed and postured and increasingly demonstrating through the exercises like Talisman Saber, Bala Katan, Garuda Shield, pick one within, long-standing, and then moving consistently and persistently throughout the theater to campaign with those capabilities, absolutely 100% endorsed and really demanded by Admiral Paparo. Again, this is a joint, all-domain, and combined fight. The deterrence that is built on those credible demonstrations capabilities is absolutely what will keep us stable, free, prosperous. So thanks, Paul. Appreciate the question.
Just one question down the front here. Yes, mate.
Thank you, sir. David Santoro, Pacific Forum. I have a question about NATO. We talked about the role of the Quad and AUKUS, but we've seen in recent years NATO pay a lot more attention to China and a lot more work being done with the IP4, the Indo-Pacific 4, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and Japan. And I'm curious about your view about how you see that relationship evolving moving forward. Are we going to see more NATO involvement in the region? And if so, how will that take shape? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know that I can predict the specific involvement, but I can reaffirm there's definitely an awareness that what happens in the Indo-Pacific will affect not only Europe, not only the NATO alliance, but the world. Again, we've talked about AI. I'll just use a vignette that my boss likes to use. He says, hey, pick your favorite large language model, type in what does the impact of a conflict around Taiwan portend for the rest of the globe in terms of economic disruption, et cetera. And I'll leave it there because again, it's an interesting exercise to do, not only to leverage and understand AI and how that actually enables the way we see things, but if you believe it, or at least even if it's partially accurate, the impact of conflict in this region, in and around Taiwan, has got massive impact globally. So if you just think about the NATO alliance and what they're focused on, and I was in D.C. last week at the Allied Warfighter Talks hosted by, co-hosted with the U.S. and NATO representation, and they were very interested in what the Indo-Pacific had to say in terms of what we thought the situation here looks like. How does the situation in Europe? Are they in conflict? And I think that's really part of, perhaps part of your question is there may be some tension in terms of focus, but the understanding, and we've seen this throughout the last several years, the challenge, the threat, the concerns in this region and what they mean if there is conflict, it hits everybody. And the real challenge too for us is there's already competition for other global events, and that's just a fact. We've got to acknowledge that. We've got to figure out how we address and deliver what we need to do in this theater in concert with other global challenges. That's just the way it is. But again, that really reinforces why the alliances, partnerships, and by extension, forums like this that will enable us to be more creative, more innovative, more technologically advanced in all domains with allies and partners is so critical.
And I guess another form of expression of that is every 2 years we see a French or a British carrier strike group come through for Shangri-La dialogue, and then obviously as part of what becomes Talisman Sabre as well. So we might close on that point. No surprise, I'm a bit of a tragic of American history, good understanding of manifest destiny, what it means for the continental US. What I would sort of describe in the context of this discussion is what I would call an Indo-Pacific Command manifest destiny going forward, which is from coast to coast, and certainly the defence, the diplomacy, the deterrence, and the collective action that you've described today, I think is a worthwhile enterprise that will be pursued with vigour in the coming months and years. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank General Rudd.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. And we'll break now for a cup of coffee and reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good. Great way to kick off.
Hopefully it sets the tone.
Yeah, it was good. Yep. I think, again, plain language is
Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind finishing off your refreshments and heading towards your tables, it would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, my name is Craig Stockings. I am by trade a military historian working at the University of New South Wales in Canberra, where I also run the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. I'm proud also to be my university's representative on the S&D Plus initiative, which has brought us all together today. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to panel one of today's Indo-Pacific Security Forum, a panel entitled The Role of Military Deterrence in Regional Security. For my part, to kick off though, might I suggest the panel is especially timely and especially important. But ladies and gentlemen, the holiday from history is over. I note as a historian our past generations' understanding of great power politics, competition and, heaven forfend, the potential for large-scale war has been skewed. We've grown to adulthood in the shade of a post-Cold War and unipolar world. We've benefited enormously in terms of security and economics and other factors during this period, but from this blip in the long span of modern history. And it is a blip. The challenges we see in front of us today, some of which were foreshadowed this morning, are a return to more established patterns of life. They are a return to friction and struggles between great powers emerging and those seeking to maintain the status quo. They do and will inevitably involve competition, what's been labelled grey zone operations, and though by no means inevitable, they involve a real possibility of conflict. The role, then, of military deterrence in the Indo-Pacific theatre looms centre stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you are by no means here to listen to me, rather it's to our expert panel that attention must turn. To this end, please allow me some introductions. First, Lieutenant General Matthew McFarlane, the Commanding General of America's First Corps based at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington. As Corps Commander, he leads US Army operations across the Indo-Pacific, focusing on joint readiness, multinational partnerships and regional deterrence. A distinguished infantry officer, he's led every echelon of command from battalion to corps, with key assignments as commander of the 4th Infantry Division and Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve. General McFarlane holds advanced degrees from Georgetown University, Webster University, the National War College, and has completed the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Fellows Program in 2019. Next on our panel, Dr. David Santoro, who is President and CEO of the Honolulu-based Pacific Forum, a foreign policy think tank that focuses on security and on strategy. In recent years, the Forum has set up the annual Honolulu Defence Forum, which seeks to enhance defence and deterrence integration across the US government, but also with industry, to strengthen cooperations amongst allies in both the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic. Last, but certainly by no means least, Dr. Sophia Gaston, who is a British foreign policy researcher and geopolitical analyst, focused again on the Euro-Atlantic, but also the Indo-Pacific security theatres. She is the UK foreign policy lead at the global think tank ASPI and a visiting fellow in the Department of War Studies at King's College London. Sophia also holds affiliations with the National Security College and the European Policy Centre, and she is the founder of the AUKUS Industry Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of format, I'll soon ask each panellist to provide some opening remarks, and I will thereafter ask some set questions for the panellists to consider and to answer, though I would encourage dialogue between panel members if this is appropriate or possible. I'll reserve the last 10 minutes for questions from you, the audience. Without any further ado, please allow me to invite General McFarlane to give us his opening remarks.
Thanks, Craig, and thanks to you and Ian and the Defense or Security and Defense Forum. It's certainly an honor to be here. I enjoy events like this, not just because it's an opportunity to share a little bit about U.S. Army First Corps and what's going on across the Pacific, but because with all the different distinguished speakers, I am able to learn more, think more, and drive the readiness we need and the activities we need, because it's more well-baked, if you will, because I've had the time as the leader to think about it and pull in and learn from all the distinguished visitors that you have, like Josh Rudd and Dr. Howard. Dr. Howard earlier shared what the acronym PLUS means. It's good to know academia is using acronyms just like we do in the military, because we certainly use them a lot. Another acronym that I thought I'd hear today, I haven't heard yet, is the acronym VUCA, Volatile, Uncertain, Complex, and Ambiguous. It is certainly what describes the security situation around the globe right now, if you just look at India and Pakistan last week. As we deal with the security in the Pacific region, keeping VUCA in mind as we think about how we will deter is incredibly important. And deterrence is the foundation for what First Corps does every day. All of our activities throughout the day is what we have in mind to deter conflict in the Pacific. As we build readiness at home station, and for those that aren't familiar with U.S. Army First Corps, we have about 60,000 soldiers between Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington, Hawaii, and Schofield Barracks with the 25th Infantry Division, and then in Alaska with the 11th Airborne Division. And then at where we are, we have a subordinate division, 7th Infantry Division, as well as a 593rd Corps Sustainment Command. So a large structure that's focused at the operational level of war. And so we synchronize the campaign plan that Josh Rudd mentioned earlier as we conduct what we call Operation Pathways. That's a series of 40 different exercises with some 20-plus countries that we partner with across the Pacific. And we focus on three things within those. First is optimizing the events. So instead of just going and episodically doing exercises, we're making sure we're building upon each exercise, both within the same year across multiple countries, but also year over year, we're being deliberate about working with our allies and partners on what we are driving in terms of training objectives, the multilateral or bilateral training objectives, as well as experimentation objectives, as we are usually testing technology, and so are host nations that we're operating in, so we can help each other make sure we are evolving at what the character of war is demanding if you look around the world. The second thing is adaptability. Incredibly important if you look at what's happening in Ukraine and Gaza today, that we are pulling the right lessons there and the right lessons from history to inform how we are preparing for conflict in the Pacific. And that preparation is part of our deterrence, making sure we have a credible, strong military to provide our diplomats the ability to negotiate from a position of strength is incredibly important. And so ensuring as we're integrating new technology, we understand what that means and how we can gain greater benefits of it, as all of our partners are modernizing faster than we've seen in recent history. If you just look at the Australian Army today and what they are fielding in terms of tanks, HIMARS, and how we integrate with them technically. And then the third thing is that technology. As we are looking to optimize and extend our reach for both what we can sense and see going on around the areas we're operating in terms of detecting threats, we're also able to reach out and strike at greater distances. What does that mean to how we operate? What does that mean to our doctrine, as well as gaining decision dominance? General Rudd mentioned that. The importance to see first, understand first, and decide first. based on how fast we think a fight will unfold is incredibly important for us. And then that technology also allows us to look at how we can optimize the number of people. So we'll have less people if we're using AI systems to help drive our planning and integrating that into the preparation and then execution for operations. And it'll drive down costs, certainly, if we're doing it right at scope and scale. And so look forward to the discussion today. Certainly an honor to be here, and really look forward to discussing what our campaigning is and what it means to our deterrence. I think it's a great discussion topic for us today because it is literally at the center of what we do on a daily basis. Thanks.
General McFarlane, thank you. Sophia.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Honolulu, so thank you for having me.
Aloha.
Thank you. So I want to start by saying that I think that effective deterrence in the Indo-Pacific is deeply connected to the events transpiring in the Euro-Atlantic for a number of reasons. Firstly, the red lines and boundaries that are established or transgressed in the conflict in Ukraine provide models for the successes and failures of collective deterrence. It's not possible to consider Putin's calculation to pursue a full-scale invasion of Ukraine without recognizing the role that 2008 with Georgia and 2014 with Crimea played in these decisions. So what are the equivalent milestones of Allied accommodation in the Indo-Pacific context? The second thing is that I think the responses and the effectiveness of the responses from Western allies provide very instructive lessons to Indo-Pacific actors around their capacity for coordination, sequencing, and mobilization. And this is something that's been extremely important. We've obviously gone leaps and bounds from where we were with having in terms of having an actual conflict in the European theater. And there have been some really key successes in that, but also some areas where we have really struggled. Third, the structural shifts that transpire as a result of the conflict in Ukraine will affect the relative power and impact of Western deterrence projection in the Indo-Pacific, whether because of the development of a meaningful defense industrial base in Europe or the reorientation and prioritization of the Euro-Atlantic security theater. And I think the fourth thing, we've had a little bit of discussion of this already today, but the direct lessons from Ukraine in terms of modern warfare, whether that's in terms of the significance of both mass and pace, and also the importance of agility and responsiveness, but also things around strategic communications and the vitality of public consent. And I think these conversations around public consent are extremely important in the Indo-Pacific context. The second point I want to make is that deterrence must be integrated across all domains. Military conflict is also an economic crisis, a supply chain crisis, an energy crisis, and so on. And again, we have seen indicative examples of this directly from Ukraine. So deterrence projection must also be enacted through multiple domains. Economic and technological competitiveness is a really core underpinning of modern deterrence. And the investments and advances that allies are able to make in these areas are really vital components of national resilience, but they're also really important in terms of projecting messages about capability and agility. And this is where projects like AUKUS become really, really significant, because this is a practical investment in a mutual capability uplift, which is supporting both the individual and collective capabilities of the partner nations, but equally the innovation environment that can be precipitated by a project like AUKUS actually supports economic growth, and this also in turn makes countries much more resilient and able to absorb the disruptions that are caused by geopolitical developments. And this is really, really crucial because the prosperity of nations is a vital underpinning of their capacity to contribute to both deterrence initiatives and also respond to violations in the security environment. And when we're talking about a country like China in the Indo-Pacific context, we're obviously talking about a nation that is much more economically integrated and entangled than other adversaries like Russia. So what we need to be thinking about and acting on now is how do we maximize our geopolitical optionality while driving economic growth? And I think that when we take this lens, governments are inclined to perhaps take some different decisions about short-term gains and medium and long-term strategic optionality. I just want to finish by looking at the question of Britain's role specifically in the Indo-Pacific. I was involved in working on the Indo-Pacific tilt, which has obviously transpired after Brexit. That evolved into an Indo-Pacific presence. There are obviously very live and active discussions about this at the moment, and there has been somewhat a recalibration a little bit away from the drive and energy behind that project under the current government, partly reflecting different worldview and preferences and expertise and interests, and also a slightly different approach to the question of engaging with China as a security actor. But it also reflects the intensification of the questions around the European security framework and the very live context of the recalibration of America's role in the European framework. So I'm very pleased that we've gone ahead with the Carrier Strike Group deployment. I wish we could make a little bit more of the opportunities on a political level by coordinating some more high-level ministerial visits and so on, and announcements to accompany its journey, but it's going ahead. I think something very important is that there's been a lot of goodwill to accompany the UK's Indo-Pacific presence, something that government wasn't necessarily certain would be achieved, but that was given to us on the condition that we were really in it for the long haul. And I think we risk squandering all of that hard-won capital by failing to maintain the relationships and upkeep that advantage that we have built. And I particularly in that context draw attention to the UK-Japan relationship, which I think was actually one of the most significant geopolitical developments over the past 5 years. It didn't get a lot of attention, but in part because of the work that was done between Britain and Japan around reviving and improving the functioning of forums like the G7. So as someone who works across both theatres, I personally believe it's entirely consistent with our NATO-first approach to also make targeted investments in the Indo-Pacific security and economic domains, and that it's right for a nation like Britain specifically to have a seat at the table. There aren't many countries that maintain a truly global purview in terms of both interests and responsibilities, and Britain is one of them. And so even if we are not necessarily contributing an enormous amount in terms of hard power in the region, I think the work that we can do through our leadership in forums like NATO and G7 around coordination and keeping eyes on the fundamental threat that China poses to the international order is extremely important. So I do think there's a lot that Britain has to offer in the question of Indo-Pacific deterrence, but it's constituted by investments that we make in both of our primary theatres. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And some comments from you, David.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you everyone for putting together the Indo-Pacific Security Forum. I'm going to do something a little bit different because I've been asked to do essentially an overview on where we've been, where we are now, and where we're going when it comes to deterrence issues in the Indo-Pacific. And so in doing this, I think it's actually useful to look at history, because right after the Second World War, the United States extended deterrence to its Indo-Pacific allies, as it did in the Euro-Atlantic, but it chose to engage them bilaterally. And as you know, the US chose to engage its allies in Europe multilaterally via NATO. So it's a very, very different approach. In addition to this, the United States really provided deterrence to its allies in the Indo-Pacific. It did not try as much to do deterrence in a collaborative manner with its Indo-Pacific allies, as was the case in Europe. So the two approaches are very different. And it's worth reminding ourselves that the two approaches were very different. There are several reasons for this, for why we chose to engage allies bilaterally here in this region. One is that the Indo-Pacific at the time was a second-order priority compared to the Euro-Atlantic at least. And so deeper engagement was considered unnecessary, or at least not a priority. Another reason is that the United States wanted to exert maximum control over its allies more than to try and deepen security cooperation with them. And in fact, at the time, the historical record now is clear. Washington was concerned that some of its allies in this region would trap them into an unwanted war. Now, of course, as you know, there were attempts to create multilateral defense mechanisms, ANZUS, of course, with Australia and New Zealand, and then the multilateral organization CETO. But the heart of the system when it comes to security in this particular region is and has remained to this day the hub and spoke system, with, of course, the United States as the hub. And the goal was to obviously contain adversaries, but also in so many ways to constrain allies. Now, fast forward to the early 1990s, and not surprisingly, deterrence and defense issues were put on the back burner when the Soviet Union collapsed. But they came back with a vengeance at the turn of the century for multiple reasons. So India, Pakistan, North Korea developing nuclear missile conventional systems, and then of course China working hard to build up its arsenal, modernize its systems, and of course becoming increasingly assertive in its neighborhood. And since then, the trend has been confirmed. The situation has deteriorated, it's intensified, tensions have risen, and we've seen a number of crises and incidents erupting. And I will add this, and Sophia has made that point very clear. That's not just in the Indo-Pacific. We've seen the situation worsen also in the Euro-Atlantic. So, and particularly since the 2022 re-invasion of Ukraine. Now, lots have happened as a result. The United States has begun to beef up its defense commitments to its allies here in the region. We've established extended deterrence dialogues with them. We've asked allies to lead the fight against North Korean and Chinese coercion, so particularly in the gray zone. And then starting in the 2010s, we've asked allies to contribute a lot more to conventional deterrence in a way that we did not before. And so what has happened is that over time, deterrence in this region has gradually become a lot more collaborative, a more collaborative effort than in the past. It's also become a more collective effort in that it was no longer just a bilateral relationship, hub to spoke, but it also became multilateral, where you had hub to spoke, and even spoke plus. Think of the US, Japan, South Korea trilateral, for instance. This is just one example because, as you know, there are many others as well. And so the result is that deterrence in the Indo-Pacific over time has come to resemble deterrence in the Euro-Atlantic a lot more, although of course it's different in that here in this region, it happens in a much more networked fashion rather than through a multilateral mechanism which, as you know, in the Euro-Atlantic is really NATO. There is only one aspect that has remained different between the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, and that's the nuclear dimension. Unlike in the Euro-Atlantic, there is no nuclear sharing arrangement in the Indo-Pacific, and there is, of course, only one Western country with nuclear weapons and therefore with nuclear roles and responsibilities, and that's the United States. Now, one question is whether that will change going forward. Some allies in this region are talking about developing their own nuclear weapons. Others are talking about the redeployment of US tactical nuclear weapons. And then yet others are discussing the benefits, the costs, the risks as well of establishing nuclear sharing arrangements here in this region. Although, of course, if it happened, it would be in a very different way than in Europe. So I'll stop here for this overview, but the point I'm trying to get across is that we've come a long way in the deterrence business in this region, and much of the discussion going forward as we are trying to integrate deterrence a lot more might very well revolve around nuclear weapons. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, David, and thank you to your opening remarks from all panel members. I'll move now into more targeted questions, and I'll start with a reasonably fundamental one to you, if I may, General McFarlane, and that is, why is a sustained military presence in the Indo-Pacific considered vital for maintaining regional stability?
Thanks, Craig. Well, just based on from my personal perspective, having served as the CG for Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, what I saw over there was the presence of the coalition in Iraq was driving stability across the Middle East. Now, since I departed there with the attacks from Gaza and Israel has certainly has added to some instability, but in terms of what the coalition at the time for me, it was 28 nations, the presence there ensured stability between Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, as well as South. And so similar to that, as we look at Indo-Pacific, certainly different ingredients, if you will, different dynamics for and interests of the nations involved. But when we're forward, providing presence, working with our partners and allies, and I mentioned we have 40 different exercises, what's changed over the past 5 years is Deterrence has what increased, if you will, is the fact that most nations are doing multinational exercises, working with their neighbors and partners and allies, so increasing the contribution from partner nations in the area, and that has a symbolic effort, both what it means to deter China, if you will, in terms of they see like-minded nations with shared resolve working together to improve their capabilities and demonstrate military strength, as well as helps us drive in our ability to interoperate with each other. And so that's incredibly important in an operational sense, because we are figuring out what each country brings to the table, where they're going with modernization, how we can interoperate technically, procedurally, and across the human domain, which is incredibly important. And then for us, what it means in terms of that presence and regional stability is it ensures that that we are learning about this region. And I'll give you the examples. The environment is so different in the Pacific compared to the Middle East and Europe. So the terrain's different, the climate's different, the people are different. Allows us to understand that, and people know we are there. We can operate. We can use our technology that we experiment with forward during these exercises to make sure it's credible and applicable if we need it during crisis or conflict.
Yeah, thanks, you. This is a question of why then. Any comments from David or Sophia?
Well, I mean, I guess, what I would say is that geography matters quite a bit. And the problem we have in this region and even elsewhere is that we have adversaries that really are interested in territories that are near them. And they actually think that proximity matters. And so if we are military present in theater, then we are able to respond better, faster to whatever they decide to do. And so I guess that's why, to me, to your question about presence, that's why it matters, because we need to be able to act fast in response to aggression.
And also just the relationship, as ever, between the military domain and the economic domain, because when we're talking about potential maritime conflict or a maritime dimension to conflict, we're talking a lot about shipping lanes and supply chains, and I don't think anyone believes that high power conflict here would begin out of the blue. There will be a succession of events that begin with economic interventions, and they are so deeply linked to the question of maritime access and capacity and resolve. So I think for all those respects, if you're trying to defend the economic domain, you also need to have a very strong military presence too.
Thank you, Sophia. I might keep the next question to you and keep you behind the mic, if I may. If that was a why question, let me switch to the how. How do forward deployments and rotational forces such as those in Darwin impact deterrence in the region, symbolically or operationally? How?
Well, it's similar to the reason why Britain has forward deployment in Estonia. You know, you need to be able to project that you can move extremely quickly. And so it's really about responsiveness, and that's the key message that you're sending there. And also, I think it demonstrates a stake in the game. And we're obviously, again, hearing a lot of these conversations in the context of Ukraine. What does it mean for a nation to have a physical stake in the game? And this is why the conversation in Ukraine has moved towards reassurance forces. They are not just providing reassurance to Ukraine about its foundational security, but it also physically binds NATO countries and other European partners to defend. So it's exactly the same thing in the Indo-Pacific context. Having people there on the ground shows that you can mobilize quickly, rapidly, and also provides deterrence by projecting that you have a genuine human stake in the ground.
Yeah, I'll just pile on there with the symbology aspect. It not only does it reassure our allies, you know, we have 5 mutual defense treaty allies in the area, but all the allies we partner with and exercise with, they know we are there. And it's not just for military crisis, it's also for humanitarian assistance, disaster response, as we see across the Pacific routinely. So it reassures them, it demonstrates our commitment to them, but also signals our resolve to allies. You know, one of my, the quotes that General Rudd was mentioning from Admiral Paparo is the security of the Indo-Pacific depends on interoperability, trust, and the shared resolve of like-minded nations. In terms of a fragmented force is vulnerable, and the integrated force is unstoppable. And that quote, I think, indicates the power of our partnerships across the Pacific region, which our forward presence demonstrates every day that we have shared resolve, and we are running quickly to make sure we are as integrated as possible with our partners and allies, so we are unstoppable. You know, I don't know where we're going to fight next. I don't know when we're going to fight next, but I know we're going to fight with other like-minded nations, because that's what we've learned in history, and that's the reality of the world today. And so it's really important as you think through what it means for continuous campaigning in the Pacific, working with nations that ask us to come and ask us to provide capabilities, subject matter exchanges, and do exercises with them. The rapid response is a great point based on the unique contested logistics or the extreme lines of communication to move supplies and resources to points of need. And then the strategic flexibility it allows as we're forward in case there's crisis anywhere in the Pacific. We have folks forward in the region that it's easier and certainly a shorter time to respond.
Thank you, panellists. Let me then change tack, but keep with the theme, if I may. I might ask you to begin for us, David. With all that in mind, what factors do you think should inform decisions around when and how military forces are postured across the region?
Well, I mean, I guess what I would say is that this is a function of what the threat environment looks like. Where you are determines how your posture of your military forces and your posture should look like. I mean, if you look, for instance, at what Taiwan has been doing over the past few years and is doing right now in terms of developing forces and posturing forces that are meant to complicate an invasion or even ride out a blockade, that's because it sees that as its coming threat. And also because this is what, frankly, in the United States, we would prefer Taiwan to do, because that would facilitate help coming from the United States and others. So it's a function of where you sit. And so again, I'm using the Taiwan example to show that this is really how you should look at that problem.
Any thoughts, Sophia?
Nothing to add.
I'll move on then.
Let me just,
No, please.
mind if I pile on, Craig? Just, one key factor, obviously, is host nation, our partners, where they are in terms of what they want to, what capabilities they need. They're trying to improve over time. any shortfalls they have that we can help provide. And so the host nation perspective is a key aspect for how we provide presence forward and what we're providing forward. I'll give you an example. As we work with the Philippine Army, as we did Balakatan and Salakanib, they're really interested in sustainment capability because every year they have typhoons and there's a need for water in the affected locations. As we have the tactical water purification systems to process our own water and distribute it, they're really interested in how to gain that capability versus flying in crates of bottled water over time. So there's a military purpose, but there's also dual use for something they routinely have to deal with. And so that's HADR capable, but also military, and then different capabilities that may provide lethal capability. Each country asks us to bring over, and so we can either share with them what it does if they're interested in buying it, but also operate with it in and around their systems so we can integrate it into the systems they have with the systems we have as we drive our all-domain effects at distance.
Well, colleagues, we've talked so far about the strategic importance of military presence and its impact with deterrence. Let's move now to deterrence strategies themselves. David, can I throw to you first, if that's okay? What do you think are the key elements of effective deterrence strategy in the Indo-Pacific today, with an emphasis, as we've all agreed so far this morning, of rapidly evolving threats?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we've heard General Rudd this morning talk about time being of essence. So the ability to act fast and effectively in response to what is happening is key and should be driving what we're doing. Obviously everyone is talking about Taiwan, and I suspect that if there was something to happen there, the PRC would try to act fast and go big. So if we're not able to counter this, then we're in trouble. So key elements: ability to act fast and go and respond to probably something big.
Thank you. Any comment from the panel?
I think, a couple of things. I think first, industrial capability is absolutely vital, and it's somewhere where we've been really lagging behind, frankly. And I don't think we can underestimate how significant that is in terms of the projection of deterrence. I mean, you're talking about the end point there. So unless we get our act together and rapidly scale up our capacity to produce, shipbuilding, munitions, arms, and so on, we're just not going to be able to effectively project that we are capable of responding with the kind of mass that is going to be required. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is, I think we need to start having a conversation about gray zone. And in some ways, there's been this quite helpful definition to bring in all these other areas of warfare under this bucket. But so many of these are so deeply integrated into they're fundamentally eroding the security environment to the point where I'm not sure it's actually helpful for us to have a really clear distinction between gray zone warfare and other types of warfare. I mean, at what point do we say, we've moved beyond the threshold here because of the cumulative collective degradation of the security environment that is coming from these incursions? So I think that's really important. And the other thing is to think about the economic domain. If we look at what's happened with Russia, the coordination of G7 sanctions, I don't personally feel confident that we actually even have a G7 baseline around what sanctions applications would look like in the context of a China scenario. And certainly there are going to be active disputes in the moment about different which derive from different conceptions of exposure and vulnerability and collective impact. So we need to start thinking now about the decisions. I mean, I mentioned earlier the fundamental objective must be to maximize geopolitical optionality. That means that we can withstand economic disruptions that might transpire from required responses to re-secure the international order and the international environment. So all of these things are things we can do now in a time of peace. And I think one of the most fundamental questions that we have to ask is, what does it take to mobilize our governments, our economies, our societies, our industrial base to actually get us from the complacency of peacetime up to readiness for conflict? Because it's actually in doing so that we are able to actively and effectively project the deterrence that will prevent the conflict from transpiring. And so in the debates that we're having in Europe at the moment, 3% on defense, well, 3% today is better than 30% tomorrow. So I really think the question about how we mobilize and galvanize our systems to actually understanding that we're not, well, I mean, in European context, we are at war, but in the Indo-Pacific context, we're not at war per se, but we need to be able to actually get to the point where we can unleash the capital and the energy and the resources to get us to the point where we actually prevent that from happening.
Thank you, Sophia.
And just from my point, just punctuate some of my earlier words, are ready, capable, and credible military formations at all echelons throughout U.S. Army First Corps and ones we work with across the Pacific, making sure we can do our job from the lowest private to the highest general officer, which is me in the Corps, that we know what we're doing, we know how to integrate the joint force, so ready, capable, and credible. The next is joint, both multinational and multi-service, that we've practiced, rehearsed with our partners across the joint multinational force, and we know how to integrate each other's capabilities and bring them to bear, whatever the crisis may be. And then agile or responsive, that David already hit. Our presence forward during our campaigning does allow us to be much more responsive, either because we're in the area or because we've done exercises in that area and we understand the length of time from port to port, to port, and then employment, or how fast we can get there by air transit, if you will, and then employ from there. But we're familiar with the requirements to get to the point of need with the agility and responsiveness that's required for this situation.
Colleagues, you've encouraged me to throw a question in from left field, if you'll allow me. Old-fashioned traditional deterrence theory would say successful deterrence has two necessary pillars. One is capability, and we've talked a little bit about capability. The other is will. Only both of those together can make it work. Are we there, or is that aspirational?
No, I think we are there. The question is, do we have enough capability? Do we have enough will? Do we have enough of those two elements? Look, again, I don't think that we'll ever have enough. And particularly, what I worry about in this region is that, frankly, that we've talked for a long time about the pivot, the rebalance to this region, and we've done a lot since this was first announced. But I'm not sure that we are going at the speed of relevance. And so we need to emphasize a lot more or ramp up a lot more what we're doing. And beyond just that, beyond the capabilities and the will, we have to realize that if we're not doing anything, if we're not exercising, if we're not doing this, adversary will push through. One of the lessons is that if we're not filling a vacuum, that's going to be taken. So we have to regain the initiative and regain the tempo in this particular region when it comes to those issues. And so, do we have more to do? Yes, but I'm not prepared to say that we're not doing anything. We are doing a lot of stuff.
We are doing a lot, and we are doing better. But I think this is where it's a good place to come back to these questions about public consent and mobilizing populations, because this is going to be absolutely crucial in any of these contexts where particularly the public is being required to make sacrifices. And in many ways, the conversations that we're having about defense spending and capability uplifts at the moment, there are going to be, in the short term, I do believe, as an aside, that defense innovation and so on can really drive economic growth. So there doesn't need to be a zero-sum framework in the medium term, and we need to, really push through that. But it's also true that, if we are looking at increasing defense spending investments in the short term, those reallocations of budgets are going to come from other priorities. So there is a degree of sacrifice required, and governments are going to have to get better at talking to populations about what's going on, being really honest about the realities of the security environment, not being sort of skittish about telling people how serious the situation is at the moment, and also that citizens themselves will be required to contribute to deterrence. I mean, this is, again, if we're talking about cyber operations, economic domains, I mean, these all have deep civilian consequences. So we've seen in Ukraine, one of the reasons why Britain's been able to play the leadership role in Ukraine is because there has been extremely resilient public consent for us doing that, and there still is, and that's a wonderful thing. What are the conversations that we need to start having now to prepare people for Indo-Pacific contingency scenarios? And also, we shouldn't assume that publics won't come on board, but we have seen in the European context how challenging that's been for different leaders, and I'm thinking about in countries like Germany and Italy and so on. It's really fundamentally affected the responses that they have had on a military level to the conflict. So we can't pretend that there's no relationship between the two. So I think we have to understand that a really, really strong foundation of public consent is the most important kind of springboard on which you can actually build a really effective, responsive environment. If you have the people with you, you can respond really substantively. You can take decisions that are going to cause disruptions and so on, and you will have that trust to act in the geopolitical context. So I think the foundations for this begin now. And just as an aside, I know this might sound like a sort of a disconnected point, but things like TikTok and the information environment are deeply relevant to this question. And so we need to think holistically, and I know stratcoms have gone a bit out of fashion, but they need to come back.
Hey, so we talk about this a lot, both internally and looking at our partners. So the only thing more important than the will to fight is the will to prepare to fight. And if you look at the evolving character of war right now and what we're learning in the Ukraine is if we aren't taking the time to prepare in terms of technical requirements or adapting how we fight, because as was mentioned earlier, we tend to like to fight the way we fought the last war, we'll find ourselves behind from the start. And what's promising is both with partners, since the Ukraine invasion happened across the Pacific, they're expanding scope and scale of operations, as General Rudd mentioned. They certainly, our partner Army leadership is interested in gaining more resources to drive improvements and modernization of their militaries, and many are already moving out to do that. In terms of internally, in terms of the United States Army, the Army Transformation Initiative that was announced 2 weeks ago is incredibly promising in terms of an opportunity for us to drive and ensure we are preparing for the next fight. Getting rid of the bureaucracy and the requirements for the acquisition process to take so long, driving the bottom-up feedback that we have from our transformation and contact efforts at the brigade combat team level, at the division level, and with our multi-domain task forces is really allowing us to gain the technology we need to adjust our organizations and processes at the speed of need, if you will, for the character of war as it is today. And so that's going to take continued energy and making sure we're doing continual assessments as we move along. But the announcement last week was the first announcement of some specific items that the Army's going to begin to off-ramp because they are outdated as we take on new technology and drive the modernization we need. And then it'll continue to iterate with bottom-up feedback informed by what we're seeing around the world. So I think incredibly important, but everyone's got the will, and we're seeing the will to prepare to fight as well.
I might stay with you, if I may, General McFarlane, for another question. I wonder if you could share with us any specific lessons learned from recent or ongoing military engagements or exercises in the region.
Great. Well, first of all, we continue to learn about ourselves as we've coming out of 20 years of what is counterinsurgency warfare, where we're doing very well, dominating ISIS in Syria and dealing with terrorist militia groups over there. We're making sure we're deliberate about what would inform the fight in the Pacific, or a fight in the Pacific if it happens. So pulling the right things from history and what we're seeing around the world. And so we continue to, as we do exercises with partners in the region, make sure we are addressing any bad habits that we may have that won't apply to the fight today. Examples of that is if you just look at the proliferation of UAVs and how we are constantly in sight of threats around the world, and where China has the ability to see us wherever we are. I think they flew the balloon over our country here a little over a year ago, or more than a year ago, almost 2 years ago. And so the reality of we are always in contact or seen by adversaries. So what does that mean on the battlefield? Distributed and taking time to ensure we're protected as we work to protect ourselves just from where we can be seen, so concealment, but also cover in terms of protection from any type of lethal activity as we're doing our exercises and training around the world. And then I mentioned something before about the Philippines. As we use these new vehicles and ground robotic systems, air robotic systems to do air resupply. We learned in the Philippines that some of the things we've used throughout history there may be more effective, like using water buffaloes to get us up some of the extreme terrain in different parts of Luzon, where the relief is so crushing and the monsoons prevent use of vehicles or aircraft. The water buffalo came in handy. So we're learning from our allies as we integrate the different options you have across the force with the highest amount of technology we can. Sometimes the reality is some of the historical things will do just as good a job at a much lower cost. And then we're relearning fighting in the Pacific, or operating in the Pacific, if you will, what the humidity does, what the terrain means, as we ensure we understand how that adjusts the way we fight. You know, we were just doing a battlefield staff ride in Chipyeong-ni, and the dynamics of the restrictive terrain in Korea, and how that we weren't maneuvering large brigades or battalions or companies at a time. We were in files through defiles across the cross-cutting Korean terrain in the Korean War, and that's how most of the Pacific terrain is. It's very constrained and restrictive terrain. So what does that mean for how we're going to operate at my level and below, and how we think about the contested logistics that's out there to ensure we're putting things where they need to go?
Panel, we've got time for just one final question, and I'll make this question a forward-looking question, if I may. And it is this. David, I wonder if you could lead us off. If you could implement but one policy shift to improve military deterrence in the region, what would it be, and why do you say so?
Well, I mean, I would say more focus and more investments. I think that's pretty easy, but that's obvious. So that, you know, that would be the blanket recommendation. What I would say, to be a little bit more specific, is when we talk about deterrence and defense in this theater, we focus primarily on the Pacific. And that makes a lot of sense from an American perspective. I would like us to pay a lot more attention to the Indian Ocean region as well. Because I think there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of partnerships that we can create and foster, particularly with India. And so I would like us to focus more on that theater as well.
Thank you.
I think, well, two things. I think we need to start, I mean, from a European perspective, we need to start thinking about what collective burden sharing looks like in the Indo-Pacific, and how that could actually contribute to force projection, given the realities of what we need in the European security environment. We need to focus a lot more on developing those baselines for economic sanctions and economic responses, because they're totally connected to the question of military deterrence. And sorry if I may, a third one, I think we need to also integrate a lot more work on cyber and satellite and space operations, because these will be absolutely crucial as well in the event of any military conflict.
In terms of policy, I've been in the Pacific. My first exercise was 1996, and I served as a brigade commander in 2013, where we started the Pacific Pivot at the time. I think what we're seeing now in terms of resources and prioritization for the Pacific over other theaters has already been determined. The key is, will we be able to follow through with that? If you look at the global situation and the competing priorities around the world, and from what I've seen, I think we're already moving that way. If you look at the amount of resources, money, energy towards exercises, we are in a good spot. I would add on that if you think about what innovations are shaping the future of deterrence, so getting off of policy, talking innovations, as you think about operational, this sounds simple, but just the way we approach exercises and not do them the same way we've always been doing them, but thinking how we can get more out of it for everybody involved. So going from bilateral to multilateral, and then being deliberate about what we're really executing during the exercise to get more out of it, and then being critical of ourselves as we do it, and hard on ourselves to make sure we are driving the improvement we need and the speed we need for the character of war. One, technical, in terms of technological changes, we are doing a great job with long-range precision fires, not only from land to land, but land to the maritime domain. What does that mean for how we operate as a joint force, and the importance of land forces and land power? If you look at the amount of water that surrounds every piece of land in the Pacific, the examples, the Philippines has 7,600 islands, 2,000 of which are occupied. So in and around and where people live, and what that means for the capabilities you can provide from the land to every other domain, cyber, space, air, maritime, is incredibly important as we continue to drive the modernization of those systems. And then how's that help the joint force then maneuver? And we do this thing called convergence at the core level, according to our doctrine, and that's integrating the domains I just listed. What does that mean as we integrate that into the joint warfighting functions that General Rudd mentioned to drive the speed we need to address the threats that are out there, where we need to be responsive and agile to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, it's now your time to ask some questions and seek wisdom of our panel members. So please just let us know if you have a question, and I'm sure a microphone will be brought round to you.
Hello, Sergeant Major Retired John Troxel, former Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. My question is for General McFarlane. Sir, in the 5 years I've retired, I spent a lot of time with the force still all over the world, in the Pacific, in Europe, in the States, doing leadership seminars, motivational speaking, unit visits, conferences like LandPAC, Land Euro, AUSA, things like that. And the number one question I get asked by mid-range officers and senior non-commissioned officers is how to shape the mindset of this generation of soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Guardian, Coast Guardsmen to understand that, yes, the mission is getting after deterrence and building integrated deterrence and getting after interoperability and all those things, but the necessity for their mindset to be right to get after responding to crisis and ultimately conflict and fighting and winning. What is your advice to your tactical level commanders and senior enlisted leaders on how to build the necessary grit, toughness, and mindset to be ready to fight on any given day? Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Major, that's a great question. And I just shared a recent article I read about the importance of the crucible of leader development in driving a development program that allows our leaders to deal with adversity daily and come out stronger because of it, to make decisions in uncertain environments. I talked about the VUCA environment, but be comfortable with decisions and making decisions based on what they know and what they anticipate, and moving out. It may not be perfect, but it's what we got, and we're going to move and staying positive as we do it. As we've continued to deal with a very busy Army with multiple requirements around the world, putting together training events that drive the reality of close combat, the arduous close combat that armies will deal with, that we're watching the Ukrainian Army deal with right now. is incredibly important. So it's rethinking how we're driving harsh conditions. You know, instead of 3 meals a day, you issue 1 meal a day for the 5-day training event. You see how people can deal with adversity just because they're hungry and they're tired and they've walked 15 miles a day. That's the type of reality that leaders need to be comfortable in and thrive in to lead their formations the right way. Great question, Sergeant Major. It's great to see you.
Other questions?
I'm Mike Colton, representing Potagas, Australia. You guys alluded to this. Maybe this can just go to Sophia. I don't know. Anyone can answer this. We talked about shared resolve. We also kind of alluded to the dual use priorities of some of our partners. I just was kind of wondering your sense of confidence that the United States, its closest partners, let's say Australia, are converging with allies and partners or diverging on 2 areas that are relevant to this conversation. One, the role of the military when these middle-income countries have so many competing budget requirements, which Sophia actually alluded to, that they have to make really hard choices, and a lot of these countries are quite poor. These are very difficult choices for their public to accept. And number 2 is very different concepts out here in the Pacific about the role of the military as a deterrence. We're assuming here a universal, almost NATO Western European understanding of how the military adds to deterrence. There are a lot of folks out here that look at military as an accelerant of conflict, not as a deterrent of conflict. And I was just wondering, are we converging out here in the Pacific, or are we in a status quo situation? Thank you.
Such a good question. I think the issue around budgets and national expenditure is really vital. And part of the way to get around this is to persuade populations of the capacity for these investments to drive economic growth. And that's not a fantasy, that's totally possible. I mean, this is one of the things I've been trying to push with AUKUS, is to have it reframed as a prosperity initiative, right? If we got really serious about creating a trilateral marketplace for advanced technologies, I mean, the way innovation happens these days is you don't just innovate in a military context, you innovate and then you apply it militarily or commercially. So it is absolutely viable for us to use this. And if you really thought holistically and in an integrated way about this, I mean, it's like, especially for a country like Britain, where we're a knowledge economy, right? And if you compare us to the other 2 AUKUS partners, you know, we don't have energy resources, we don't have much in the way of agricultural resources and so on. We can't dig things up from the ground. We are a knowledge economy. So science and technology and innovation is actually the center of our prosperity strategy. And I spent 3.5 years tearing my hair out with the British government, trying to say, why are we not looking at AUKUS as something that can absolutely speak to our future economic growth? And if you actually got the Treasury on board in that respect and started thinking about this as an innovation project, a national innovation enterprise, then, you know, all the resources and the way in which you would shift the posture of the state to actually galvanize work on this would be so different, rather than it being isolated down to a defense budget line. And, you know, and then when government's looking to make tough choices in defense between different things, you know, you could have something like AUKUS on the chopping block, which it briefly, you know, there were questions about that and I think that's absolute madness. So I think that's the first thing. We need to bring those conversations together. Equally, that said, you know, I do a lot of public opinion research, and I think it's quite clear that there has been a shift in priorities for international spending. There's actually a very, very high degree of public consent for increases in defense spending. Where the government's had to take that money from is our international aid budget. So that's the first line of where the impacts, the budgetary impacts go of that reprioritization. The next phase we're going to get to is where that's actually having to come out of the welfare budget and some of the other social security mechanism. In the European context, this is something very challenging and specific to the European context because we have European social democracies with very large welfare states. What does it look like to actually shift, and that's partly a post-world peace dividend that has made that possible. There's going to have to be really frank conversations with populations about this entire recalibration of our economies. Part of moving to a wartime economy is about thinking about productivity and all these other things that drive economic growth. Because as I said at the beginning, if you don't have prosperity, you cannot contribute meaningfully to deterrence initiatives, and you certainly cannot respond effectively to conflict. On your question then about the Indo-Pacific region, I think, again, the contrast has to be noted. Like in the European context with Ukraine, you've got a lot of liberal democracies there, right, who are already allies, and they're already thinking the same way. In the Indo-Pacific context, the landscape is very different. You have some absolutely core baked-in allies, and you also have a lot of partners who need to be kind of brought on board and have fundamentally different conceptions about these sorts of things. I really think this central mission of, United States, Australia, and other allies that are participating in upholding the international order in the Indo-Pacific has to be that, deterrence today prevents conflict tomorrow. And if we're not selling in that message effectively, then we have failed. So what does it take for us to sell that message in? And I think, mentioned a bit about other, smaller states in the region. What I think something that Australia has been doing really well is actually developing these relationships with island states where you actually go in offering infrastructure, other types of investments where security is the dividend, not the focus. And I think that strategy is extremely important. And when I'm advising the British government to say what they should be doing in the Indo-Pacific, amplifying those sorts of targeted investments is, I think, really one of the most effective things that we can be doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say our time has run out and lunch awaits, but I hope you would join me in thanking our panellists for their discussion today.
What I think I've seen, I was going to say that, and I'll talk to Ken.
Ladies and gents, just a quick public announcement. So we're back on at 12:15 with the Governor, so I'd appreciate if we could be timely out of respect for his schedule. Thank you. Well, thank you. Okay, we'll begin in about 30 seconds. Thanks.
If we've got the the microphones are on now. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, for coming back so promptly from lunch. And it's my pleasure to moderate this afternoon's Fireside Talk. I'm Linda McKee from King's College London, and I'm delighted to be here with you on behalf of my colleagues in the School of Security Studies. And I think, as colleagues mentioned earlier, our Department of War Studies is some 63 years old, and we now have 27 years of engagement with the Ministry of Defence in terms of running the Educational Academy at Shrivenham. So it's fantastic to be here with our colleagues from the University of Arizona, Arizona State University, and of New South Wales in Australia, as part of the Security and Defence Plus Alliance. So, less about me. We're here to talk with Governor Josh Green. And before I introduce Josh, if I may,
Please.
or I should probably call you Governor Green, actually.
Josh is perfect. It's
Okay,
good,
thank
yes.
you. You can call me Linda.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
I guess.
No, I think Linda will do. Thank you. So the Fireside concept, I know earlier on today, Ian introduced the notion of the Fireside concept, but I'd just like to set the scene more broadly for the next 45 minutes. So in particular today, we're going to look at the crossroads of the Pacific. And Hawaii is the home to key US military commands. It's got a vital role that it plays in fostering security, stability, and regional cooperation across the Indo-Pacific. Now, this Fireside Chat will highlight the state's strategic importance, its long-standing ties to Indo-Pacific nations, and its commitment to advancing peace through partnership, resilience, and shared values. Now, we're seeking to emphasize interconnectedness, particularly in terms of security. And in this conversation, I know that we will highlight Hawaii's role as both a gateway and a gathering place for dialogue, democracy, and defense in the region. And I must also add, I think on behalf of everybody who's here for the first time in Honolulu, what an incredibly warm welcome we received from the community. And thank you, Governor, and thanks to all the citizens. Very much appreciated. So, Governor Josh Green, You are a medical doctor, and you're the 9th governor of Hawaii. And as a physician, you've dedicated quite a lot of your career to focusing on public health and the relationship between public health and welfare. And that's a challenge these days. I mean, you're originally from Pittsburgh, and I think Pittsburgh's got its challenges ongoing at the moment, but slightly different to being in a series of islands. And in those islands, actually, are perhaps not so resource-rich in terms of what's around us, and they've got, you know, those geographical challenges and the challenges of climate change, but nevertheless, there's so much here which is so rich in terms of culture and strategic relevance. And you've drawn upon all of those in terms of developing your policies. You've got a particular focus on housing, healthcare access, and cost of living. You've had a great career in public service. You've served in both the Hawaiian State House and the Senate before being elected Lieutenant Governor in 2018 and Governor in 2022. You're a 2-time Physician of the Year and a recent recipient of the American Medical Association Outstanding Government Service Award. So, Governor Green, you really do blend compassion, leadership, and innovation. And along with your family, living here with Jamie and your 2 children, this really is your life's work. So thank you very much for joining us today. Now I'm going to hand over to Governor Green to say, give us 3 to 5 minutes of an introduction to the topic, and then I have a series of questions. I am determined to leave 10 minutes at the end for questions from the audience, so please get those questions ready as we progress through the conversation. So, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda, and thank you, everybody. It's great to see everyone. First of all, please be informal and draw out of this conversation whatever you can. You know, I like to have a very vibrant back and forth. I can say, first of all, though, mahalo for coming and letting us host the Indo-Pacific Security Forum. It means a lot to me to bring experts from around the world, across the country. It helps us. It helps us to collaborate. It helps us to share what we're about. And there are some really wonderful strengths that Hawaii has, and obviously a very geopolitical center or centering that we hope to bring to the world. But we value the interaction a great deal, and it's made us a better place, frankly. But this is where we also like to share our principles of collaboration, our values in Hawaii, as described by a few words that people are very familiar with. Aloha is one of them. To basically to show some grace to everyone that we come into contact with, to be very welcoming. We are one of the few states that has so integrated itself with multiple peoples that we don't even have a majority ethnicity. We have a great ability to blend, as evidenced by me being a Jewish guy from Pittsburgh, married to a Hawaiian Mormon with Japanese background too. I mean, hell on wheels some days, but I'll tell you, that's how we roll, okay? And you should see our kids in their mix. You know, we really take it to the next level. And that's what Hawaii is. But like I said, we're so glad that people gather here, because literally that's what Oahu means. It's a gathering place. And that's historically been important. It obviously has been the center of, amazing exploration going way back historically. And I think it's very appropriate to say that the colonial impact has also resonated from a historical standpoint meaningfully for us. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it is something that we draw strength from and our diversity. But that's just important that we recognize that. But at the same time, I have an absolute and total commitment to what we're doing from a security standpoint, which is why I want to thank our generals here. You are all distinguished guests in my mind. Susie Vereslum is very dear to me and has been a mentor over these years. The generals, thank you guys for sticking with this and for mentoring so many people. But we are in a dynamic time. There is no doubt at all that we have strategic considerations here in Hawaii to be very thoughtful about. I spent last week in Los Angeles at the Milken Conference talking to world leaders from every corner of the globe, mostly in finance, but believe me, it's always on their minds what's happening in Hawaii and in the Indo-Pacific region, and of course the global economic impact of the same. It's a very, very serious place, even though a lot of people on the mainland don't know how to acknowledge that, how serious it has become, Hawaii. Geopolitical tensions are there, obviously, and that's why I'm grateful. I'm grateful to you as our thought leaders. I'm grateful to those who are in service. I came to Hawaii with the National Health Service Corps. That's what brought me from the mainland, from Pennsylvania, to this new life. So I've been really grateful to see the military come and share this beautiful place with us. That's where I was on Big Island, and we have some issues that we'll talk about, I'm sure, the leases and our commitment to the military, while also the commitment to the land, which is what the dialogue usually is about. I've mentioned, in addition to the strategic considerations that we have for Hawaii, we are also trying to be very thoughtful about the climate impact and what happens in the Pacific to the Polynesian people and to Hawaii. It's relevant because we have to take care of this place to take care of everyone who comes through here. So I take pride in the actions we've taken and the relationship that we have. So whether it's our collaborations for protection and security, or what happened with the natural disaster on August 8th, 2023, where we had extraordinary support and partnership from every sector, financial, military, and so on. We came through it in ways that no one has ever seen before, settling differences and rebuilding. But it's these experiences and these relationships that make that possible. So just mahalo to all of you, like was mentioned, Arizona State, King's College, New South Wales, you professor. I mean, this is important for us to get together. I'll basically pause there and just say I'm excited to be able to share, and this will be an ongoing relationship, I hope. I hope you will reach out whenever I can be of service or the state government can be a collaborator to make things better.
Okay. Well, thank you, Governor Green. If we could start the conversation off by going back to your earlier points on strategic and regional role. And so to start the conversation, a question around how you see Hawaii's geographic and strategic position and how that's going to help to shape Indo-Pacific security today.
Well, so here we are, right? 2025, and we are facing the larger questions of Taiwan and mainland China. It's on our minds every day, whether it's tactical location or just what we'll be prepared for. It's difficult to know. Even in the last 12 hours, we've seen dramatic shifts in our economic policy with China. And it looms large for us, what will happen. Without Hawaii, and I would like to say Guam also, I think we would have a very, very significant and difficult time even preparing for what may come, in Asia. And from all that I hear, we are central to most of our geopolitical strategic plans. A lot of people say this is the century of the Pacific. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Obviously, Europe will always remain important, and Africa and its growth are going to remain important. But what happens here, our ability to sustain ourselves with leadership, and I believe we have more senior military officials and generals in Hawaii than anywhere else in the United States, with the exception of Washington, D.C. Is that correct? Yes. So, I mean, that's something that should not be lost on people. And that means that these conferences, what we do with the Indo-Pacific, what we do with Admiral Paparo, who is a dear friend, also from Pennsylvania, interestingly. I don't know how or why that happened. All of these things are super relevant. And I think that makes it all the more important that we have these relationships that are completely smooth and then thoughtful about the local community.
Okay, look, thank you. I think you've touched on the next question, which was about actually the unique positioning of Hawaii, both geographically, but also diplomatically and culturally. Could you draw out that role of Hawaii a bit more in terms of sitting on that bridge? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, I actually think that Hawaii is uniquely positioned to be a peace center, and I don't need to tell this group that peace through strength is an approach that is very important. Mm-hmm. And so we have to have a powerful presence here in Hawaii and in the Pacific. At the same time, most if not all, would prefer that we not end up in conflict at all. And Hawaii has been home at times in the past to end major conflicts. Of course, we know what happened on the Missouri and how important that is to history. We should not shy away from our reality, which was Pearl Harbor. I think embracing all that has happened is important. And I've had extraordinary moments with Japan and leadership there too. And all of that has come through Hawaii. I do envision this as a place where we can have peace talks in the future. I would hope that all of the presidents utilize us in that way. I think that, interestingly, a group like this Security Forum, the East-West Center, which Susie had so wonderfully guided for so many years, all of these things are helpful for us. And I'll say this, there is, when I talk to people, this sense that when people come to Hawaii, tensions do drop dramatically. There is a method to the madness. You put people into an aloha shirt, which is less formal. You put a lei on someone. It is disarming. Believe me, it's just, there is something to this landmass, which is the most isolated landmass on the planet, very far from everywhere else, but central, right smack dab in the middle between East and West, that enables us to, I think, bring down the pressure. I don't think you can have certain conversations when you are in theater, which is difficult to imagine Hawaii being in the immediate theater of conflict. I think it's really an opportunity. And then to extend what I was talking about earlier, these words that exist, which are alien to many people, but easily understood once people hear them. We start with aloha, and then we move to these concepts of family, ohana. And when we do that, it is a new, it's a new dialogue that can emanate from that. It is not American or uniquely traditionally American. It is certainly not owned by any other place or culture. And that, again, gives people a safe middle ground. And that's really what I intend to use and offer Hawaii as. It'll be up to leadership, of course, always, whether or not they want to take us up on this. But it's a pretty good opportunity. And people feel good when they come to this space. And that's half the battle, usually, showing up in a good psychological space.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I think there's a very warm welcome when you arrive in Hawaii, and does make you sort of uniquely positioned to offer a sense of neutrality, albeit you're part of the United States. Yes. And moving on to the US and the US military commands. Obviously, a lot of bases are located in Hawaii. So, can I ask, how does the state support both national defense and regional cooperation efforts? There are tensions there, and I wonder if you could just extrapolate that and talk to us a bit about how you're working through, those tensions.
Well, this is a very significant moment. You know, we're in the process of negotiating the leases, for example, of the military bases, which are essential to, the training and the support of the United States. And without a doubt, that has to be resolved in a positive way, and that's absolutely where I intend to take it. At the same time, there's this balance between how people view the land in Hawaii, the traditional host culture, and that has to be worked properly, and that's why we've emphasized that we are a big family. You have over 100,000 soldiers, military professionals in the state. You only have 1.4 million people in the state overall. And then you have this vast number of people that visit Hawaii to sometimes see what we have become, sometimes to reflect on where we've been, central to history. So we work that out. Now, the environmental question reared its head, I think, in the last 48 hours or so, when the environmental questions were paused by our Department of Land and Natural Resources. Having said that, we've been working on a 2, if not 3-track system to make sure that we come to a fair resolution. These days, the footprint necessary to train is much smaller, the technological expertise is much greater, and so that's not a personal concern for me. The concern is that we have some kind of harmony between all parties. It's very important because if people are going to train properly, if people are going to live together, that's the only way to do it. So we're there, actually. Our teams work seamlessly from one administration to the next. We never allow politics to intervene at all. Maybe sometimes Bobby Kennedy gives me a bit of a stir, but otherwise I just don't have any animosity towards anyone because I want to make sure that Hawaii keeps its important position vis-a-vis both this culture and the culture on the mainland.
No, thank you for that. I mean, in terms of shared values, I'd like to move on to that because Hawaii, geographically unique, culturally, so much to offer there. And in terms of shared values across the Indo-Pacific nations, for example, respect, collaboration, mutual resilience, can you see a role for Hawaii and the government in terms of better leveraging those values and peace and stability?
We do that. There was something that happened last year. I don't know how many might have been a part of that, but we did a thing called FestPac, which is short for Festival of the Pacific. And it's the first time it was held in the United States. It's kind of, it's like the Olympic Games every 4 years, meeting the cultural needs of the region. And we had 28 nations attend and participate from all across the Pacific. I don't comfortably use the word soft power because I'm not a military expert and I don't want to misrepresent how you would think about that. But I will tell you, we had over 6,000 representatives from these nations, and then we had 600,000 people attend the Festival of the Pacific and exchange cultural intelligence, exchange values. It was really amazing, honestly, and it was not simply a series of cultural performances. It was an exchange of ideas and where people are with the Pacific and where they are with their sense of security and what they're doing economically. I really wish we could do these kind of things more often, and we're now going to have subsets of the FestPac experience come to Hawaii, and we will join people in other regions. Of course, you also have New Zealand, Australia, Korea. You have a lot of nations which are very large nations, which also house some of our military capacity. Again, it helps us a lot. We had a lot of support from the State Department. It helps us a lot to have these relationships so that when the time comes to establish our bases of operation, when it helps us when we're dealing with the healthcare needs of the community, which affects every human being, we're able to do that because of these things. And we also see dignitaries, of course. We saw a lot of the leadership. We saw many consuls general, ambassadors, even state leaders come in and out. And I will say this, that it's a unique opportunity for us to continue. I would hope that we emphasize these relationships. They're much easier to navigate because from a policy standpoint, they're very amicable and they don't require the full breadth of approvals. We kind of float in and float out, whether it's humanitarian aid or cultural interactions, and they lead to all these additional easy relationships when we do get into the more formal times of the geopolitical security of the region. So I really love that stuff, even to the extent that I went and did a medical mission in Samoa back in 2019 when they had a terrible outbreak of measles, which was killing people left and right and really threatening the young population. I'm told that that was worth 10 years of goodwill in 48 hours. We vaccinated 37,000 people. We came and went, all with humanitarian philanthropic aid, and it really didn't take much. I'm also told that some of our security agents were keeping an eye on us so that we didn't run afoul and get kidnapped. But it was quite the experience, and I would do it again in an instant anywhere in the region if it would help.
Yeah, no, it's amazing what an intervention like that can do, showing that goodwill and practical support. In terms of goodwill and practical support, one area we haven't really delved into is climate security. And you have spoken about recent disasters, but Hawaii and the island nations nearby, obviously there's quite a role there in disaster preparedness and climate-related security risks. Could you share with us a bit what you feel as governor your role is in terms of leading on this?
Yeah, the tragic responsibility fell to us as to be a national and international leader. And I'm not really trying to be hyperbolic about this. When the fire occurred, I can share what really happened, which was years and years and years of wrestling with a single power system in an increasingly dry community. The islands have been going through drought after drought after drought, resulted in a fire that became colossal. The impact of some climate change, which was seen through the storm. A storm had just passed. We had 80-mile-per-hour winds that, when the fire occurred, cascaded the fire down the mountain. And in essentially 3 hours, it wiped out infrastructure for 13,000 people, killed 102 loved individuals from our community, displaced all of these individuals, which we then have had to house since then and should house since then. It was a global disaster, honestly, and it foreshadowed what ultimately happened in Los Angeles. Exactly the same thing. Okay, exactly. So storms are stronger. I don't have any desire to get into an argument with people. I mean, we could debate with climatologists and whomever what the consequences are, but they're impactful. And it affected our state. It was a $13 billion disaster, which could have been mitigated if we had been more prepared. We have settled all of the claims within, it was a year, we settled it. We're 21 months out since the disaster, but now we've had to take real action. And so on Friday, last Friday, after 2.5 years, I convinced the legislature to really give me the tools to deal with climate adaptation and mitigation, and especially disaster mitigation. So we now have a climate impact fee. It'll start on January 1, 2026. Anyone who travels to Hawaii, and the global community is going to have to do something like this, because you have to now have resources to deal with climate change. Otherwise, you will pay $13 billion when we could have paid $7,500 to deal with native grasses that got out of control, literally. Think about that. $7,500 might have stopped that fire, which we found in Discovery. Instead, we had $13 billion of disaster affecting all these lives. So climate impact fee, less than 1% tax on every traveler. So if you stay in a hotel for $400, you'll pay $3, 0.75%. It will go to this fund, which can then be, it can be enlarged through bonds and securitization and so on, and it will give us the opportunity to do all of the technology, all of the fire mitigation, all of the fire breaks, all the support of our military when we have to amp our resources. It's very important. It's an important lesson because we can actually now have a stream of resources. The nexus is obvious: impact from lots of travelers, impact of society changing, and protection against what can happen with sea level rise, losing the shoreline, losing infrastructure. It's very important to us. And I also didn't want to tax my own people here in the state because we have really high cost of living. And this is the balance that we have. Those who travel here help. Thank you very much for helping. And also, we want to sustain Hawaii because of its symbolic relevance to a lot of the world, its direct relevance to those of us who live here. This is the first time a state in the United States has ever done anything like this. Palau did it. Europe is charging a very small fee. But because the world has changed, policy has to change. And I hope that people learn, that this is the way you have to go, or one way you have to go. Everyone will address it slightly differently, but we really are at the tip of the spear. And I'm grateful to have been a part of that. We are this tiny little nation, but it's kind of a mouse that roared situation, because now we will be able to, better than anyone, deal with sea level rise and many nations having to send their individuals to Hawaii. We all know that we have immigration questions nationally. This empowers us to do things that otherwise people have not been able to do.
Okay. Well, talking of choices and balances, Hawaii's local communities and indigenous knowledge systems, they're pretty powerful, and we can see them as we travel around the island. How are those knowledge systems across diverse communities actually playing a part in sustainable development and resilience?
It's wonderful to bring that up. So if any of you have had the opportunity to hear Nainoa Thompson speak, that is a place of great wisdom. And he and all of the explorers and navigators from essentially the 70s, okay, although they've been along with us all this way, they're exceptional. They share this idea that there's both a moral compass and an actual climate compass that we should follow. Needless to say, this goes back centuries when the original navigators came from Polynesia and landed in Hawaii. It's kind of an extraordinary tale. And a lot of this ends up being metaphor, but I'll tell you, the indigenous wisdom, which that's one piece of it. Another piece is sustainability. The word ahupua'a is a word you'll hear, which is like mountain to sea. It's a sustainable environment that was able to balance the needs and taking of what resources there were without overdoing it and demolishing your population. These are very relevant, and Hawaii again gets to inform a lot of what the world maybe ought to embrace and adopt. Now, there is a natural, long-standing tension, an old world, new world tension, but there's been a renaissance of the Hawaiian people. Jamie and I, and Jamie is Hawaiian, as I shared, want to spend extra energy on respecting the traditions that have preceded us. And frankly, it's also good policy and it's good relationships, because we will navigate the future. The rebuilding of Maui, the 30-meter telescope will always be a question for the people of Hawaii and whether or not we build it, which would be a global contribution as far as exploration in the skies. And then, of course, our presence here, the military's presence in Hawaii. So if we allow ourselves to be informed by the host culture and these traditions, I think we're going to come out better. And it's also, I think, consistent with what we just should do as people. And I'm excited that we get to, be that state that does this kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've got time for 2 more questions from myself, and then I would like to open it out to the floor, so start thinking about those questions. So, penultimate question. What would be your vision as governor for Hawaii's evolving role in the Indo-Pacific over the next 10 to 15 years?
I would like to see us be a gathering place for peaceful resolution of conflict. That would be something that a small state like us could do. And we have so many people with great experience, many of them in this room right now, many of them whom are watching, I'm sure. That's our strength. And honestly, I think people will accept that responsibility from us, again, because of what I started out saying, which is we are in many ways a neutral party, having gone through our own transformation of culture.
Okay, and to end this series of questions, if you could leave the next generation of Indo-Pacific leaders with one message from Hawaii, what would that be?
I would say find a peaceful space with different cultures and people. That is very helpful. It's a safe space to do it in, and so the next generation can adopt this even better than we as people become more integrated here.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We've now got 10 minutes for questions from the floor, so if you could just pop your hand up. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3 questions. There's a question down there. Should we start there? And if you could introduce yourself, please, for the governor.
Sergeant Major retired John Troxel, former senior enlisted advisor to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Can you share with us the importance and the efforts of your Army and Air National Guard, not only in the security and humanitarian efforts of the state, but also through their state partnership program, what they're doing for theater cooperation? Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. And thank you for your service. It is absolutely essential that we have this partnership. And the Guard, first of all, they've been extraordinary on many occasions because in Hawaii domestically, because we have a lot of natural disasters here. I mean, it is kind of a shock when you look at what we've gone through, whether it's the volcanic eruptions, the hurricanes that have come through, the fire. On so many occasions, we've relied on our partners with the Guard, the National Guard, to help us through these really dangerous times. I'm forever in your debt and forever appreciative of what has happened. And that is, I believe, a universal feeling when people go through these very, very scary times. So that's very important. And then, most of the tales that I've had told to me, what people have shared is a lot of our Guard were quite central to operations during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And people sometimes probably don't think of Hawaii as a central staging ground for operations, but what we do in Pohakuloa, what we need to do to prepare people and then to quickly get over to that region, I think was very consequential. And I know that our Guard, first of all, carried themselves with great dignity and sacrificed a lot. So there are people who've told me about how many deployments they had. It's extraordinary to imagine. So I'm so appreciative. And it just constantly goes on. This is, their tradition of sacrifice and commitment has never wavered. And I think that's why the relationship is so strong between people who have served and why a lot of them will want to stay in Hawaii afterwards because of that experience. But we have to have a welcoming relationship because of that service.
Thank you. I think there were 2 questions over here. Oh, okay, sorry.
You've been scared off by Melissa, but you'll be okay.
I think there's one question in the table here. Shall we?
Thank you, Governor. Ken Farm. I have a question about Hawaii's role with COFA, Compact of Free Association. We talk a lot about, with Hawaii's presence, and also it is a federal law. However, Hawaii does have some play in that. So can you kind of explain a little bit more about what Hawaii can do, or, its changing role with COFA, or even the other islands? You mentioned about FESPAC, and that's a good soft diplomacy. Thank you.
Sure. So I don't know how many people have spent time focusing on the COFA question. It's very relevant to us in Hawaii. So Compact Free Association of States, COFA, we have a commitment as a country after a lot of testing in the Pacific and the impacts on the populations in Micronesia. I actually cared for a lot of the individuals as a physician when I first came to Hawaii. And I will tell you that the consequence on their health is pretty significant. I saw a lot of very, very advanced disease, which you just simply never study or see ever in the textbooks as you're going through medical school and training. So we have this commitment, and that means a lot of people, tens of thousands at a time, come through Hawaii and end up settling here, being educated here. They're young families, multiple generations. And there is a cultural gap, usually for a generation, between the families that relocate to Hawaii, often before they may resettle on the mainland. It is both a challenge and also very important to our culture. The challenge is that there's this longstanding treaty with the United States out of an acknowledgement of what happened during the testing phases in and around the wars. The trick is, though, Hawaii is so much closer than anywhere else for the individuals from the COFA nations to come, that we bear a huge part of the responsibility. So it's expensive for us to make sure we can educate and protect people and provide their health care, but it's also a moral obligation that we have for the country. And we just have to balance it. The treaty gets re-upped every, I believe, decade, and it's just recently been done. It's a resource question, but also a cultural question. And it has a feedback loop back into the Pacific, because we have to take good care of people. Otherwise, we lose our moral position in the region. So I would say this: I'm totally committed to making sure we have enough resources. It's why I'm quite aggressive about keeping our tourism approach strong, because we need these resources to probably exceed what comes from the federal government. On the flip side, we receive an enormous amount of support from the Department of Defense for the region, and we balance that resource against our responsibilities in a positive way. That's how we do it. Going forward, each generation that passes, we're further away from our responsibility, but we still have these generations of people that have integrated into the society here. And so we're doing our very best to be a completely diverse community, and you can see that now as people become professors. In the first iterations of the Trans-Pacific migration, most people were poor, very few people in professions. Now that's changing, and it doesn't take very long in Hawaii because we're such an open and welcoming society.
Okay. Well, thank you, Governor Green. We'll have to leave our fireside chat there for the moment. Hope you'll be back to join us when we're next here. Very much appreciate the time you've taken from your busy schedule. But also, I'd just like to take a moment to thank you. You know, it's pretty hard these days to be in public service. It's a lonely, a tough place to be. And I think we're very appreciative of our colleagues in leadership. And as I say, all the very best with the coming year. And thank you, colleagues, for your questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great. Thanks very much. It's a tough gig.
That's good. I love it.
Good.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Okay, we're now going to hand over the platform to the panel session on diplomatic strategies for conflict resolution, and Dr. Thorin Wright, who's chairing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Thorin Wright. I am an associate professor in the School of Politics and Global Studies at Arizona State. And I'm also one of the PIs on one of our Security and Defense Plus research seed grants that's focused on security cooperation and deterrence in light of AUKUS in the Indo-Pacific. And this panel is focused on diplomatic strategies for conflict resolution. And while we have focused a lot of this morning's conversation on the role of military capabilities, on enhancing deterrence in the region, it's important to remember that this region, and we've also focused on great power competition in the region, it's important to remember that this region is also home to a lot of countries that aren't directly impacted by or directly part of the great power competition, and yet it's also a region in which there's a lot of different conflict issues. We've talked a lot about Taiwan and emphasized Taiwan, but there's a number of overlapping, ongoing maritime disputes in the region. And even though the great power competition is going to dictate and influence how these other states and the littoral countries in the region pursue conflict resolution, there are other avenues through which they can come to more peaceful settlements for their ongoing disputed issues, including multilateral institutions, international institutions, as well as working with the United States and its partners. And so we've got a wonderful panel here, and I will briefly introduce them and let them get into their opening statements, and I'll follow up with some questions. Our first panelist that I'll introduce is Major General retired Susie Veres-Lum, who is the director of the Daniel Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, which is a DoD organization focused on enhancing security cooperation. Before that, she spent 34 years in the U.S. Army, including 5.5 years in leadership at Indo-Pacific Command. Colonel Aidan Shattuck from New Zealand, who is serving as Deputy Commanding General for Interoperability with the 25th Infantry Division here in Hawaii. He has also served as the New Zealand Military Attaché and Assistant Defense Attaché in Washington, D.C. And finally, Matt Steinhelfer, the U.S. Department of State AUKUS
Senior Advisor. Recently also served as Deputy Assistant Secretary and Acting Principal Deputy in the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations. Has worked in the Southeast East Asia offices for the Bureau of Democracy, Labor, and Human Rights, as well as the Political and Military Affairs Unit Chief at our embassy in Kabul. So without further ado, I think we should let them start talking, and I will stop. And I will give the floor to you, Susie.
Well, thank you so much. Aloha, everyone, and it's an honor to be here with this distinguished group of panelists, and it's good to see you again, Matt. You know, I wanted to talk a little bit before we delve into the questions on diplomacy, and I have to make a caveat that I am not a diplomat. There are many in this audience who are. But I'd like to say a military diplomat, perhaps, in my jobs, as many of us who've had certain jobs were required to do so. So it's really an honor to be the past 4 months at the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies that was established 30 years ago and has been at the forefront of educating, connecting, and empowering and deterring conflict by really empowering the United States and its allies and partners to develop solutions to the complex challenges in the Indo-Pacific. And you know, it's established, as was mentioned, under the Department of Defense here in Hawaii, and I thought it was kind of neat that the governor said there's something special about Hawaii. You know, the late Senator Daniel K. Inouye, also Medal of Honor recipient, World War II hero, established it 30 years ago. And I find it interesting that that same thinking, that there needed to be a place, he said, that would prevent warfare, allow us to come together, chat, and argue, he said, to develop complex solutions to the complex issues. And also here in Hawaii is the East-West Center. And as mentioned, I was the president of the East-West Center for 3 years prior to this position. And that Eisenhower signed the authorization to establish that center because it was believed that in 1959, before they actually signed the authorization, that there needed to be a place that you could bring together to build understanding and those diplomatic relationships that would last a lifetime. So bringing together Americans, Asians, and Pacific Islanders in one place, in this place in Hawaii, that was a bridge for the East and West, and exactly what the governor said. And that we have the Pacific Forum. If you think about what Admiral Vasey said when he was at war, apparently he said this quote, that's, if you can check out their website, that there's got to be a better way. So here you have 3 warriors who understand the cost of war, and Hawaii being that place that allows diplomacy to happen in different ways that we think about. You know, we've got the high-level leaders doing this, you know, and having those dialogues. So much so that, you know, in March, the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, really sent his first message from the APCSS because he knew that it was a place that he could reach all of our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. And we had hundreds of alumni registered from 63 nations to hear his first address. And in his speech, he said, and some of you were there, thank you for those of you who came, many of you graduated from our premier forum for studying the Indo-Pacific, and he meant APCSS, and for building ties among national security leaders who are engaged in this region. He also told the audience, our relationships, our teamwork, form the foundation of achieving peace through strength. He clearly understands that our relationships are critical, and that is the foundation of diplomacy. And I think my other colleagues here will talk more about trust and how important that is in that relationship, because it's not just a relationship, it's a relationship built on trust and mutual respect. And one of the things that we have at the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies and these other institutions like the East-West Center and Pacific Forum, oftentimes these dialogues are about with the non-attribution policy, which I think is the secret sauce, and the way in which we deliver those dialogues in an educational and networked model that allows for people to have those key discussions. You know, and I just want to mention, you know, right now we have a course and it's ongoing with about 100 fellows from around the world, mostly the Indo-Pacific, and also one from India and Pakistan, which we can talk about in a few minutes. But they are all there together from 40 nations for 5 weeks, creating the kind of network that will be together for a lifetime, this network that can be activated, the ability to make that 5-minute phone call that took years to develop. That's a different kind of diplomacy that, from this perspective, I'd like to be able to talk about as we go through the questions. But thank you so much. I'll hand it over to my colleague, Aidan.
Thanks, Susie. Still sounds really weird calling Susie.
Susie's okay. I'm retired.
Kia ora, aloha, good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It is obviously a pleasure and a privilege to be here to talk to you today, particularly in what is a critical time in the security for this region. You will note my dress. I am a Pacific Island officer, but obviously based with the United States Army. So when I use the term we, I am using the term we in my capacity as a US Army officer working alongside our brothers in arms here in Hawaii. We have our forces right now arrayed throughout the region. We work alongside embassies, we work alongside our partners, and we do this to deter conflict. And that's going along with what General McFarlane and General Rudd said earlier today. It is our responsibility to be ready for conflict. And it is not to deter it, correction, it is to deter it, not to seek it. And we must make sure we understand that. We are there for deterrence. So readiness for us is not about provocation, it's our responsibility. But competition is intensifying and tensions are simmering, as we all know, and the path forward, now we can't shape the pathway forward with power alone. It needs to be looked at through principle, through the diplomacy backed by coordination, cooperation, credibility, and legitimacy. And I'll emphasise that word, legitimacy. Across the region, we see many of the core tenets of realist international relations theory. And I must bring that up because I'm a good War College student and I didn't data dump everything when I left, so I can talk about international relations theories there. But power, national interest, military strength, they're becoming more dominant. And so those have consequences. So when we start looking at the scenario of smaller states, are they hedging? Are they selective alignment approach? What is the response that they are taking to this approach? So when realism becomes the dominant paradigm, it can then displace those critical tools of diplomacy, multilateralism, and compromise. And compromise is a key one as well. And this can be a real danger because if we look at unchecked realism, it erodes trust. It can marginalise those states and it can fuel arms races, which then lead to that risk of miscalculation. And that's when we've got real problems. But in the midst of this power-centric competition, we have these smaller states, and it's easy to overlook what matters to them. So when I start looking at the number one security priority for the Pacific Islands Forum, it is the threat of climate security and the increasing frequency of these severe weather events. Right? And that's exacerbated by rising populations and urban centres in the littoral environs. So when we start looking at their priorities compared to the larger power priorities, they may not always align. Yet we know from experience the most effective pathway forward to peace is not found in confrontation. It is the integration of diplomatic and military instruments that work together to support stability. And I used the example of East Timor in 1999. International diplomacy led by Australia and then strongly supported by the United States, Portugal, Japan, and New Zealand, and obviously as part of the wider United Nations efforts, put pressure upon Indonesia to accept the peacekeeping forces to stabilise the situation in East Timor. And then the subsequent deployment of the Australian-led interfaith force underneath the UN Security Council Resolution 1264 allowed that peaceful transition to independence, and then independent elections occurred in 2002. And I will emphasise the fact that I was the Ready Reaction Force platoon commander who oversaw the southern part of those elections back in 2002. So I got some first-hand experience of what that was like. So here, diplomacy, they were not rivals, they were partners. Multilateral nature of this initiative created the pressure, and in particular, that Security Council resolution provided that legitimacy. That therefore maintained the international rules-based order. Action was enabled and then it was taken. And that's a pretty key thing. So this example shows that even now, in a world increasingly shaped by realism, diplomacy is indispensable. When we start aligning it with a professional, principled cooperation, That's when we achieve that success. If we want to reduce the risks of conflict in the Indo-Pacific, we must reinvest in trust building, as Susie mentioned, regional dialogue, multilateral institutions with the legal authorities to act. From ASEAN to the Pacific Islands Forum, we must ensure that they are empowered, not just with words, but with the tools and persistent partnerships that make peace credible. All right, this is how stability is built, but not by might alone, but by that shared and persistent commitment. And persistence is an important thing. We need to be constantly working alongside our partners. Pretty much now in the Indo-Pacific, it's more important now than ever to get after this from a diplomatic and a military point of view. I look forward to the discussions.
Great. Well, thanks very much. First and foremost, to Security and Defense Plus to organizing this event. I was really excited about this specific panel, not just because the vast majority of my career has been focused on conflict response or attempts at conflict prevention. Conflict prevention is really hard. And I think that as many of my colleagues, especially in the military, have said here today, but also repeatedly in lots of different environments and settings, diplomacy and military deterrence go hand in hand. And that's often where we can see credibility and peace through strength to sort of deter or to change the calculus, as I often say, on what conflict trends may be. From the onset, what I would say at the top is that it's not in the U.S. interest to have conflict erupt in the Asian Pacific. Many of you already know that. Asia is the world's manufacturing hub. You see 20 to 30% of all global trade goes through Asian shipping lanes. You've seen a rise in economic growth here in the Indo-Pacific region. And much of our economies are tied to this region, both the present and the future. Now, what the greater challenge, and something that I focused on a lot in my previous role at the State Department, was looking at global trends, both at a subnational level, but also at a globalized level. And one of the things that I frequently hear in various conversations is references to the war in Ukraine or some of the experiences related to stabilization operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that's all true and valuable. But I think what some of my colleagues have mentioned, there's a uniqueness here in Asia Pacific, and there's both resiliency factors but also challenges that we have to take into account in our strategy. So it's kind of stepping backwards. There's a great organization called the Arms Conflict Location and Event Data Project, and they provide global data all the way down to the subnational level at trends analysis on conflict events and a wide variety of different types of conflict events. And in 2024, they put out a report looking at the trends of conflict around the world, and they found that conflict over the previous 5 years doubled. And when they looked at a breakdown of intrastate versus interstate conflict, they also started to see the trend line, which used to be intrastate conflict was on the rise, interstate was declining. They started to see a difference where interstate conflict started to have a return. That's challenging for us all, and we need to think about that as we design our strategies for both deterrence and conflict prevention, but also for this region in particular. So as I mentioned earlier, Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific, there's lots of various dynamics here that are very nuanced and complex from our perspective. So one, you see, for a long time, you did have these issues related to intrastate conflict dynamics. And a lot of that can be explained by, on the one hand, a rise in economic growth, a rise in urbanization, but then also, on the other hand, income disparities, differences between those that have and those that don't, which often drives the impetus for conflict events around the world. So with this complex, nuanced picture of the Indo-Pacific from a conflict analysis perspective, one of the additional areas that we need to look at are what are these multilateral institutions? And I think we'll get into some of this today. You know, the challenges here, there's also a duality of multilateral institutions. So there's a balancing act between sovereignty and non-interference and external support, or neighborness, as I often say, here in the region. And so, you know, ASEAN has certainly been a transformational body for the region. I'm glad that you highlighted East Timor or Timor-Leste. One of my first roles at the State Department was looking at post-election violence and reconciliation there. So there's a lot of overlap in that case, and I think we'll talk a bit more about that. But from the U.S. perspective, one key thing that we keep focusing on is, while our adversary may say that we are driving all of these multilateral partnerships and different partnerships that are drawing away from ASEAN centrality, on the contrary, our primary focus is the centrality of ASEAN as a premier regional body for the region. So from a diplomat's perspective, it starts with the strategy. How are we listening and understanding the dynamics of the region? And what lessons, yes, have we learned, or rather observed, in other arenas that can be applied for this region? And will those work or won't they? And that will drive everything from there on how do we advance peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. So I'm looking forward to kind of pulling some of those threads further in this panel.
All right, well, thank you all for your opening comments. And I got to say, Aidan and Matt, you guys mentioning IR theory and the ACLED data is very much at home for me as a quantitative IR professor. So that was really nice to hear both of those in the comments. So I'd like to now, drawing on some of these comments, ask if you, and this is open to everyone, what are some of the most successful diplomatic strategies you've seen employed in the Indo-Pacific, and how did multilateral platforms play a role in that?
Can I just jump in and turn
Of
it around a
course.
little bit?
Yeah.
Because given the fact that I spoke about 1999 with East Timor, a success, and I think that was an absolute success with the security resolution. But what we have is, when we're starting to look at the threats that are sitting in the Indo-Pacific right now with great power competition, if we are then going to rely on the legitimacy of a Security Council ruling, we've already seen that that doesn't work. And so the veto power that we have with the P5, that does create a dilemma for us. So how do we create the multilateral institution with the authorities to act and then hold people to account? When we're standing there, the largest organisation or multilateral organisation that we've got in the UN doesn't have the ability to do that. So we have to look to smaller multilateral institutions to put things like, so the sanctions, et cetera, that occurred with the Ukraine. So there are other options that we need to look at. But the highest power that we look to doesn't have the ability to actually achieve what we need to achieve with the threats that we are facing right now. So I throw out a challenge to whether that we actually do have the right mechanisms in place, and do we need to have something else? So answering the question with a question, sorry, mate.
I'd like to jump in on that. I think that's a really good point, because many of these are consensus-based, right? When we look at ASEAN, you look at Pacific Island Forum, you look at these organizations that are often they're effective, but they do not actually solve the issue, but they get towards that issue. And interestingly, I do want to comment also on your Timor-Leste, and because we all have something in common. When I was in uniform, also, that you talked 1999, 2018 is when we did the U.S. Timor-Leste bilateral defense dialogues, where we did the Baucau airfield, and finally, now it's refurbished. But it took 1999, 2018, it takes a while, it takes time. It's sort of like these multilateral institutions, it takes time. And to your point, Matt, on strategy, that I don't think we can all move forward unless there is a common strategy. From a military perspective, from a mill, there's a strategy, right? We build the Baucau airfield, but how does that fit into the larger economic, all the information, all of the diplomatic elements? So if you don't have a national strategy or an organizational strategy that brings it all together, I think that makes it very difficult. I do want to, you asked about examples, and I think about right now, everyone's looking at the forefront. I just wanted to throw on the table, since we're looking at Southeast Asia, Pacific, but also South Asia. An example of where, we say ASEAN is the example, but when you look at the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation that was designed to do what ASEAN is doing today, promoting regional cooperation on economic, social, and cultural spheres. But it really has been hampered by the India-Pakistan relationship and what we see right now in India and Pakistan. So you have to have multi-tiered approach really to conflict management. Just on May 10th, of course, the agreement, US-mediated agreement to ceasefire, but how long will that last, right? Many of the Gulf states are at another level, launching diplomatic relations, and also at the people-to-people level. At the APCSS, it was interesting, given all that was happening, that we have an Army fellow from India and an Army fellow from Pakistan sitting right now down the street. So we're going to have a discussion. And that's a very different level. It's not that they can impact it, but at multi-tiered diplomatic engagement is probably the most successful way to go, because, like you said, you can only achieve so much at this large level. And ASEAN in itself, consensus-based, but the smaller powers, even within the PIF as well, they're not going to have much voice sitting alone. They need these institutions to help them advance their voice so it can be amplified. So those are just some thoughts that I have, but I hand it over to you, Matt.
No, I think just keying off your point on multi-layered, I often use that analogy in many of the strategies or areas that we've worked on conflict, again, prevention, but also mostly conflict response around the world. From a diplomatic perspective, what do we do? At the core, it is about shaping the policy conversation and the strategy. And how do we do that? It's by doing that outreach and frankly, listening and doing that, those targeted engagements with a wide variety of stakeholders or audiences, hearing what they're saying, and bringing that back into the policy process to improve our strategies, policies, and plans. And from my perspective, where we have been most effective, it's by not just hoping for the perfect organization, single intervention, whatever it may be, but building out that multi-layered, multifaceted approach to be able to tackle the issues in lots of different ways. One of the successful, I would say successful initiatives that the U.S. has engaged on in this region in particular has been focusing on how do you move conflict response upstream. It's much cheaper. There's a whole bunch of World Bank data out there about this. It saves a whole lot of money for all countries involved if you move the interventions upstream. And so how do you do that? A lot of it is by improving knowledge, skills, and abilities related to conflict prevention tools. So a couple of years ago, the U.S. worked with Indonesia, with New Zealand, and there were over 13 countries that participated in a ASEAN Regional Forum tabletop exercise focused on conflict prevention and stabilization. And most of the work in the tabletop exercise was training on what are the various tools and mechanisms that are out there for conflict, early warnings procedures, confidence building measures. What is that, and what is the international kind of lessons related to confidence building measures, and how does that work? And then, of course, because I am a data guy, despite being a diplomat, what is the conflict data or conflict tools that you can use or employ for conflict early warning indicators around the world, but especially in this region? Now, that's a small example, and a lot more needs to be done to sustain that. But Indonesia, as one of the leaders of that particular tabletop exercise, certainly has utilized that experience in a variety of settings. And in a specific area where ASEAN, I wouldn't say ASEAN is not able to achieve consensus. I think in 2002, they, of course, yes, promote consensus-based decisions and promote dialogue through peaceful resolution and those kind of things. But they did establish the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea. Now, of course, the hardest part is to execute and enforce. But at least looking at some of these frameworks and establishing some of these frameworks provide a platform in order to have those difficult conversations down the road. So I think for the US perspective, our multilateral strategy will have to include, and does include, a lot of that outreach and engagement with a wide variety of audiences. Just speaking to political elites is not sufficient in order to ensure that we actually hear what are the grievances, what are the real drivers for a wide variety of conflicts. And of course, for the great power competition context, there's added challenges for all of us as we listen to signals, but also try to send the right signals and see what the reactions or the responses are to those. So don't necessarily have a one-size-fits-all solution, but I think that's the most important thing for this region going forward.
Thank you all. And moving from potential solutions to potential challenges, one of the institutions that can be invoked to resolve some of the ongoing conflicts is the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And yet, so a lot of the states who have disputes over maritime issues, and research has found that UNCLOS is actually very effective. However, the region faces some unique challenges. The South China Sea being one of the specific issues in which you have multiple claims and multiple disputes ongoing over the same area, and several countries with almost overlapping exclusive economic zones and ones that get really close to each other. And so and that's just an example, but what are the kind of unique challenges that this region faces that we need to be thinking about relative and not learning about or thinking about, other regions like Europe or others? Earlier this morning, it was mentioned that the security network in Asia is different from Europe in that it's a series of bilateral ties mostly with some regional organizations as opposed to one large multilateral organization, security organization like NATO. So I was wondering if you guys could comment on how some of these international institutions could play a role or may not play a role, and what is unique about those challenges in the region that we should be thinking about.
Maybe I'll kick.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Matt.
I'll kick it off briefly because I've touched on some of these points earlier. So I think this recognizing at the onset this duality of the region of sovereignty and non-interference and cooperation or neighborness, I think is something that will have to just be accepted as a fact. And ensuring again that we're avoiding any extrapolation of overt extrapolation of other regions and applying those experiences to this one. I think that there's resiliency factors that we can't ignore here, which include, yes, a lot of the bilateral ties, but also some economic linkages between many of the countries. And they recognize that. So even when you see border disputes or other instances of challenges, there are some good examples of the region solving those in many ways in their own. So one, just to harken back, is related to Cambodia and Thailand and their border dispute in 2008 to 2011. And in that specific case, ASEAN facilitated a dialogue, called for a ceasefire, appointed Indonesia as a mediator, and ultimately promoted negotiations related to that. And so being able to at least find some mechanism here to kind of off-ramp or to change the way that the conflict is being executed would be very important. And so for the U.S. perspective, because we do have a role in this region, we are a part of the Pacific in particular. Our key focus from the diplomatics perspective is making sure that we are engaged and that we're clearly explaining our actions. And I will say that, and be self-critical, I don't think that we've always done that, especially recently, and we need to do more of that. And especially, I think we'll talk a bit later about AUKUS in particular, but that's part of the reason why I've been so focused in the AUKUS space about outreach and doing various events. No matter who wants to meet, I'll sit down and meet in order to try to listen more than talk, but also obtain those viewpoints and clearly lay out what we are for and not allow some of the disinformation to take hold.
I'll jump in regards to UNCLOS. UNCLOS, I think, provides us a dilemma between legitimacy and trust. The United States has not ratified UNCLOS. It does not have a seat at the Disputes Tribunal. China has. The United States abides by the provisions in UNCLOS. China does not. Therefore, how do we trust that if the United States and other partners that have not ratified this, but yet abide by the provisions, how can they trust that those signatories, if they should ratify it, that everyone is going to abide by it? And then what is its ability to hold people to account? I think that does provide quite a significant dilemma, and it goes towards this, the trust that we have in these multilateral institutions, because they don't, on the whole, have any power to enforce. So, and what's the enforcement powers that we would like them to have? That starts becoming a very uncomfortable situation. That's when we start pushing towards confrontation as opposed to deterrence. And that's one of those wicked problems that we always talk about when we come into the theory side of things. I think the adherence to the provisions is an excellent way of going about doing business. We are maintaining that. But it is a tool that can be used against us to question the legitimacy of our actions. And when we push on China, they can easily turn around and say, "I'm sorry, you're not part of this." So that does create some issues for us, particularly what are those mechanisms that we can use to ensure that we maintain the international rules-based order. And I think UNCLOS is in a very uncomfortable situation right now.
I think, just as you said, UNCLOS, the United States has been champion in terms of United States military and following UNCLOS to the T, and you can have a signatory like China who doesn't follow it. And I think that's where allies and partners are so critical. Those who understand that the United States is leading in this area and that it is a complex region. We just had these talks at APCSS that were on OSD-led, Assistant Secretary level, both Foreign Affairs and Defense. And, it's of course non-attribution, but some general themes that came out of it were that for the smaller powers and middle powers, they felt like the complexity of the region, China's activities, I think that's what makes it very different, is China's Taiwan, how very important it is, the economic trade that's happening there, and the Belt Road Initiative of China, very aggressive in the region in South China Sea, very different than what you see in the rest of the world. And I think that is the main difference, and everyone having to balance that. They all felt that sense of having to balance, and they don't want to. They realize that the larger institutions give them a voice, but yet things get done. They would rather see a more minilateral, more bilateral, trilateral dialogues to get things done. And it doesn't have to be, you'd see this this network model that they usually show. It says United States here, and then you have all of these smaller circles. Well, this vision is that the United States is smaller, but that you have Japan, Philippines, going across the board, where the United States is great, they're partnering, but with our closest allies and partners, they are taking the initiative. And the more, if you listen to the Secretary's speech from APCSS, and you can find it on our website, and that wasn't just a push, but, and he talks about burden sharing, and these mini laterals that can happen independent of the United States with the same values and objectives helps to address some of the complexity and the vastness of this issue. You know, if you look at Indo-PACOM's area, I'm sure it was talked about earlier, Hollywood to Bollywood, polar bears, penguins, 36 nations, 14 time zones, complexities that there is no way that one nation can help to do this. We need our allies and partners to go shoulder to shoulder with us.
Thank you. I'm going to have one last question and then open it up to the audience. And it's sort of a looking ahead question. What gives you hope for the future of diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific despite these complex challenges?
Well, I'll probably put it towards the fact that where we currently are in the Indo-Pacific, across all the states all the nations that we work with, the relationships are strong. We have people operating alongside our partners diplomatically as well as militarily, and we are forming strong relationships. I'm heading to the Philippines again this week, going back to see people I already know, I already have strong relationships with. We understand their problem sets. And I think that goes to one of the really key things is that we're starting to understand how to interact within the Indo-Pacific. From a New Zealand perspective, I'll put it out, when we were in East Timor, it was very easy. It's a Pacific island. We could walk along and go, kia ora bro, and everything's really good because they have a similar culture. We understand their cultural challenges, and we had an affinity. Maybe not so much applicable when we were serving in Afghanistan. So the understanding of the needs of the people, that's across the Pacific and how we're operating now is improved wholeheartedly. All the interactions that I've had so far, seen people really leaning in on what are your gaps, what do you want to achieve? Those are the first questions that we're asking them. It's no longer, we want to do this in your location, we want to do this alongside you. It's, what do you want? What's your history? What's your background? What are your cultural requirements? The conversations are longer. If we go back to Bougainville, when we sold Bougainville took a long time to resolve. We had to go through multiple levels of dialogue to understand the history, the reasons why. Why did this happen? What was the way we needed to engage? Like, a lot of it is like you spend the first few days just talking and getting to know each other. That's a cultural requirement, and we've got a better understanding of that now. So as we build these relationships and we build this familiarity, I think that sets us up in a really good space to operate forward in our area of responsibility in the future and do it so successfully with an understanding of how to solve the security situations in those locations.
I'll go ahead and I think I'm very hopeful, just as you'd said, you know, in that dialogue as well, were the 16 nations that gathered in Waikiki here. But all of them recognize that we have a lot of the similar challenges and that we need to operationalize some things like information sharing. There was a willingness to do that. What are the next steps? We're admiring the problem a lot. We have a lot of these dialogues and forums where we talk about the issues. And there is this press and movement, and we saw that at the Honolulu Defense Forum with the Pacific Forum with Kim there, trying to get to solutions because we do sit and talk about the issues. So what are they? And I think there is, I could hear that in the voices there. So what can we do to create information centers, maritime domain awareness fusion centers to help solve those problems, create shared playbooks and best practices for responding to specific gray zone tactics like cable cutting, economic coercion, lawfare, disinformation, all these things that everybody said that they are faced with equally across the board. And some, of course, equally meaning everyone's receiving that pressure, but how they feel it is really unequal based on their ability to deal with it. Also, you know, building that partner capacity for cyber defense, Coast Guard capabilities. These are just some of the things that I wrote down that we got as feedback from these nations. And I think they all have this sense of urgency and want action now. And so now is the time, I think, the conditions are ripe to create real solutions. So I'm excited about that.
I'll just say, echo my colleagues, I'm very optimistic. You know, it's frequently said that, for 2 decades, much of my career at the State Department, we've been focused elsewhere in the world. And so it's not surprising to see that we need to reignite some of the networks, some of the connections, some of the memories, really, of some of the engagements that we've had in the past, as well as some of the positive actions that the region has had on their own. What gives me some optimism is, and you'll hear people say this all the time, but there's very serious bipartisan support for a lot of the activities in the Indo-Pacific. And for my small piece of the broader U.S. strategy on AUKUS, the second question that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, received in his hearing was about AUKUS, and he said it very clearly. AUKUS in particular is a model for consortium-like partnerships and burden sharing, and it is an example of how we're bolstering our deterrence capabilities through new military capabilities, but also ensuring that we have that diplomatic role as well in AUKUS. So what gives me also optimism and hope for our approach is that I'm not seeing the trend lines that our adversaries' disinformation is taking hold. On the contrary, I think that there's a thirst for more engagement from others, including the United States, to provide a counter narrative, or at least to fact check much of that disinformation. And so for the U.S. side, one incredible report that's been out for a while, but it is updated annually, is on the PRC's aggressive military buildup that the Pentagon puts out. And there's great data. Just put it in, some AI algorithm. You can get a summary report on it. But great data in there on the kind of aggressive and irresponsible things that the Chinese military is doing right now. So I think from my perspective, I'm very optimistic, and I hope that through some of our increased engagement and willingness to have tough conversations in this region, we'll actually continue to alter not just the calculus of some of our friends, but also some of our adversaries going forward. So they march away from war and conflict and towards conversation and diplomacy.
All right, thank you so much. Let's turn it over to audience for Q&A, and if you could raise your hand and introduce yourself. Ask a question. Got one right there. Microphone's coming to you.
Hi, Shirley Khan. Spent many years working for Congress on Capitol Hill. Welcome glad to see you from Washington. So you talk a lot about, deterrence. We're talking about that conflict and et cetera. At the same time, however, USAID is going away. Your former bureau, Conflict and Stabilization Operations, will be gone within 2 months. There are cuts in lots of places. Some of them are, I'm sure, justified. At the same time, what can you tell us about what the State Department is going to do, not only in AUKUS, but in the competition that we talk about against China, and specifically situations in East China Sea, South China Sea, Western Pacific, and the Taiwan Strait. But there's a lot, but I don't mean for you to get into all the details. But it's nice to talk about these things, but the reality is CSO is going to go away, USAID is gone, so what would be the way forward? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent and tough question, and I'm not afraid of tough questions. Look, I don't manage the reorganization effort for the State Department. What I can say is that there's a lot of thought being put into the reorganization effort right now, and there's certainly some good reasons for various entities to be streamlined or things like that. What I would say is that from having led the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations of the State Department, the mandate from the origin of CSO was very different than it is today. The State Department of 20 years ago, it was very different than it is today. And so I think having a relook, whether or not, without putting sort of a judgment on this administration's potential decision-making, but having a good look at whether certain organizations or entities, is that necessarily the right approach to take anymore? I don't think that that's a bad thing. Where I think what we will have to look at is from the strategy, and I think it's only month 4 for this administration, but looking at what is the strategy, what's the end state, what's the approach, and what is the variety of tools that we may need, or we may need others to step up with, especially in this region, to try to further change the calculus of our adversary in the region. And so I won't prejudge any of those decisions. That's up to the administration. But I would suggest that there's a lot of good things that have been done that, who knows, may come back in various places. It may not look exactly the same. It may not be the same exact organization that does those things, but I think there's probably some good lessons to be learned from the past there. What I'm specifically focused on are when we talk about deterrence, we throw that around, that word, all the time. What is deterrence and how do you measure it? For me, deterrence has to be credible. And so we need to ensure that we're looking at, again, those trend lines, that data, and what's working and what's not. And so from my perspective, as I contribute to the policy conversation in Washington, I'm often focused on that. What capabilities are we bringing to the table? What signals are we hearing? And what data are we leveraging in order to see, are we having measurable impact? And I suspect that for this administration in particular, they'll be listening to what's the impact? How do we know the value proposition is right for the type of things that we've done, whether that's in the past or currently or in the future?
Can I add to that? Secretary Hegseth, when he gave his speech at APCSS, said, America first doesn't mean America alone. It means we invest in our allies and partners so that we can stand up and rise up together. Asking our allies and partners to invest, high-end allies and partners who can do more in the region and working together. And I think one thing different between the United States and other authoritarian regimes is that they can come in with a big country stamp. All of our economic drivers, if you go throughout the Pacific and you look at the University of Hawaii or even University of Rhode Island, Stanford University, all in the Pacific, but we don't get credit for that. One of the initiatives that we were doing when I was still at East West Center was looking at the University of Hawaii and other Pacific Disaster Center to look and map out all U.S. investments that are not USAID and everything else. It's quite substantial, ASU even, in the Pacific. So, but yet, the United States doesn't get credit for that, but yet it's pretty significant. And I think, I listened to something you gave, Shirley, was about the economic investment of the United States in ASEAN. I remember I sat in a panel when you were here, and you listed off those numbers, but we don't hear that in the information space enough about how much money the United States puts in the region and how many jobs are created, and that we don't get credit for because they're independent companies or that are all throughout the region. And that's the difference, and that's the challenge in the information space, I believe.
Thank you for that, Susie. That is actually one of the kind of cornerstones of S&D Plus, and part of its goals is this notion of brain power from academia, industry, and statecraft kind of all coming together and recognizing that these components are all part of kind of an integrated effort to promote security. I think we are actually out of time. I think we've actually gone a little over. Right now, we've got a networking break until 2 p.m. When my colleague Ryan Shaw will take over the next panel. Thank you all.
Okay. Yeah, great.
All right, aloha, friends. I love it when a plan comes together, and I have to say that if I got to just wave a magic wand and put together my dream team for a panel on emerging threats in the Indo-Pacific, I don't think I would do any different than what we've got right here. In fact, the only thing I might change about this panel is instead of 45 minutes, maybe we'd have like 4.5 hours, but that would cut into happy hour and dinner, so we probably won't. But in the interest of time, we will, I think, skip introductions. All of our bios are in your program, and I'll encourage you to take a look, if you haven't already, at the depth of expertise that we have here. And our photos are going to be up on the slides at some point here, but we won't worry about that. I'm Ryan. We'll do that for introductions. Okay, and so to kick off the first question, while we won't go into the depth of all of the bios and intros, we will sort of frame the various expertise that we have here. And I don't want to pigeonhole anybody because we're all broad-minded thinkers with wide-ranging expertise. But for the sake of this first question, let's just say we have an intelligence officer, a senior intel leader from the land domain and the human domain perspective. Our other practitioner is a maritime officer, senior leader in Pacific Fleet. We have Dave Kilcullen, who is expert in irregular warfare, special operations, strategic competition, that type of thing. And Corey representing the realm of national policy and strategy, grand strategy, and geopolitics. Is that fair enough? Again, don't want to pigeonhole anybody, but that's the frame we'll bring to this first question, and it is this. So we have an astute audience here today. Even so, 5 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, we'd have to spend some time making the case about the challenge in the Indo-Pacific that's posed by China's rapid militarization or upgrade of their military capability, their expansive diplomacy, the Belt and Road Initiative, their aggressive actions in the South China Sea, stated intent for forced reunification, and on and on. But let's just assume that everybody's got the grand narrative at this point. So let's talk in the more immediate sense. 112 days might be overly precise, but let's say, what is the most surprising development in your mind in recent weeks, months, that you think is, again, surprising or perhaps underappreciated by general audiences? And we'll just start here and go down the line.
Oh, terrific. First in the chute. So I think the most surprising thing to me in this last 12 months, if we were to bound it even a little further out, is really the operational reach of the People's Liberation Army. And I say that in the context of that 5-year, 10-year investment in expanding the mass and magazine depth of the forces in the land domain. But that operational reach, as evidenced by the PLA Navy's circumnavigation of Australia just a few months ago, coupled with a live fire exercise in between Australia and New Zealand, the combined air and maritime patrols that the PLA has executed with Russia into the Arctic, incurring on both the aegis of Japan and the United States of America, as well as trips through the Indian Ocean to Africa to conduct exercises there. So that operational reach, paired with this mass and magazine depth that's being built in the land domain, that is increasingly year over year being trained in exercises that have expanded in scale and in scope and in complexity, is an indicator to me that not only is this army being built, certainly not for peaceful purposes or domestic stabilization purposes, but to put that army in motion throughout the region and to enforce some of the illegitimate gains that the PLA and that China is exhibiting in their lawfare campaign throughout the region. So it's really those two things converging that's been surprising to me.
Great. Dave?
So I don't think necessarily surprising, but I think perhaps underappreciated outside this room. One is that we've seen a significant shift, I think, in Chinese thinking from a much longer-term approach until a few years ago to what I would characterize as short-term regime preservation behavior rather than long-term national interest behavior. And you can see this in the massive purge that's ongoing now in the PLA after Admiral Mei Hua was purged about 6 months ago. We're up to about 1,500 people right now, Kara. And that's Stalin level purging of the Chinese officer corps, right? And you might say, what is going on? And combined with a pattern of behavior that's shifted from training to rehearsing, I think it shows a force that's potentially trying to clear the decks to get ready for something, but is also dealing with some significant internal challenges. The second thing I'd flag, and again, it's not surprising, but it's worth noting, is that, and I'll be slightly provocative here, Admiral, in the last 18 months, we've seen 2 actors without a navy defeat 2 major naval forces, the Ukrainians in the northern Black Sea and the Houthis in the Red Sea. And you can quibble on the definition of defeat. But what we've seen, I think, is an opportunity for how we might like to operate against the PLAN in our region, where you see small dispersed teams with a combination of human-machine teaming, cooperative engagement capability, distributed ISR, forcing a naval force to either stand off well from its preferred station in the form of the Russians in the northern Black Sea, or survive but fail to protect the merchant shipping it was supposed to protect in the form of the Red Sea. And I think if we look at that, the lessons that a lot of people in, say, the New York Times are drawing from those events are not what we should be drawing as practitioners. We should be saying, the Houthis and the Ukrainians are showing us the way here to impose the kind of cost and delay and disruption on a Chinese force that might actually push on that weakness that I just identified in terms of what's going on inside the PLA. So feel free to shoot me down there.
No, I won't shoot you down. What I will say is, I think to answer your question, the most surprising is probably the wrong word. The most noteworthy piece of this is their ability just to so overtly step out against international law. If you go back 5 or 6 years, there's a little concern about that. I don't think that's there as much as it used to be. They absolutely challenge our allies and partners, almost with impunity, right? And I think there was a little bit of a reverence before towards our allies and partners. They seem to be walking away from that. Now, I'll tell you that the other piece that is interesting to me is their growth in asymmetry. And what I mean by that is their strength in the cyber domain. They're challenging in areas like undersea cables. I think there's a little bit of concern there. And I think one of the last things is their growth in quantum is something that I think is noteworthy, as that starts challenging our encryption means, our encryption capabilities, and all of that falls, I guess my big point here is outside of just the military spectrum. So a cyber attack or a cyber challenge is something that has an impact not only in logistics and C2 and all those principles of war that we look at, but also falls into the civilian sector, and it's hard to measure and quantify the impact there. That to me has been the most noteworthy. I will tell you though that to your point about them coming through a purge as they're preparing for something, I think that's something to pay attention to. I do think that they pay attention to us. A lot of the things that we do have a real impact on them. And so I'm not a postmodernist that tells you that this is going to end. I can tell you I think we can challenge them, and I'm pretty convinced that we can. I guess the last thing I would say when you talk about the European theater and what we learned, there's a lot that we can learn there. I will say this, one side you have 12 time zones of support, on the other side you got, I think it's 32 NATO countries. So the problem is a little bit different. And whereas I spend a lot of my day learning from that, I certainly recognize that there's a value to the conventional strength that we have, that they understand there's a risk to them and what they choose to do, and there's certainly value to learn from what we've recently learned in Ukraine and all those other theaters. Corey.
So I think all three of those are really smart perspectives. In order not just to repeat what's already been said, I would say the biggest surprise of the last 112 days, which since you're going to pitch it slow and over the middle of the plate by giving me the Trump administration's term in office, I will say, I think you have to go back to the Ming Dynasty to find a dominant power that has ever done this much self-inflicted harm this fast to the sources of its own power. Whether that is alienating allies, restricting market access, calling into question the safe haven of the dollar. I could go on and on. I actually think that's the most surprising story. That is the amount of damage the United States government is doing to American security and prosperity in the international order. The most underreported story, though, I think, is that the nuclear balance of terror appears to hold between India and Pakistan, despite extraordinary provocation and a very fast timeline in which they were responding to each other. I think that's actually a pretty interesting piece of IR theory that just got tested in real time and came through.
So many follow-ups to those 4 very insightful and provocative opening statements. So I'll start with just this one. So I asked a question about the region, and with the final exception of Corey's nod to India and Pakistan at the tail end there, nobody talked about anything other than the PRC. Would anyone like to add an addendum, or should we just take that for what it's worth and move on?
No, I will. I mean, I think Philippines is a great example. Australia is a great example. We have regional partners that we're very close to that are having to adapt from 20 years, as we are, of countering non-state armed groups. And in some cases, you can look at an orientation south in the Philippines that's now shifting north. You can look at problems that have been focused on weak states and non-state actors that we're having to adapt. But these things don't go away. They're still there, right? So we have to handle all these things, not only because they're real problems that need to be addressed, but also because a major state adversary can work through non-state threats as a way of giving us a bandwidth challenge to overwhelm us, right? So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we'll have follow-ups to that one too, but first I want to follow up on what you said in your opener, which is kind of a continuation of a conversation that I tried to prevent kicking off between Corey and Dave during one of our breaks, and that's about what you mentioned about the regime timeline versus the national timeline, and this will feed into a later question for our uniformed friends about Army transformation and our responses here. So, as we talk about the preparations underway rapidly to be prepared for their announced capability to effect a cross-strait invasion. If you're putting yourself in Xi's shoes, does this accelerate your preparations and perhaps your execution of that, or do we have all the time in the world? So we'll go to Dave first.
Yeah, so I would love to debate Corey at dawn with pistols about the Trump administration. I don't think we should do that because we have 2 uniformed colleagues on the panel. I want everyone to be able to participate. But let's imagine a dynamic where you've got a purge on the Chinese side and MAGA, and you can mean that, ironically or not, on the American side. It's quite feasible that a Chinese planner looks at that and says, to your point, the US is doing a lot of damage to its alliance relationships right now. It's going through a reasonably serious period of disruption, economically and militarily, probably unprecedented in the last 40 years or so, in terms of the amount of turmoil that's going on. We, China, have a limited window of opportunity to get stuff done before they either successfully make America great again or we lose this opportunity. So we need to move the timeline up, and we need to start doing things now that we might otherwise not have been thinking about until 2027. And I don't think that the first move is actually a conventional cross-strait invasion. Their capability that bothers me the most is the new work they're doing on AI-enabled cognitive domain warfare. And I think we see that. We see special operations. We see a variety of grey zone activities ramping up, specifically to play into this political dynamic that we're seeing in the US. So I'm slightly teasing because I don't disagree with you on the Trump situation, but the question is how do they see it in Zhongnanhai, not how do they see it here? Yeah.
No, I think that I very much hope you're right, because it would be really good for our country if the end result of the turmoil we're experiencing is strengthening. And, I think there's at least a 3 in 10 chance that's actually true, because what people who focus on U.S. declinism as the future miss is just the frequency with which the risk tolerance of American society does become regenerative. But it does seem to me that the 7 in 10 probability is that the current turmoil and the mistakes that we are making on the policy front are likelier to reinforce the existing Chinese frame of reference that the US and the West are in terminal decline, and therefore they have all the time in the world. But what I think does strengthen Dave's argument is that it's a genuine mystery to me why the Chinese are moving as aggressively as they are. why they aren't just letting, I mean, if their theory of the case is the US and the West are in terminal decline, why get in the way of that?
Yeah.
But instead, they are activating the antibodies against their continued success with the choices that they're making.
I'll be real quick because I want other people to talk, but I think one possible explanation, I don't know the answer, but I think one possible explanation is that we're not actually seeing strategy in service of Chinese national interests. We're seeing short-termism in service of Xi Jinping's personal interests and his factional interests vis-a-vis other people in the Chinese structure. In other words, they've gone from a long-term strategic plan for how to outlast the West, sort of Deng Xiaoping, 24 character tactics, right, to something that's much more short-term, much more opportunistic, and it doesn't have much to do with the long-term national objectives of the PRC. It's more about the survivability and, frankly, the personal legacy of Xi Jinping. Carol, I bet you have an opinion on that, right?
I definitely think that the regime has extreme interest in protecting itself, and they're not the only ones that are feeling threatened by domestic unrest in many different forms, as we are facing in our own country with certain trends that are pulling in many different directions. And so what my responsibility is to create the strongest military instrument that I can, which is really done through the land power network. And that's what, to some of the conversation and your point, sir, about the counterterror and the insurgency threat remains, that while I certainly, as the senior intelligence officer for U.S. Army Pacific, am very focused on understanding the actions and intentions of the PLA, I have commanders that are campaigning through the remainder, the other 35 nations in their region, and understanding, as the previous panel mentioned, what their culture holds dear, what circumstances their economies, their constituencies are dealing with are important for my commanders to understand as they go in. And the consistency throughout all of this is our ability in the land domain, army to army, to continue to have persistent talks and to build that interoperability that will hopefully serve as the deterrent to any upheaval in the region.
Yeah, I mean, what I would add is I once had a mentor tell me that there's no retirement plan for a CCP chairman. And so you have to think about that. I will say our number one job is to deter, and that's not just deter until 2027, but to deter beyond.
Yeah.
And so, we have to build a future hybrid fleet, army, or whatever that may be, because I don't see a world, I could be wrong, where China stops being an adversary in 2027. I think that continues. So we have to be ready across all of it. Yeah. Again, we're completely apolitical officers, but I'll tell you, our number one focus is to make sure that we can deter now all the way through until we're retired or the next generation takes over. So whatever is happening today or not happening today, our laser focus is deterring in 2025 and beyond. And that's what we're building.
So that's a great segue to my next question. We've been talking about timelines, and so much of the dialogue now is about that timeline. Is it 2027? They're going to try to go before 2027. Do we have 18 months or 3 years or 5 years, 7 years? One of the things that concerns me, and I know others, is that we can deter past any of those dates, and it's 15 years down the road. We've not had a large-scale, great power conflict. There's been no cross-strait invasion. But we would nevertheless, once we finish patting ourselves on the back here, look around and find a strategic world situation very different than the one that we're used to, where our freedom of maneuver is eroded, our alliances are in shambles, our leadership in the international system, is not what it once was, and to borrow a phrase, then perhaps they would have won without fighting, and maybe we realize we didn't deter anything, but that was kind of the plan all along. So my question, and I'll start with Carol, is do you find that our focus on, and this is a tension that was raised in our introductory comments here, right? These tensions that we have to balance. We're so focused on deterrence and preparing to win in large-scale combat operations. Is that in tension with, or to what extent is that in tension with, our ability to effectively compete day to day and prevent that outcome that I described?
I don't think it's in tension anymore. I think that especially with the advent of the Army Transformation Initiative and many other decisions that have or will potentially be made, is this embrace of competition, and which is a fundamentally different approach to warfare that has been a stretch for our Army in times past. And I think it's that exact point, sir, of it's not just about creating a force that's ready now, but creating a force that's ready, period. And this competition is less about geography and more about time. It is being ready over a consistent, being able to deliver that readiness throughout and I do want to push back slightly on the fact that there's a lot of shade being thrown at the fact that our alliances are in shambles, but But this is the Pacific, and having a position of clarity to negotiate from is something that our partners and allies do appreciate, and I feel like that has been seen. And having come, just from a land force dialogue earlier today, where there's a group of people who are continuing to have these conversations, and I certainly would not speak for all of, the elements of power, diplomats, and policy, but on the military side, it is the most transparent conversations that I have certainly had with my partners and allies. It is the most interested in not only information exchange, but in true interoperability that allows that information to be acted upon by our commanders throughout the force, which is just tangibly different than it has been over my past service here in the region.
If I could jump in with one thing, I will push back stronger about alliances in shambles, because I will tell you one thing Xi Jinping is very good at is helping us make our alliances. I mean, I would have never thought 10 years ago that the Republic of Korea and the Japanese would be building a trilateral agreement, and that is a lot of diplomacy went on all sides of the aisle on that. But I would send a little bit of something to Xi Jinping.
So I'd like to clarify that. I didn't say they are. I said we should avoid a hypothetical situation in which they could be. But yeah, it's certainly not my experience that they are at all. But any further responses?
No, I think what she said is a good point. It's we can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can be ready. We can start thinking and planning for if it's a large-scale conflict in 18 months, but we can also be ready to deter in case China uses Sun Tzu and tries to get to a different state in international law that suits them, if that was their plan all along. We are able to do both at Indo-PACOM, in the Joint Force, and in all the services.
Please, as our irregular warfare expert.
Well, no, I would just say I think to reinforce something Carol said, I came a few weeks ago from a regional intelligence exchange with all the ASEAN players, and a lot of middle powers that border the South China Sea are quietly solving a lot of their bilateral disputes right now, precisely because they want to be ready for a potentially less stable environment. I wanted to pick up something that Sophia Gaston said in a panel before lunch about how, I'm paraphrasing Sophia, so correct me if you think it's wrong, but how greater resilience against the PRC could be an outcome of a relationship rather than the way into the relationship, right? So you might be partnering on, like Australia does, on removing explosive remnants of war in the South Pacific, or on a non-state threat, or on some illegal fishing or something else. But if the outcome then is a more resilient relationship that can then be directed against the external threat, well, you achieve that even if you don't force your partner to verbalize, hey, we're doing this for reasons of China. Is that a fair? Right, yep. The other thing I would say is, and I promise this is not a plug for the Plus Alliance, but ASU has the Competitive Statecraft Project. UNSW has a competitive statecraft program that's about to be potentially integrated. And I think King's College has the British Statecraft program. The way that I would like to think about this is less about military deterrence alone and more about competitive statecraft writ large, right? And I think the irregular warfare piece is the military contribution to a broader competitive statecraft approach. The Russians have what they call cross-domain coercion. The Chinese have unrestricted warfare. If we're going up against those broad brush capabilities with just a military instrument of national power, it's not going to work.
So this is where I wanted to turn to Corey for a response, because if we play off your first opening and somewhat provocative comment, our strategic competition, competitive statecraft, is about more than just the military instrument. It's about their integration. Tough to say that certain elements of our national power have not been eroded with the, practical disillusion of USAID, among other things. So if we talk about soft power and those others, how worried are you about our inability to affect the integration between all the instruments of national power that would ensure the dominance in the competition space?
So a whole bunch of people across today have earnestly, ardently appealed for great strategy and integration of power. And I wish I lived in that country and paid taxes to that government, but I do not. And it's not a Trump administration phenomenon. Right. I mean, we're not good at, strategic communications, whole of government effort. We're just not. And so you can craft strategy one of two ways. You can either try and force against the grain of political culture, in which case you are not going to be successful, although it's going to be expensive. Or you can try and play to your actual strengths. And our actual strengths aren't the government defining American soft power, it's the Walt Disney Company, it's the Gates Foundation, it's the messy diversity and activism of American religious communities and businesses. That's what we're actually really good at. And the more we stay out of the way of that succeeding, the better off we're going to be.
I love it. Okay. With that very fine plug for soft power, let's turn back to military. We've heard a lot today, and we certainly hear a lot in recent weeks about the Army Transformation Initiative, transformation in contact, et cetera. Can you, again, as an intel officer, not as the driver of Army transformation, but can you help us understand how those initiatives are a response to the emerging threats in the region? And then we'll have the same question from the maritime domain as well, and one for Corey as well.
Yeah, I will tell a short story, and there are some of my teammates here, and so they can attest to the fact that I work at Fort Chapter, just a few ridgelines away, and up on my walls are any number of maps to help me visualize the diverse terrain of this great region, and not much else, a bunch of stacks of file folders and copy paper. But I do have 3 personal items. One is a dopa, which is a traditional Uyghur headgear that was given to me by a soldier that serves within our theater intelligence brigade. The second is a Hawaii overprint note, which is just a regular $20 bill, but back in the 40s, it was overprinted with the word Hawaii to ensure that if this island fell to the Japanese, that the currency would be unusable. And the third is a tiny piece of red tape that was used to bind the records of soldiers that served in the Civil War were stored in the War Department. And for me, those 3 things signal, 1, what it is that we're fighting for, 2, that the, I've lost my train of thought.
We're hanging on your every word here.
What we're fighting for, the fact that we have come very close in the past to losing it, and 3, the fact that red tape can be broken, it can be cut. And I think that is exactly what the Army has shown us here with the Army Transformation Initiative. That's where it comes from, is this reality that we can and we must evolve with the threats and with the behaviors and with the experiences that are happening globally. We can't just ignore that the world has changed and the conditions have changed around us. And so it's about being certainly leaner and more lethal, but it is more about embracing a culture of innovation down and into the ranks. It's about experimenting with new equipment, not just materiel, but processes, artificial intelligence, all of those things. And then as rapidly as possible, resourcing those successes to field them to soldiers so that they can continue to serve, that they can uplift partners and allies who need and face the same problems, and so that those formations are successful anywhere in the globe that we drop them. It's testing them in the conditions they're going to fight in, it's testing them in the climates they're going to fight in order to be sure that they're going to be successful and deliver the kind of defense results that our nation demands.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'll say 2 things, 2 points about your how are we getting after what the future looks like, and how do we keep evolving our military and maritime force. Certainly the maritime force is looking at a hybrid future, where we only man or crew what we have to crew, and what is effective outside of that. A lot of innovation there. I mean, it's one of our strengths is building innovation. But one of the things that we cannot forget is the first principle of war is mass. And we can't turn away from building credible combat power of ships, Army units, Marine Corps units, and those key things that lead to strength and lead to deterrence, right? It's so easy to fall victim to the idea that, well, I've innovated this new widget and I funded it, and walk away from things that we need today, things we need it all, to be honest with you. And there's no question that we should look into the future, but I think that we can't forget to look back at the principle of mass that's essential to everything that we do, and it is very deterrent. And so I would just offer those 2 points in terms of how the maritime force is getting ready for it.
All right. Well, I'll hold my own follow-ups because I know Corey's got one.
Yeah, I agree with that very much, that to the extent there is an American military strategy, it's innovation and overwhelming things with resources, right? We don't always have it right, but we can overwhelm it with resources. And we are not overwhelming this problem with resources. and innovation alone can't substitute for that. China has 230 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States. That is the sound of failure. The budget that President Trump just submitted actually represents a $39 billion cut to the top line for defense that President Biden's final budget, which was itself inadequate to the need, represents. Elaine McCusker's done the arithmetic on that. Again, that's not the sound of success, and we need to be a lot more serious about all the things we need to be putting into the force if we actually want to deter Chinese aggression.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to express the same thing slightly more tactically. Anywhere west of Guam or north of New Guinea, you're in the DF-21 or DF-26 weapon engagement zone. And the Chinese produce a DF-21 missile on average every 10 days. It took us, 13 years to build the Ford, right? So we're not going to be risking very large deck, big platforms into that WES without lots of prep and lots of assets forward to defray that threat. And so it may very well be mass, right, but not physical concentration, rather the ability to mass force through a combination of different techniques. And I think that's where a lot of the innovation effort is going right now, and it's where it needs to be. The other thing I would say is that one way you achieve that mass overmatch against an adversary who can outbuild you is by giving them a bandwidth challenge and making them focus elsewhere and divert resources in a different direction. If you sit in Honolulu or San Francisco or Darwin, you think about China as a Pacific power. But if you sit in Beijing, you realize that it's a Himalayan power and a Eurasian power and a near Arctic power, right, and a South Asian power. And if you look at what just happened with India and Pakistan, one of the big factors, or the X factors for India, was whether China would intervene on the side of the Pakistanis. And some of the movement that happened in Arunachal Pradesh in northeastern India last week potentially may have changed the outcome of what just happened. So flipping that around, one way to give the Chinese a bandwidth challenge is to hold at risk things that they need to defend in other places: Afghanistan, Iran, the Red Sea, southern Russia, a bunch of places that are not in the Pacific. So even though it is Indo-PACOM, and even though the flashpoints will probably be in the Pacific, the pressure points that we might want to push back on might be elsewhere. And we need to think about that, I think, more broadly.
Nice point, Dave.
Nice point, Dave. Okay, I really want to ask a question about technology, but I think I'd better preserve some time for audience questions. And so we'll move towards a wrap-up. Unless we want to do a quick vote and go for my original 4.5-hour plan. Anybody? Okay. All right. So here's my closing question, then we'll turn it over to the audience. And I know they'll have a bunch as well. We'll just go down the line again in reverse order so as not to put Carol on the spot. But you will have the final word. If you could uproot and replace one of the traditional assumptions that we bring to the threat picture in this region, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. I think the traditional assumption that I would challenge is that we are the dominant military in the region. I think that's it. The frequency with which we say it suggests institutional dry rot, and we ought actually, I think every good strategist is a desperate paranoiac, and if you're not worried that a trapdoor is about to open underneath you and you're going to fall into the sewer, you're not a good strategist. And so every time I hear the reassurance that we're the dominant power and the dominant military in the region, I get nervous that we're not paranoid enough about what we're not doing right.
Yeah. So it may in fact still be true, but it's not something that we should just assume is a valid assumption that persists indefinitely. Yeah, very good.
So this is not me just trying to reciprocate what you said. I actually thought about this beforehand. I think it's the concept that the Chinese are infallible. Right. I think it's that concept. There's a vestigial mindset every time we have our adversaries in our past, is that they're, you think about Nazi Germany, they're unstoppable, and there really were some gaps in the way that they ran across Europe. I think that mindset removes the postmodernism that I see too much and gets us to a point where we're not arrogant, where we think we're the most powerful, but we also know that we can get there.
They're not 10 feet tall. That's a great point. Okay, Dave.
I'm going to build on the same point, actually, and we didn't coordinate ahead of time, but it does line up. And it's the notion that the Chinese are not casualty averse. The last time the three countries represented here, UK, US, and Australia, we all fought China directly in the 1950s, and our image of the Chinese is often the human wave attack. Chinese military today is the largest military in history to be composed of a majority of only children because of the one-child policy. It is a modelable question. How many Chinese soldiers do we have to kill to get them to back off? And I suggest the number is probably a lot lower than we think it is. Because once you start to, remembering that the PLA is the army of the Chinese Communist Party, not the army of the Chinese state, its goal is to protect the regime. Once you get enough people killed, enough people's only children killed, you're going to start to have a really significant internal security problem that threatens the regime. So it may in fact be as simple as, how do we do enough damage early enough in an engagement that it causes them to back off because they're not able to commit to the level of casualties that would otherwise be required. I think that's the tell behind a lot of the Chinese investment in AI, intelligentized warfare, UAVs, UASs, all that stuff. It's that they're worried about human losses. And I think that's a exploitable vulnerability.
It'd be really great if the answer to that question was 0, but that brings us back to the deterrence theory that's taken up so much of our day. Okay, for the final answer.
Well, as a representative of the United States Army of the Pacific, I think in a school or a member of the Charlie Flynn School of Thought, I think I have to point out that this theater continues on the U.S. side to be viewed as an air and maritime theater. But to bring together two of the points that have already been made, one, is all of this investment in the region and in modernization accelerating this timeline towards a potential crisis or conflict? And then two, what can be done about that? And I think part of it is, to your point, the Chinese are logical people. Their decision makers are making decisions based off some sort of calculus. And one way that we have seen proven time and time again, especially over the last 24 to 36 months, is that an investment in land capabilities is forcing a recalculation and not just a return to one step back, but a pure etch-a-sketch of the strategy and a return to those base assumptions, forcing them to work back through and pushing those potential timelines further out. And so it is that ability to be not only geographically have a position of advantage and just feet on the ground interacting with partners and allies, but that is also some of the cultural exchange that happens as soldiers speak to one another, and that diversity of experience and lifestyle begins to transition and open doors to conversation that permeates societies more broadly. So I do think this idea that land power is important is something I would love everyone from here to take away with you.
I had a feeling that my Army sister might make a plug for land power in the human domain. Okay, let's open it up to the audience and hopefully keep it going all night. Yes, sir, back there.
And I'm the Deputy Chief of the British Army. I've unfortunately only just arrived, so you may well have already had this discussion. But we hear a lot about Chinese ability to innovate in a technical sense and adapt. I just wonder whether, and it's not a discussion we've had much of, whether they can match that ability to field those capabilities and change tactics, techniques, procedures, operational flexibility in a way that we're sort of seeing in Ukraine. Do you have a sort of view on are they able to adapt and field that kind of technology? It's all well and good having it, but can you actually use it in a different way?
Anybody?
You might be the one to start, Carol.
Go.
Unless you want me to.
Go.
So I'm going to hopefully take some things Carol can't say in an unclassed environment. We've seen a massive increase in both the scale, as in the volume, and the quality of Chinese technical research on some of these military capabilities in the last 5 to 10 years, like exponential increase. So you're right, I think, in your implication that they are getting better at, if you like, intellectualizing innovation and coming up with high quality ideas of what to do. We have not, in my view, seen the same, seen a matching capability to implement. And I think what that comes down to is we're talking about a military that really the last time they were in a major fight was the late 1970s. And as we said at the beginning, they're going through a leadership purge. They've got some serious corruption problems. and they're saddled with an administration that cannot admit error and has systematically gotten rid of all the other factions, which is great for Xi Jinping in the short term. In the long term, it means anything that goes wrong is his fault. There was a very revealing editorial in the Chinese Army Daily about a month ago, regretting moving away from the collective decision-making model, right? That's about as close as you get to, cutting off your own head in the PLA. So something's going on, right? So I suspect they are going to be slower to innovate and slower to implement than they have been to improve their thinking.
If I could add two things to that, I would say there are two things that really, I'll say it in a positive way, that really support our ability to innovate and implement things. One is our non-commissioned officers. We have a professional military, this is across all services, that has very good non-commissioned officers that really take that innovation and put the troop to task. TTPs, everything you talked about. The other piece of this, and I've sat in on meetings, is that we're allowed to think at the command level, even sometimes below, and not have to check back with Washington, D.C. As a flag officer in the U.S. Navy, I call Washington, D.C., I say this jokingly, as least as possible, but it's probably, once, probably a day or so. But down at the command level, it's probably once every 6 months if you even talk to DC. So my point is, we're able to push down that decision-making to a very low level, which I think is something that the Chinese will have to overcome to get to a much better level.
Mm-hmm. Just one thing I would offer, sir, is that all of these facts are true, but the one thing as well that the Chinese don't do that we can see is train to failure. That fear persists at every echelon, everywhere. So in addition to a conscript force that is under or not educated, it is this ability to fail to train that system to the point that it would break and you could truly evolve, as opposed to just an imposed concept or an idea that's coming from the outside.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, mic's on the way, Dr. Howard.
Thank you very much. This is directed at Corey, but this has been a great panel. I really appreciate it. So we lost Dr. Joe Nye, speaking of soft power, just a couple of days ago. 88 years old, spirit of bipartisanship, coined the idea of soft power, and probably a friend and mentor for some people in this room. So I think it's very appropriate that you mention the importance of soft power now, encapsulated in terms of innovation, is done by and evidenced by the companies that you laid out. Walt Disney just announced they're going to be going to Abu Dhabi, so I really appreciate the point. My question has to do with China, though, and soft power. As China under Xi has closed up a bit, and I was there maybe a year and a half ago, and Ambassador Burns has closed up more and more. And you've seen, for example, Google in China, but not act like the Google we know. You've seen Disney in China, but not act like in Marvel, but not act like the Disney Marvel we know, because they changed the character because the markets are so big, so it doesn't seem like Uncle Sam and Red, White, and Blue or Green and Money and Capitalism. It seems like a truncated version of it. And as I was talking to my friend Brian about sports as soft power, even the NBA, you saw some walking back of comments by general managers, and I think even LeBron James is at war. And by the way, Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player, not LeBron James. If you leave with anything from this whole conversation, Michael Jordan is better than LeBron James.
I agree with the Chinese on that, just so you know.
But in all seriousness, is soft power and innovation as you defined it, and I know probably jumping a bit, as effective or efficacious as you define if America doesn't bring, its American values into that, specifically in the Chinese theater?
That is such an easy question to answer, which is, of course, soft power loses its patina, its glitter, if we don't bring the values that have actually not just made us successful, but made American dominance in the international order cost-effective for Americans. What soft power does is drive down the cost of everything you're trying to do in the world, because people will give you the benefit of the doubt, right? It's threatening to the right kind of villain, and it shows. I think there's a passage in the novel The Ugly American that I love, right? Written by a CIA officer and an American diplomat in 1958. And it says, when American strategy is grandiose and ideological, it will fail. When it is practical and solves people's problems, it will succeed. And I think that's actually a great definition of soft power, right? People don't go to McDonald's because they're making a statement about American ideology. It's because their kids like Happy Meals, right? It's a nice place. People go to Disneyland because it's a nice place. And when we lose this sense that what we represent in the world isn't just good for us, it's actually good writ large, right? Like that's the fundamental American belief, the truths that we hold to be self-evident. And we fail to live up to it a lot, but the fact that we can still be held to that standard drives down the cost of everything we try and do in the world. And the less we live up to it, the more ridiculous and hypocritical we look with some of the current nonsense going on in our beautiful country, the higher the cost gets for everything else we try and do.
Let's do one more question, if we have one. We're actually at time, so we could ramp up.
We didn't say anything you disagree with? That is so statistically improbable, my friends. Come on.
Well, look, I would really love to keep this conversation going and say to heck with whoever's up next, but I remember that actually I'm up next for my Fireside with Matt Steinhelfer, and I probably need a minute to transition, so we will take our 15-minute break. Please join me in thanking our very distinguished panelists for their excellent insight.
Thank you. Thanks. Well done. Where are you? You always are.
the beating heart of the free world, right? And then equally well-placed leaders on both sides of this dialogue kind of rolled their eyes, and their perspective was like, look, we're going to work on sharing some technology, and that's going to be challenging enough, so maybe just take an appetite suppressant. And more recently, and maybe more practically, as you mentioned earlier, Secretary Rubio described AUKUS as a blueprint for consortia among like-minded partners. So help us scale here how we should be thinking about AUKUS. And maybe another way to phrase it is, on the scale from like a simple FMS transaction to the new NATO for the Indo-Pacific, where are we pegging AUKUS?
Yeah, excellent question. My first week on the job as the AUKUS Senior Advisor for State Department, I phrased it to one senior policymaker, if all I'm here to do is to help be a program manager or facilitator from the State Department side, that's not the kind of role I want. What I want to do is I want to focus on what the AUKUS ambition is. And that gets to your point.
Yeah.
And that senior policymaker said, yeah, go do that. And what that's kind of translated for me is AUKUS has to be about not just a simple FMS transaction, as you put it, not just a simple defense project that we program manage, but rather it has to be about how are we breaking the red tape, as was referenced earlier, how are we innovating systems and finding new ways to do business. And fortunately, unfortunately, over the last 2 years, we've really focused on ITAR reform. So we've made a lot of progress there. But what I've recently said to the new UK Special Envoy for AUKUS was, I want to make ITAR reform a footnote and not the headline about AUKUS. Because that's not what it's supposed to be about. Yes, we want to achieve that catalytic change. We want to figure out new ways of doing business, but it can't just be that one bumper sticker. We need to find what's the next and the next and the next, along with delivering hard edge capability. So that's kind of, from my perspective, we've got to be ambitious. AUKUS has to be a catalyst for change, and I really think it can be.
Yeah, okay. So with that in mind, how's it going?
How's it going?
How are we doing with AUKUS? So AUKUS was a Biden-era initiative,
yeah.
And I think it's fair to say in a nonpartisan way that not every Biden-era initiative has survived unscathed in the new administration, but you still have your job. And it seems that AUKUS still has bipartisan support in the Congress. So how's it going, and where would you say AUKUS sits on the administration's priority list?
Yeah, so, I think starting with the premise that it's a Biden-era initiative, I think, Kirk Campbell did a lot, especially at the end of the last administration, to explain that actually it started with the first Trump administration. In a lot of the conversations, and they continued and expanded it from there. So I really do see it as, whether you're looking at Australia or the United Kingdom and now at the United States, AUKUS has been able to have a survivability in the bureaucracy or in a foreign policy and defense initiative across multiple types of governments, because everyone recognizes what the potential and what it represents of doing things differently, but also ensuring that we are actually having a credible deterrent in this theater in particular. So how is it going? Are we meeting the true AUKUS ambition? I've always been an impatient person. I like to say in AUKUS, I'm strategically impatient. I certainly think there's a whole lot more that we can be doing and should be doing, including on the State Department side. So for state in particular, just a week or two ago, I've said, look, we are in the business of core big D diplomacy, and we need to do more of that big D diplomacy. We need to get out there more, talk more, engage more. And that's part of the reason why I've been ramping up efforts to do things like this and get out and talk to folks.
Yeah, great. This is a bit of a digression, but you mentioned that D word, deterrence, that's taken up so much of our day-to-day, and that is, as you talk about the intent of AUKUS, I mean, we can say what it's meant to achieve relative to us and our allies, but fundamentally it's about deterring certain things in the region. So how do you see that going, and what do you say to those who, for one reason or another, would say that actually it's provocative and it's having the opposite of a deterrent effect, or that has the potential to anyway?
Look, I can't get into sources and methods, but I pay a lot of attention to the intelligence and also in good, unclassified or open source data streams, and I look at the trend lines, and I do think that the conversation that AUKUS has started, and as I listen to a lot of our allies and partners, and even some of those fence centers in the region, I think that there is a real deterrent value to what AUKUS has represented so far. And now as we see a lot of the progress, whether that's on Pillar 1 or Pillar 2, there is a good amount of progress on both sides of the AUKUS initiative. I think that the messages we're sending to our adversary, we're actually starting to see that they're even more interested and in trying to collect information on exactly what we're doing. So I do think it's having a deterrent value. Whether or not it'll ultimately, right now, everything that we're doing is ultimately going to alter single-handedly Xi's stated intentions. I don't know if that's necessarily the case right now, but AUKUS is only one piece of the bigger picture. And that's what I often talk about. Yes, we're doing some things, and we need to do a bit more under AUKUS, both Pillar 1, Pillar 2, but it's just one piece of the bigger Indo-Pacific strategy puzzle for the U.S.
All right. So we said that you've still got your job. We're glad that you do. What is it, this job of yours? So we know your title is AUKUS Senior Advisor, but what would you say you do here? And on a day-to-day basis, how do you go about actually trying to do that? How do you spend your time?
Yeah. So in the fiscal year 24 Defense Authorization Act, the Congress took action to create this role in law to report directly to the Secretary of State, but have the authority to coordinate across the entire State Department for accelerating the implementation of AUKUS. And part of that was because the U.S. Congress recognized that the State Department needed to have a senior level engagement that was pretty consistent on cross-cutting issues like AUKUS. It's not just a technical defense program, so it doesn't fit into this bureau. It's not just about nuclear nonproliferation, doesn't quite fit in this bureau. It's bridges between two regional bureaus of the State Department, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of my time is spent externally focused, engaging audiences, ensuring that we're, again, listening and bringing in those data points into the policy process, including some of those circles that sometimes it's kind of difficult for my defense colleagues to do that outreach for one reason or another. Internally focused, again, cutting that red tape, seeing what we can do to streamline. So ITAR, I spent a good amount of time in the policy process and implementation focus there. And then information sharing. State Department's pretty terrible typically at info sharing. And one of the first things I did when I came into this role or was asked to consider this role, I said, well, if I'm doing this kind of coordinator or special rep type position, I want to do it in my way, where I'm going to freely share information, et cetera, et cetera. And the Congress actually put in place a requirement for me to do so, where I run a State Department AUKUS task force, where we share information, we get all the different perspectives and views of different bureaus and offices together, so that way we can go to the White House, to the National Security Council, to our trilateral partners, to our defense entities, and say, hey, we're starting to hear this from this circle. You might want to pay attention here or there, and let's talk about it in our trilateral process to improve how we're executing the AUKUS plan.
So you've got both an internal and an external function. How would you say you divide your time? Like, how much of your time is spent internal on trying to make the State Department work right? And then how much of it is external? And between your external audiences, our allies, your counterparts in the other nations, versus industry, academia, the general American public, how does that break out?
Yeah, tough to say. It depends on the week to week. I personally, I think that we need to be doing a bit more on engagement of our national audiences. I think Australia does a great job of doing this. It's a hot topic in Australian civil society, media, academia, government. I think for the U.S., it's not, the average citizen has no idea what AUKUS is. This is where I think, the last panel talked a bit about our core military capabilities. And AUKUS is a small piece of that, but I think that there's an opportunity for us under, for example, the President's Make Shipbuilding Great Again initiative to elevate the conversation of why this capability from the United States, not just the submarine, but the broader ship industry, shipbuilding community, is so vital for U.S. national security, and how it's really detrimental that we have let it languish for so long. And it's time to focus, to double down on shipbuilding in the United States across the board. So I think where, to answer your question in a different way, where I wish I would spend a bit more time is there. We have a great officer in one part of the United States that's home to a ship industry, shipbuilding community, and we've been able to help bridge some trilateral connections there at the local and federal level, just through some simple, not quite exchanges, but just meetings, study tour, those kind of things that I think is really important going forward.
Well, speaking as one of your external audiences, I would like to note for everybody here that your team, since you've had a team, has been nothing but welcoming to our team. Every time we've said, like, hey, we'd like to get an update, figure out how we can pitch in, talk about it, never once been turned away, and you've been great collaborators, so we really do appreciate that. Okay, so let's talk about the pillars in turn. Pillar 1, as we all know, nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarines across all 3 allies in the Pacific region. How's that going? What are the major pain points? What have been the achievements, and what should we expect going forward?
Yeah. So when most people hear about AUKUS, they, if they're informed, they know about the submarine deal or the potential submarine deal. What I think is one of the greatest challenges for all of us trilaterally, again, is the shipbuilding industry. There's supply chain and resiliency issues there, but I like to see it as opportunities where, yes, we need to do more in investment in each of our own shipbuilding industries, but there's a real opportunity for us to think about how do we go about this work in different ways. And I know my colleagues in particular in the Navy are thinking through this work, and that's really more for them to kind of focus on. From the State Department's perspective, we're thinking a little bit about the workforce side, and what more from a supply chain in terms of workforce can we do to support whether it's the Navy or other governments to foment sort of a new generation of skills. So for example, we've leveraged in the past what's known as the International Visitors Leadership Program to be able to do some of those connections on different issues. And so this year we're hopeful that we'll be able to continue that by focusing on workforce. And that may be in different ways, not just thinking about sort of those nuclear engineers that you may need, but what about those vocational and trades areas in each of our countries that have not been in vogue for a long time? And is there anything more that we can do there to help facilitate, to drive some of those connections, whether that be in academia or through sort of the mayors or other actors that are involved in sort of planning, because this is going to be a generational effort. It doesn't just stop, as someone said earlier, in 2027. We need to continue to make sure that we're making long-term investments, and that may some kind of laugh when it's been said in the past, but that may actually be focusing on STEM very early on, and thinking about that as a national endeavor, not just as a temporal one.
That's a great point, because as you said, it's more about AUKUS, what AUKUS stands for, like, the vision and intent beyond just submarines, and if it can be a catalyst towards re-envisioning the STEM pipelines, which is useful in a lot of, domains, then that'd be helpful. Would it be helpful to you if there was a university consortium that could rapidly scale engineering education in service of national defense?
I mean, this is, look, there's a lot of energy in AUKUS. And one of my fears is that we start to lose that energy.
I want to come back to this point. This is good.
But this is where forums like this and groupings like Security and Defense Plus have really helped to sustain that conversation.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm happy to participate in this today.
Okay, before we follow up on that, which we will, Pillar 2. How's Pillar 2 going? And again, what should we expect going forward? What have been the successes, if any, and what are your major pain points?
Yeah. So the Pillar 2 challenge has been, from the beginning, from my perspective of sitting in a lot of these executive meetings, is what's our end state? What exactly are we trying to achieve? And getting 3 governments, let alone heads of state or defense leaders, complicate it with, annoying diplomats with different perspectives, that just makes decision-making really challenging. And so I think knowing what your end state and what you're driving towards is vital for Pillar 2. I think I can speak clearly, and none of my trilateral partners will be too angry with me, that we're all pretty impatient with Pillar 2 progress, and that we need to see more demonstrable progress. There's a lot of good that's been done. We have a great Maritime Big Play exercise series that's been announced. We've had a number of partners participate in that. That's all good. We also need, I think, to continue to hear out a number of the concerns of various folks on, is Pillar 2 delivering enough now? And so I think that in the UK government, again, a recent data point that I can speak to, the UK government has pointed to publicly a need for us to identify what's kind of considered a marquee project of Pillar 2. And it's not diminishing any of the work that's gone to date. Again, I go back to my example. What have I done to help on Pillar 2? ITAR reform was great. We're not done with it yet. We still have more to do. But that has to be a footnote. That can't be the headline for AUKUS on Pillar 2. We got to be strategically impatient. We got to do more, and we need to do it now.
So, would it be helpful if there was a university consortium? So, what are the prospects? You hear every now and again, it seems like it's on a 3 to 6 month cycle. You hear some sort of headline about Pillar 2 is going to expand. We're going to bring in Japan.
Yeah.
We're going to bring in New Zealand. We're going to bring in somebody else. Any prospects there?
Great question. So, about a year ago now, we announced that we were opening consultations with the first country trilaterally, and that was Japan. And then in September of last year, we announced that we were continuing conversations with Japan, and we were also opening consultations on Pillar 2 project partnership with New Zealand, Canada, and the Republic of Korea. We knew from the beginning that this was going to be challenging. As we were focused on getting the trilateral partnership right and making progress there, also having some interest from other partners to potentially cooperate. And so back in December, the fiscal year 25 NDAA required the State Department AUKUS coordinator, AUKUS lead, and the Department of Defense to engage the Japanese government on this potential cooperation. Fortunately, we had already done some legwork there, focused on sort of the technical conversations between mostly our defense ministries on what is cooperation, what would that look like, where are the areas of interest, those kind of things. So there's quite a lot of good progress that's going on there with various partners. In my view, I do see that it's really important for Pillar 2 that we get a marquee project going. And there's a lot of conversations already behind the scenes on this topic before we embark on sort of a quadrilateral format on yet another program. At the same time, I think that we can continue those conversations, and I was very happy that when I most recently traveled to Tokyo, the Japanese government was very ambitious, was very open to conversations across the board with us, and especially with our newly arrived U.S. ambassador to Japan. There's real potential, as was shown in the Ishiba visit to the White House under this White House, of potential for defense co-production, co-development, co-sustainment, which I think that is where AUKUS can really help align with. But of course, we've got a lot more to do in terms of technical conversations with our allies and partners across the board and wherever that may go. So long way of saying, it's in progress.
Yeah, you mentioned the imperative to define an end state for Pillar 2, which I think is a really great way to think about it. And I won't push you to define that end state, because end is like very hard.
Yeah.
For one thing, we don't know when it is, right? But let's just talk about like interim milestones. Let's say 5 years from now. If I'm not in your seat, but I could probably tell you where we want to be on Pillar 1 5 years from now. We want to be on pace with the optimal pathway as described. We want to be putting a dent in that workforce challenge that you described, and that's kind of going to take care of itself if everything comes together. I don't know what Pillar 2 should look like 5 years from now. Can you help us understand? Like, what would you like to see achieved if everything went well?
Well, look, I think this is ultimately up to the military planners, and this is part of the reason why I think it's really critical for leaders like Admiral Paparo and Undersecretary for Defense Policy, Bridge Colby, and those folks to have the time to be able to see what has AUKUS produced so far, and where do they think that it should go. For my part, what I would like to make sure is that while there's a one-way direction of government signaling, here are the kind of investments we want to make, including through AUKUS, I also, for my part, want to make sure that the enabling environment for the trilateral format is working, effective, and efficient. And so ITAR was a piece of that. Now what's next? And that's what often I talk to industry, academia, small, medium enterprise. What else is in your way? What else should we be thinking about from a policy perspective? And it may be partially State Department, maybe beyond us, but what more should we be thinking about to truly make AUKUS, as the Secretary of State said, a model for consortium-like partnerships? He said that we are. I think we're on the way. I'd like to do more. I have to be ambitious. And then, you mentioned, like, I still have my role. I think this is, at least for the time being, but, I think this is why, is because we have to think bigger. We have to take the threat seriously. And if we're not, then, like, I'm the first to say, then I'm not doing my job.
I'm glad you said it. I would. Let's talk about this PR challenge that's been surfaced a time or two, the narrative around AUKUS. When it was announced in late 21, fall of 21, it was, look, beating heart of the free world or not, everybody agrees that if we're going to meet the vision of AUKUS, it requires a cross-sector, multinational, multi-generational commitment across these three societies from every sector, from academia, from industry, from government, from military, and whatever. And that's a big challenge. And as Chris said in his opening, we were in the Plus Alliance, we were AUKUS before AUKUS was AUKUS, So we hear that announcement, and we're like, all right, we're in. This is our moment, right? This is what we were built for. 3.5 years down the road, there's a little bit of like, okay, so what is it that we're doing? And look, we're more invested than most people, as you suggest. Like, the American public has got a relatively short attention span when it comes to these things. So how do you see this? How do you keep sufficient investment across three nations, cross-sector, multi-generation, through changing, governments and all the rest?
Yeah. I think it's all about the value proposition, frankly, and I think this is where the strategic narrative, we've talked about this for a bit within the trilateral context, and I think it continues to raise its head because everyone recognizes we haven't quite hit the mark on the narrative, if at all. And I think we have to recognize that, strategic communications, a lot of people bandy about that word, but they don't actually know what STRATCOM is, and not strategic command, but STRATCOM. We have to be, first and foremost, from my perspective, we have to look at the data. What do our different audiences, what do they know? How does that motivate, or what motivates them? And then to decide, what do you want to do? Do you want to move that audience or not move that audience? And frankly, we just don't have even much data there. We've done some work through our internal mechanisms at the State Department to gather data from social media analysis, using AI aggregation and those kind of things. And so that's a good starting point. But that just tells you like who's tweeting and what they're tweeting, not like sentiment analysis. So we just have to get more sophisticated about the first part. Recognizing you have a problem is good. Okay, then what do you know about that problem? I think the second part of this is, being willing to have different messaging campaigns. And I really use the phrase campaign here purposefully because, what is important in the Australian public is different than what's in the Pacific Island countries, which is different from, a shipbuilding community in the United States, which is different from in London, among, say, think tanks. Those are all different audiences, will have totally wildly different conversations, and you're gonna have to be ready and willing to use different messaging strategies in each of those. And right now, we're just using, frankly, the same hammer over and over again, including among diplomats. So I think we're improving. We've at least got the same talking points. That's good. And we've used those ad nauseum to the point that some of, say, in the international sphere, some of my counterparts, diplomats have said, okay, we got your points. We got your talking points. Now let's actually have a conversation. That's good. That means that, the fact that Australia is not a nuclear weapon state, will not be a nuclear weapon state, and that folks understand that has sunk in. Now we can also talk about the 70-year legacy of the US and long legacy of the UK of nuclear-powered sub-safety, the virtually no impact on environment. Those kind of nuanced technical conversations that frankly, we're just not doing enough of in the right places at the right time from my perspective. So I think that's one piece. But I think in the publics within the three countries, Australia, the UK, and the US, there is a conversation about we need to do a better job of messaging at home as well as abroad. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue to leverage great groupings of academic institutions, think tanks, civil society, like-minded colleagues in small, medium enterprise and elsewhere to be able to give us feedback, but also help us along the way to be those sort of AUKUS ambassadors on these topics. Because again, not just about AUKUS, it's about this bigger picture, revitalizing our industrial bases, the broader adversarial threat, et cetera, et cetera.
All right. One more question, then we're going to go to the audience. So audience, be ready, and we can go as long as we want because I'm not moderating the next one, so heck with those guys. Well, actually maybe a set of questions here, and we'll kind of do it as a lightning round. Fair to say, in addition to being really smart, our audience here today, like you're in a room of true believers. We're not skeptics here, we're not critics. We understand the value, and as we said about the plus, we want to know, we're here to help. How do we make this succeed? So let's go down those various audiences, and if you've just got like one message to deliver, what's it going to be? Let's start with industry. What do you want to say to industry about AUKUS?
Two things. Use the ITAR exemption, which I think they are, and two, give me case studies where it or other roadblocks are in your way.
All right. Policymakers.
Policymakers, that's including me. We need to be strategically impatient and more ambitious.
Our allies. Let's start with our AUKUS allies.
AUKUS allies. Yeah. We've got to just move full out and accelerate as much as we can.
And our non-AUKUS allies?
Take us seriously.
Okay. And near and dear to my heart, academia.
Academia.
What do you want from us?
For academia, I would say it's vital that your research is continuing to challenge the norm. And that's both from a scientific research community to poli-sci across the board. Challenge the norm, because what I fear is that we are going to extrapolate, as I said earlier, we're going to extrapolate lessons from Ukraine that don't apply to the Indo-Pacific, or extrapolate failed strategies from Afghanistan that I lived through that will not work in the Indo-Pacific. This will be a totally different theater and environment than we've faced in a long time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let's turn to the audience. Who's got a question for the Senior AUKUS Advisor in the Department of State? Sir.
Sorry, David Eastman again. One of the key areas that I'm not quite sure that we covered in terms of the strategic narrative is our politicians. Because actually we need a political commitment to share the industrial benefits of AUKUS, which means we've got to move away from national self-interest when it comes to the defence industrial base. And that's a really difficult thing to do politically. So how do we get that strategic narrative across and persuade our politicians that this is worth doing?
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think someone referenced earlier, I think it was Susie, Secretary Hegg says just because it's America first doesn't mean America alone. And I think in many of the conversations that I've seen in the trilateral context, many of the politicians are the first to recognize that, yes, we all need to derive some national benefit. That's good, that's important. We also need to look at diversified supply chains. We also need to ensure that each of us are doing our part to bolster our industrial base for the US and UK, ensure we have a strong nuclear deterrent. So I think that there's a natural tension there, but I think that fortunately many of the conversations I've been in, there's a recognition that we can navigate through that tension.
Another question? Sir.
Streamlining is anyone raised the issue of easing the restrictions on immigration and work visa requirements so that Pillar 2 participants have like some kind of fast track ability to work and live in each other's respective countries?
Yeah, this has come up. So I think there was the first time that I saw this come up, I think it was anyway, there was a report that was done, I think in Australia, I forget who exactly did it right now, but where they talked about an AUKUS passport. And since then, many circles have been talking about what's called an AUKUS visa. Look, in the U.S. perspective, obviously immigration is not managed by the State Department. That is a Homeland Security issue, part of the Immigration and Naturalization Act. So it would depend on the political environment from my perspective. But as I've talked to industry, or really more precisely businesses and small and medium enterprise really is the one that gets hit on this. Big primes can kind of figure out their way oftentimes, but the small and medium enterprise, that the visa issues or immigration, workforce eligibility issues are a big challenge. And so I often ask them, give me the case studies, give me the numerics, because then whether it's me as a diplomat asking for flexibilities of our partners, or being able to share that within the policy circles, that's very helpful for me. But this has certainly come up, but I'm just not so sure in the U.S. system if this will rise to the top right now on immigration.
Go, Lauren, go.
Sir, I like what you said about ITAR waivers for AUKUS, especially in the technical field. can other parts of industry use ITAR waivers as an example? And a specific example would be to get electronic warfare capabilities to our Five Eye partners, of which ITARs, our attempts to get ITAR approval have been nil. Could we use that?
Yeah, well, at least for Canada, Canada does have an exemption that's in place. That's where we built the AUKUS, or really truly the Australia, US, UK national exemption kind of strategy behind. Look, each country has its own unique dynamics, and when we were working through this concept of could we put in place a national exemption for Australia and the UK, one thing that we had to do was ask for a legislative change by Congress in order to have the legal authority to do so. But then Congress also asked us to ensure that we have reciprocal access, as well as putting in a requirement that we had to certify Australia and the UK had comparable export control systems. And part of that is a recognition of the threat. As I alluded to earlier, we know our adversaries are looking for anything that they can get related to AUKUS in particular, but also at writ large, our defense technology. So I will say in the case of both countries, they utilized legislation, passage of legislation, legislative change, so we could also determine comparable systems, and we also made changes along the way. So I can't speak to other Five Eyes countries and sort of the process. We would probably do that in a non-AUKUS context, and there's a separate entity of the State Department that would manage it. But I think AUKUS has shown that it's possible, and that as I know defense industry in particular is utilizing it, that there's already a way, a path forward on how to make these things work. Now, the ITAR exemption covers, depending on the data points and all that, but 70 to 80% of all trade transactions under defense. What's not often talked about is that Department of Commerce, at the same time that we were working on ITAR, stepped up to the table, at the policy table, and put in easing restrictions under the EAR for Australia and UK and reciprocal trade, and that's worth over almost $8 billion of trade transactions. So that's an area where, again, I would like for more of a conversation to be taking place of, it's not just ITAR. What about all these other things we're doing, and is it being used, and what more do we need to be doing, leveraging some of this momentum that we've started to build?
We have a quick turnover to the next panel, so we could be courteous, but I'll field one more question if anybody's got one to unburden themselves of. Going once, going twice. Okay, well, please join me then in thanking Matt Steinhelfer.
Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you. Great.
She's gonna go grab new waters. Okay. You're not expected to drink the ones they started.
I brought one, I didn't know. We'd have it.
I think everybody else has a new one. No, he doesn't.
You got another one? Yeah. Good job.
Yours open?
guarantee just for preservation of life. Right. Mahalo. Appreciate it.
So we actually don't have a 15-minute break on this one, so if everybody could take their seats again, we'll knock this out and then we'll all go to happy hour, yeah?
There it is. All right. No pressure. We're the only thing standing in between them and a longboard lager.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alicia Ellis. I'm an assistant teaching professor at Arizona State University and the director of our MA in Global Security programs, which include concentration in cyber. We're developing a new concentration in intelligence, which launches in fall 2026, and a first-of-its-kind concentration in irregular warfare, which just launched in the fall. Yep, and it's been very successful so far, very exciting. So I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. This is a great topic to close the day on as we discuss the importance of building partnerships, not only among nations, but between private sectors and the public and private sector to create robust, sustainable, long-term security frameworks in the Indo-Pacific, because this is what we really need to address the tremendous shared challenges before us that we've been really talking about all day. So I'm joined by three distinguished panelists, and I'll give a very quick introduction so we can get right to it. We have Lieutenant General James Glynn, Commander of the United States Marine Forces Pacific. We have Paul Tennant, who is the Vice President of Engagement and International Government Relations at HII. And then we do have a last-minute change. Sean Manasco couldn't join us. He fell ill unexpectedly. So I accosted my new friend, Brian Hall, at lunch, who kindly agreed to join the panel. He's a recently retired Air Force colonel and now the Director of Business Development with the Indo-PACOM portfolio at Research Innovations Incorporated. So he retired as the Chief of Information Operations at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. Thank you so much for agreeing to join us at the last minute. Appreciate it. So I'll give each of you a few minutes to begin with, just for opening remarks, and then we will jump into some questions. General Glynn, if you wouldn't mind starting us off.
Okay. First, aloha, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I've spent the better part of the day with allies and partners in preparation for what the week brings, and so I'm cognitively trying to center myself on the conversation we're having in the moment. In terms of opening, I will, in collaborating with these two right before we sit down, I'll just offer, to me, in reflecting on this, sustainable security frameworks. There are a handful of potential assumptions in there that regionally everyone would see sustainability of the current framework as desirable. And I think as we get into discussion of partnerships, the transparency and the understanding of that norm, that we're satisfied with the current one collectively. And we know, given the conversation you've had all day, that not everyone in the region views it the same way, and you know, some more than others seek to change the status quo. So I think that's one thing that challenges the sustainability of it. The second piece of it, and the significance, just highlight the significance of partnerships as we engage with partners across the 38 countries that are Indo-PACOM. There is a growing realization that no one nation, no one industry, no one of anything can handle the enormity of the challenges, the tasks, the dynamics of the situation that we all find ourselves in. And those that do often walk into peril faster than those that at least attempt to do that collaboratively. And so hopefully that sets the table for some conversations about where some of those collaboration opportunities might present themselves both now and in the future. And I look forward to the questions and answers. Thanks.
So good afternoon, everyone. So despite my misleading accent, I work for a large American company called HII, and despite my predominantly Army background, I'm now in the heart of a very substantial shipbuilder, and I've been there about 18 months, and it's been fascinating watching the evolution of lots of things in that journey of learning, but in particular the evolution of AUKUS. Now we are heavily involved in Pillar 1, and the truth of Pillar 1, as you will have heard today, as well as at other conferences and from other sources, is that we're behind schedule on Pillar 1, and the builders of the Virginia class are very much the focus of trying to recover some lost ground and get back to a rate of production which will support the optimal pathway. That is a really tricky dynamic because it's an enormous undertaking by Australia, but it's instructive, I think, in just considering the complexity sometimes of building and sustaining partnerships. This is a very complex endeavor, admittedly, but nevertheless, the fact that we're behind relatively early in the adventure, so to speak, is reflective of how difficult it can be to build those partnerships, let alone stay on time. I think it's useful also just as a preamble to make the distinction. I've always liked this distinction. Russia and China have clients and the US has friends. I think that's a useful distinction, not least because both have demand signals of some sort, but the types of demand signal or sustainment signal, if you like, are a bit different. So friendships need investment just like client relationships need investment. And I think it is difficult at the moment for people to know exactly where they stand with the US. And I don't think that's a particularly controversial statement, but it is something that I think needs to be acknowledged. Statement to the obvious, but an important one anyway, I think, is that partnerships are a hell of a lot harder to sustain, still harder yet to build in contact. So we have got to, whatever we need to do pre-contact if at all possible. And Sophia earlier talked about coordination, sequencing, and mobilization. All of those things are very, very difficult if you wait until things are tenser than they are today. Just a word very quickly, again, we can tease this out later. What is the role of industry in supporting deterrence? I think that's an interesting question. It creates tensions within industry, which I think one has to acknowledge. And one of the tensions which is represented on the panel today is the sort of traditional industry, if you like, the primes. We're not a prime, but we are a significant player. And the sort of so-called tech bros who are up and coming and shaking things up. And I think all of them have some sort of investor dynamic, which is sometimes quite difficult for those in uniform, and I count myself until recently among those, to fully appreciate. And it can't simply be ignored. You can't simply say to people, don't worry about Wall Street because it just doesn't compute. And again, we can tease that out a bit more if you like later. And to the point about sort of traditional industry players and tech bros, as with a lot of things, I think there's a yes and quality to this. I worry a little bit sometimes when people are inclined too quickly to dismiss traditional platforms in favor of a sunlit upland of technological innovation. And of course, it's got to be a blended solution, and it's got to be a yes and I think we should be talking in a slightly more mature way about the importance of working together towards that hybrid solution.
Aloha kako, everybody. My first thought at being called in as one of the relief pitchers here for the panel was hearkening back to a 38-year relationship with Dr. Howard, who I just, was not going to let down. And if he needs somebody to fill in, I'm going to step up for my brother. But as I look at the picture of Sean Monasco up there, I realized I look just like him, so I know exactly why I'm on this panel. So thanks for that. That's why they put the picture up, because there's absolutely no difference. It really is an honor to be here and participating in the forum. And I'll just say, from my perspective, having retired from uniform service in June of 2024 and then transitioned to industry, it has certainly been eye-opening to jump that fence and be on the other side. And I'll tell you, I think one of the things we need to be doing in industry is helping to tear down the fences, because they don't help. As a company, working at a company that probably represents that small kind of sector in industry, sometimes it's very difficult to jump into that ecosystem of the defense industrial base and with the capabilities that are out there. And it is heartening to see that there are policymakers in Washington, D.C. who recognize that and are trying to create structures that will allow capabilities to be brought to bear quicker in our field of endeavor, which is software technology, not along the same lines of the weapons and things that go boom, because there is a difference in terms of that employment and how you field those capabilities, even though both are very, very, very important. The other thing I'll say is, I think one of the other pieces that I've learned, in order to make and deliver solutions to our partners in uniform that are resilient, that are sustainable, we've got to come to the table together. It has dawned on me that leaving the joint world, everything we thought about and the way we went about our business was all in this color purple, right? Whether it wasn't Navy blue, it wasn't Air Force blue, wasn't U.S. Marine Corps red, and Army green. It was, we're purple. We have to fight this fight jointly. And I'm not quite sure that industry has caught on to that theme and that narrative yet. And so I think I'm trying to navigate the ways of, as the general said, nobody has everything. There is not one industry capability that I've seen in this realm that brings everything to the table that the customer needs, wants, desires. You have to bring this thing together as a partnership, as a consortium, and I think industry would benefit from moving out in ways that benefit our DoD customers by presenting options in that framework. I'll leave it there because I think we're going to get into some very fantastic discussions, and if you just want to attribute everything to Sean Monasco, I'm totally good with that. Thanks. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And actually, I'm glad that all of you started in one way or another talking about the importance of these cross-sector partnerships to long-term security in the Indo-Pacific. So I think what I want to ask you to speak about next is what a sustainable long-term security framework looks like in the Indo-Pacific context, and how does collaboration, like you were just talking about, support its long-term viability? Anybody start?
So I could start with that. So, and again, forgive me for using the lens of HR. I really have little choice, but the we are in a monopsony, more or less. So 75% of the business is shipbuilding, and monopsony means you've got one customer, which is the U.S. Navy, which is a peculiar position to be in, and was a word that I didn't even know 18 months ago. Why is that important? Well, that it has built habits, some of them good, some of them less good. One of the consequences of that sort of codependency is that when the demand signal from that one customer drifts in a really persistent way, as it has in the case of shipbuilding, both commercial and naval, it's extremely difficult to rev it back up. In terms of the codependencies, one of the positive consequences of that is that we have had to start as a company to think more creatively and to, as we did recently, start thinking about memoranda of understanding with companies like HHI, difficult acronyms, the two of them together, Hyundai Heavy Industries, which we signed at CS Space just a month or two ago. And that is designed specifically to try and share best practice and good lessons from two quite different approaches to shipbuilding, both commercial and naval. Now, we aren't ruling out commercial shipbuilding, but we're definitely not in a position to do it immediately or in the short term, and our priority is very much with the naval side anyway. But the two are undoubtedly related, and any attempt to rebuild the commercial shipbuilding industry in the US needs to be cognizant of the impact that it will have on the naval shipbuilding workforce in particular. But the creativity, the willingness to engage with other nations' shipbuilders is, I think, entirely symptomatic of this drive to be more creative and to create better partnerships, not just across industry in the US, but across international industry.
I'll try to use that to springboard to sustainable security framework. What'd you say? Stable.
That'll work.
Stable security framework. I took a minute to reflect on it while you talked about it, so I could consider one. To be sustainable, it has to be agreed to. To be agreed to, then it's got to be founded on a set of foundational norms that all, at least major parties, agree on. And I think in the moment, what you've heard throughout the day, I looking at some of the other speakers with whom I work nearly every single day, we know, for example, that China is challenging some of those foundational norms. Moreover, the second piece is to avoid large-scale conflict. That's deterrence, as you've talked throughout the day. And again, those norms and the conflict are attempting to be reshaped as we sit here today in terms of reinterpreting what territorial waters are, for example, to bring it all back to ships and shipbuilding. And thirdly, and there's a couple more that came to mind, but just in the interest of time and give you a chance, a set of functioning economic principles. As I we collectively engage across the region, my mind can gravitate towards some of the bigger economies, but I'm quickly reminded of some of the smaller ones. And the fundamental reliance they have on these partnerships, and a lot of this, I think, highlights things for industry. Exactly what? Power generation and distribution. In some of the smaller countries in this region, that is a fundamental question and challenge. Access to, I'll put air quotes around, emerging technologies. Where do folks in some of these smaller nations get their information? Right? The notion that the internet is a right and that it's going to be provided to all is not the case across the 38 countries. And as we've seen in recent months to years, apparently cable cutting is a thing that is not a provocative to the point of something other than scolding, is not a provocative challenge to the conventional norms that we've grown over the course of the last, 80 plus years. And so I think that part of building a sustainable security framework is recognizing that those norms are not static, that they are being challenged, and to continue to have forums such as this and others that allow us to openly discuss where those challenges are and what can be done about it across the totality of not just, these are clearly diplomatic and governmental and in some cases military security things, but that so far has proven insufficient in terms of being a deterrent, significant enough deterrent to prevent it from reoccurring or potentially expanding. And so what else? That's where I begin to think about the academic, the industrial, the corporate, the economic, some of the other impacts that can be brought to bear.
Great. So from my perspective, I'll jump back to time in uniform and then how that's shaped and guided perspective that I see now in industry. back at General Glynn's headquarters, there is a whole staff of officers who are working, and they're heads down and they're deep, trying to formulate recommendations that make their way to him, you know, in order to make decisions, to try and give him information, atmospherics, and everything that would be necessary for him to make the best decision. Multiply that times, you know, 5, based on all the other component commands and obviously Indo-PACOM. And what we lived as staff officers was, you know, you show up to your office and you're working the tasks of the day, and those tasks normally centered around your immediate supervisor, your boss, and probably one level up. We were always told, think, craft messages that could resonate and be easily digested, and a leader could make decisions on 2 levels up. So for me, as the Chief of Information Operations at U.S. Indo-PACOM, that was the commander, the 4-star. And so trying to shape those kinds of messages and craft inputs that would be valuable was was what we did, part and parcel. What we didn't do is we didn't turn on our machines and get on our different networks and, as a regular occurrence, get on a video chat with allies, partners who are doing the same things for their commanders, so that we could talk as a normal way of doing business, and then craft some of our inputs informed by those allies and partners, and then send them up, right? Because at some point, we were always asked, how's this going to play with allies, partners, et cetera, et cetera? Well, gosh, it would have been great if we could have taken care of that at our level. We didn't have the structures in place at the volume and scale, and I think General Glynn will talk a little bit more about that. They weren't in place at the volume and scale necessary to make that a routine occurrence. And that, I think, when you talk about building resilient and sustainable and stable security frameworks, you have to be willing to go to that low of a level, if you will, on a staff, because those are the things that endure. The personalities that come and go and the relationships that are built at high levels, a lot of work goes into that. However, if you're going to sustain those as you have, you know, senior leader turnover, it would be very helpful to already have processes in place that facilitate staffs being able to engage at, you know, the lowest levels possible to start that collaboration, coordination, consideration, if you will, right out of the chute. The other thing I'll say is, from a U.S. perspective, there's a whole interagency piece that plays into that as well. It's not just, you know, partners are not those that come from other countries and other nations. The place where we get the information on nations that aren't on the internet, that maybe consume information solely through newspapers and radio, came from our State Department colleagues. And so that was a huge part of what we did, engaging on the diplomatic side. And I'll just close by saying, you know, the 4 years that we got to sit in the seat, there were significant events that happened over those 4 years that certainly shaped my perspective as I went into industry. One was when Russia sortied a strike group that came into the Hawaii op area, and the reaction that generated here in the state of Hawaii. The other thing was then Secretary Pelosi's visit to Taipei, and the reaction that our headquarters had, and even more importantly, what happened post Secretary Pelosi's visit that really brought out the need for information sharing and having the partnership structures in place that would allow us to tell the story that, you know, as the U.S., we were able to have access to, but not all allies and partners necessarily had access to, and we went through a little struggle there, and I'm happy to elaborate later. The last thing I'll say is, as an industry partner, again, it goes into listening to what the customer's telling you and taking advantage of those opportunities when you do get to sit down face-to-face with government leaders, because, again, they're not focused on, I'm going to tell industry what I'm doing. They're focused on supporting their bosses and letting them go out and do their command's bidding.
Thank you. General Glynn, I want to build on something that you said earlier, and I'll open it to the whole panel, but you talked about the importance of the smaller partners, and that could be, I mean, that's applicable at a number of levels, right? But how do we facilitate collaboration, not just between the big countries and the big companies, right, but also support smaller nations, smaller companies, newcomers to industry, like our tech bros here, and what are some of the opportunities and obstacles that you see there?
Yeah, that's a huge question. The things that immediately come to mind are having forums, not touting this one, but having forums that each of everybody in this room has interactions with industry or academia, like across the region, and having forums that allow us to share the perspective of what's needed, what's wanted, what's required. Very often, I think we're guilty of going forward with a set of ideas, a set of opportunities, a set of things that obviously we're not literally selling things the way these guys are, but selling our own approach when the first thing that's needed is to know and understand what the kind of hierarchy of needs actually is, especially the smaller the nation. The more important that is, so that we're not addressing a security concern that's of interest to us when a true security concern of theirs is, how many times in the next day am I going to be without power in my home, for example, or after the next disaster, typhoon, whatever the case may be, how long is it going to be before some normalcy returns to my life, which is, again, the smaller the place, the more remote it is, the more likely it is for us to come across those kinds of circumstances. And it really does put into perspective, like, what matters most. And so, no shocker here, the first one, I think, is having the forums where, A, we're able to listen, and B, we're able to share observations to see what they are. The second thing is, again, if you just look across the experience of this panel, if we all went in and had a conversation with the same country or business or organization, whatever the case may be, and we increasingly do, right? By the way, we find I find my way around the world, and because of the paucity of naval vessels, there's no shortage of folks in the world who think they make a great or can make a great naval vessel who want to talk to us about the capabilities of their vessels. So they're listening, right? To reinforce the point, they're listening. But the direction I was going with it is to see where the intersections are, and I think in a room full of folks that have business experience that I don't possess, in a room full of academics that get far more time to think and reflect on some of the challenges we face, if each of those requirements are, if you will, the Olympic rings, where are the intersections? Where is the nexus of opportunity? And all too often, I think what I see in the Indo-Pacific region is it's not at, I'm going to pick on some of you in the audience without knowing it, it's not at the intersection of where's the biggest profit margin. And I think that's one of our challenges, is back to power generation and distribution in countries small. Not a huge profit margin there, from what I know. But yet, without that capability, then where does all the rest of all the other things we want to talk about, where it's going to come from? There's no point in talking about advanced degrees in this country if they're not sure how they're going to put the next meal on the table is. And so I think it does start with an identification and a broadening of our horizons on the kind of hierarchy of needs, and figuring out where those intersections are, where there are opportunities. And I'll close with, over and over again, the ones that we come across are, and it doesn't matter, country big to small. I've mentioned power, solid waste removal. I never thought I'd come across that one, and yet, folks raise that as we travel, here and there. Solid waste removal, like I mentioned, the emerging technology, the things that many of us take for granted, communications infrastructure, and And I'll say that if you pause and think about some of that economic combat, if I can give it that term, some of the economic competition that we find ourselves in some of these countries, not surprisingly, it's in communications infrastructure. It's in some of these less glamorous projects for which, in the case of Chinese investment, they don't really want the credit. They just want the access, and they just want the leverage that comes with it. Is there a counter proposal that can be developed that doesn't put some of these nations, the smaller ones, more importantly, in that leverage position?
Yeah. Either of you?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things. I mean, I do think this theatre is class leading in its willingness to afford sort of more or less equal privilege to partners regardless of size. I can't speak so fulsomely about Indo-PACOM. I can certainly speak a little bit about the U.S. Army in the Pacific just because of my previous life, and I think there is a combination of humility on the part of the U.S. commands looking at the vastness of this theatre, and a sort of constant awareness of the importance of geography. So just country to country, and I can't speak in great detail, I do think there's some credit that is due to Indo-PACOM and to its subordinate commands for the preparedness to do that. Just from an industrial point of view, I think there is a real drive in certain elements of the industrial base, and probably most actually now, to acknowledge the same kind of humility and to credit the importance of very small operators because of the fragility of the supply base. So in our aircraft carrier line, for example, it's a pretty staggering statistic, but 70% of sequence critical components in a Ford-class aircraft carrier are from a single source supplier. That is indicative of a supply base that really does need to be shored up, but it is also indicative of an absolute requirement by bigger industrial players to respect and nourish smaller partners right across the piece. And if we don't get that right, it will create far greater problems for us downstream. It's amazing to think how much one of those single source suppliers can damage things if they happen not to be able to sustain themselves from one year to the next. And that takes me back to demand signal and the importance of a steady demand signal. The other very quick point I'd like to make is that effort, that humility is now, it's now been given a different vector by AUKUS, because if we can get AUKUS right and start to allow the principles of AUKUS to infuse the migration of supply chains across the three nations, then we can help each other out much more fulsomely. We don't necessarily even have to do it by imposing unreasonable costs on people who might have expenses. So to put it simply, if you take on an Australian supplier to put stuff into a US aircraft carrier and get them through all the necessary clearances, which is another discussion, it will cost them more to send that part from Australia to the US. So you might have to pay them a bit more for that part, but at least you're creating diversity and resilience in your supply chain. So I think the humility to understand the benefits of smaller players across industry and across defense is paramount, and I think the fragility of our respective systems at the moment demands that we do it as instinct.
This is a good opportunity, I think, for one of the small guys to talk, and I appreciate that perspective. I think one of the things that some of the smaller entities need to do is get out there more in terms of here's what we can provide, be willing to share some of that knowledge that is gained through interactions with the customer base to show that we have this thing. We know that you have potentially a bigger thing. However, just like I said in my opening, the bigger thing is not going to cover everything necessarily that customer wants. And so if you could get maybe the bigger companies, and I'll try this word, polyopsony, as opposed to a monopsony. So a polyopsony framework would have maybe some of the bigger companies going out more into industry and going, hey, we know we need this, that, or the other. Again, there's risk there, but as you come back to what General Glynn said about considering unique stakeholder needs, there are smaller companies who would be willing to, I think, step up and help fill some of those gaps. I think the lines of communication need to be open more, and we can't always be going to the government because, again, these folks have day jobs, and so building that communication line, those lines of communications across industry, I think would be helpful. And some efforts are out there ongoing through policy to make those things happen, and we just, again, need more volume and scale of it.
Yeah, thank you. So Ryan, I see your point now. I have like 25 more questions I want to ask these guys, but I'm told the audience gets a turn. So I'm going to leave you guys with one last question before I turn it over to the audience. You guys get your questions ready. And if you could be brief so that they do get time. But if you could launch one cross-sector initiative today to strengthen regional security, what would it be and who would be involved?
I'll start, and that way I know I've got to be very short. I would reframe and kind of building on the competitive strategic framework, the competitive strategic initiative I think that Arizona State is using. I would actually label a national gray zone campaign. Let's we've coined this term and we've associated it with adversaries and folks doing bad things, but the bottom line is we do things all the time that are definitely short of conflict purposefully, but there's a right way to do it. And the reason why I would frame it as our own gray zone as the United States kind of campaign is so that we could show that example with allies and partners of what right looks like, because I think it would give us more of a footing to stand on to really call out what's wrong, because a lot is going wrong in that space of unlawful activity and bullying and harassment and those kinds of things that our adversaries are taking on right now. If you're asking who would be involved, whole of government, and obviously, there's a role for industry to play, but let's start by government laying out what the requirements would be to execute such a campaign, because it's not just military. And I would posit that right now there's a little bit of that going on in the economic realm. I'm not so certain that what's happened the last 2 months in the economic realm is not. I would consider that a gray zone economic campaign, if any. And I think there's rationale behind it, but I think that there's more that could be done in that realm.
So I'll give you the last word, General. I will just. Is Matt still here? That's probably a good thing. AUKUS Pillar 2. If I could just do one thing, I would ask for the 3 AUKUS leads of the 3 nations to come together and recommit to AUKUS Pillar 2. There's a lot of rhetoric around its importance, but the problem isn't restricted to those 3 nations. The problem is it's a recce experiment. It's everyone else is watching. If Pillar 2 doesn't work, if 3 nations with the history of those 3 nations and the closeness of defense ties of those 3 nations can't get their act into gear and energize what is so obviously a good idea, then what hope is there for a quadlat or a 5, 6, 7 countries, pick your number, in any region? It's not specific to region. So I would love to see AUKUS Pillar 2 be re-energized, like have 6,000 volts put through it and reset. And I think the UK has just appointed Sir Stephen Lovegrove to the role. I hope he gets a bit more muscular in this area, because I think the UK does have some questions to answer about its front-footedness on Pillar 2. But by the same token, we're also not going as fast as we should either in the US or in Australia.
So I'm crafting it as I speak. I'm going to go with the theoretical. I would consider the establishment of a Center for Excellence in Security and Commerce. And why do I say that? I got this model of the Center for Excellence in Disaster Response that's out here in this theater, and it does an incredible job. It does an incredible job on a common, one of these things that is not really that debatable with the opening comments about debating functioning norms, but disaster response is disaster response, and you might argue what a disaster is, but in the end, unless you're against helping humanity, then you're in, right? So security and commerce, why? Well, back to my opening, then you have some place where the identification of the accepted norms is recognized and the violation of those norms is highlighted. That's the excellence in security. And it doesn't put one nation state on the spot to call out behavior that counters the norms. It creates some regional voice that says, look, that cannot continue. And then why commerce? Because the opportunities in this region are amazing. And so the ability to establish and maintain that security that gives folks in business the confidence to invest in a way that can lead to growth, and the growth then feeds the desire for more security because you don't want to disrupt the economic opportunity that you can see right in front of you. And I think there are a few examples throughout the region where that has been the case collaboratively, but to succinctly answer the question, I'll stop.
Yeah, thank you. That was excellent. So we have a little less than 10 minutes left for audience questions, and I think we have a mic runner back there. You got a mic coming to you. I don't know if it's working or not, but there's one coming.
Over there.
Over there.
I'm Corey Shockey from the American Enterprise Institute, and my question's for General Glynn. I really liked your point about listening to allies, and I'd be curious for an example or two of what you have done differently for Marine Forces Pacific as a result of allied concerns or input or praise about things they want more of.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to kind of siphon it down real quick so I can give you a short answer and allow another question. I think we, as you're well aware, traditionally will go someplace and talk about a military operational exercise to conduct, to improve our collaborative capability or expand the capacity of a partner. And that's often the door opener for us. But as a result of what your question, we have gone to places, listened, and decided that, well, let's put a very concerted effort into developing a informational capability in our partner, meaning that they develop both the ability to convey what it is they want conveyed by the actions that country or countries are taking, as well as the ability to use the open source internet and pulse whether or not the messages they're trying to send are being heard by their own audiences and heard regionally by other audiences. And because again, in some of the smaller locations, that they feel the pressure of the West versus China. And if I pick a side, which direction do I go? And is there another pathway? And this, we're finding, enables them to come to their own conclusions without us having to pass a conclusion to them. And the outcomes are the outcomes. Why do we do it? Confidence, confidence collectively that our system, when I say our, I'm including all of us, our system is more desirable than the alternative.
There's another a couple over there.
I'll continue putting General Glynn on the hot seat, if it's okay. Shirley Khan. I want to focus on Morphopac and your role in the Marines, your leadership role. The U.S. territory deepest in the region is not Hawaii. Our U.S. territory in Guam is much closer to the concerns that we have, right? The Marines have a new base, Camp Bloss, under construction on our U.S. territory of Guam that faces, that meets the sun as the first U.S. territory. Yet, after years of discussion, and even though it is funded largely by our ally Japan, not by American taxpayers, it is still years from completion. What do you say about this challenge, and what might be the implications for AUKUS, the discussion today, and deterrence? Thank you.
Yeah, that's, wow. Connecting those two, I might need some help. What do we learn? One, the challenges are the same challenges that go back 80 years to logistics in this theater, and what it takes to construction in Guam. There is not enough cement materials to make the kind of structures to the standards that the U.S. military expects. It'll withstand 200-mile-an-hour winds and all this other stuff. So where are all those concrete materials going to come from, and what does it actually take to get them where you want them? And by the way, at the end of the day, what's the cost, right? When you finish your building, are you satisfied with the cost per square foot? So I think that if I riff off of what Ian said earlier, that I think that's one of the things is where is your supply chain, and what's it going to take to get what you need where you need it when it's required. If I very fundamentally connect those two, you going to allow me to stop there, or you want me to keep going on it? Do you have a comment?
I never in a million years thought I'd be asked to connect Guam to AUKUS, let alone in public and on the record. So I think, no, sir, I don't.
I think we did have another question right there at the same,
Sorry, this is going to be one of those wonky procurement kind of questions, because since you mentioned about profit margins, companies, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name. That is a stand-in for the other person over here.
Brian Hill. Sean Manasco. For the
Sean Manasco, all right, Sean. But I think it is a really good point. I think also what you mentioned also there, Sir, Mr. Paul, about how small companies need to be nourished by bigger companies, because it actually is worse. If you have these bigger companies that have these prime contracts, these smaller companies are not able to play within that realm, then you just have one coming from one area or one supply. So my question is mostly dealing on the profit margin side. Is sometimes for some of these kind of contracts, they do what's called an LPTA, lowest price technically acceptable. And in a lot of cases, it's a really small profit margin where companies don't even want to play in that. So how do we contend with what's in the FAR, for example, and then kind of use other types of procurement possibilities for these types of things so that you have more companies that want to play?
I'll start that. As one of the small folks and I'm still getting acquainted with all like you said, the FAR rules, but playing by the rules is one thing, but nothing prevents the larger companies again, and I think industry from building partnerships on their own side before even going to the government. One thing that I've seen quite a bit that our company is trying to do is reach out to some of the larger companies, and it gets into deals where you're talking about non-disclosure agreements and things like that. But just like previous panels and this panel has talked about, establishing trust within industry, I think will go a long way towards folks being willing to accept some risk to lower profit margins to potentially deliver a solution maybe at a smaller scale that doesn't have that great margin, so it's not that big of a as big of a risk, with the intention that you could scale it and increase the volume, and then do the things you need to do on the profit side. So I think you have to be willing to go small and then quickly mobilize to be able to scale it up, because that's one of the things, as we were talking in there, that General Glynn mentioned, is industry coming to this table is one thing, but you got to bring the volume and scale that's required, especially for a theater as vast as this.
So, thanks for the question. So a couple of things. First of all, I don't know if anybody here, I hope for your sakes you haven't, has ever been on the website of the Federal Acquisition Regulations and just looked at the process. It is, I mean, Byzantine doesn't really even cover it. And it's really intimidating for small businesses, especially if they've never experienced it before. I mean, if we are talking about radical acquisition reform, then we need to think about whether we throw out FAR and DFARs completely and start again. And people, I think, in this administration, to their credit, I'm not sure if they've thought hard enough yet about what you could put in its place, but they are thinking about radical solutions like that. I was, just a shout out for Corey's organization, myself and my colleagues from HII were just the other day having a discussion with AEI about a number of things within which we were challenged to do more with OTAs. And OTAs is a definite opportunity going forward, but again, it's not, it can't solve all problems. There are some things that demand a degree of complexity in the process in order to satisfy properly the complexity in the program. But and then to conclude very quickly on profit margins, we, HII, was spun off by Northrop Grumman in 2011. Why were we spun off? Because we weren't making enough money for that to satisfy what they wanted us to do for them. Shipbuilding is a single-digit percentage margin business, and sometimes it's a low single-digit. There's no gilding any lilies going on in HII. So we understand, probably better than most defense contractors, that sometimes you need to operate marginally. And as a consequence of that, we have huge respect for the bidding process, such that if we're worried about the lowest price offer not being achievable, we won't offer, we won't bid, because we don't want to be the guy that says, I know we said we would, but we're not really able to. And then, of course, final point, the Navy in our case, but the military writ large need to be incredibly careful about adding requirements ad nauseam.
Anything to add? You're good with that?
Well, it's a different view. I don't, thankfully, I have not visited that website, nor will I, based on your recommendation. So it's a different view, but my encouragement would be, you tell me how realistic this is. Look for the opportunities in the region that are not just bilateral transactions, but where there might be multilateral opportunities. What do I mean? That we are in constant discussions as we think about positioning, posturing capabilities throughout the theater, both for, if I go back to kind of humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, but also to fulfill our mutual defense agreements with many of our allies. And so, investments in port infrastructure, right, for all these ships that HII is going to build for us, investments in warehousing, investments in that, the U.S. government, the U.S. military is going to lease all of those. So there may be kind of a free trade zone opportunity, but, with that public-private collaboration, is there opportunity? We're certainly looking for opportunity around the region. And we find that even in some of the bigger economies, right, there's not a huge investment in that kind of infrastructure. And yet, there's a growing requirement for that kind of infrastructure. Probably a little bit different when we're talking tech opportunities, but I think, to put a cherry on top of the non-answer on Guam, I think what Guam presents is a lot of opportunity. Not the same opportunity that was envisioned probably, 14, 15, 16 years ago. The security situation has changed, but there's a lot of opportunity there, right? That Guam, from a perspective in Hawaii, is one of the significant gateways to the Western Pacific, and many things that in time of more kind of consternation than we're in now many things are going to have to flow through locations like Guam and some of the others. And that's where I think that the warehousing and the manufacturing, the 3D printing opportunities overseas, to me, seem like right there at our fingertips if we know what we want to get. And so that has nothing to do with acquisition regulations, but that's what comes to mind when you present it.
Thank you. Thanks for the additional perspective, too. So I think that's all we have time for. Don't go anywhere because we have quick closing remarks from Ian Langford. But if you guys could all just join me in a round of applause.
Thanks, Paul. Really good to meet you.
Turn it off. Yep. Thanks very much, Alicia. I will take just a couple of minutes, gents, just to conclude today's events because I know people need to be somewhere. So just for awareness, across the day, we've had about 100 people per session, so those in the room plus those online. And certainly we will record these sessions. They'll be edited into packets and they'll be made available for everyone via YouTube. So again, this contribution and the benefits will endure. If you just allow me to take a couple of minutes, I just really wanted to describe to you all what we focused on today and the message going forward. So for background and context, the decision to host Security and Defence Plus and the symposium here in Honolulu right now was not accidental. It was deliberate, partly because of its profound historical resonance vis-a-vis 7 December 1941 and the strategic lessons that come with it, but also about those aspects of alliance cohesion, forward deterrence, the risks of complacency, and what it might mean in terms of force design, readiness posture for our collective deterrence and our military forces right now. This symposium, in many respects, is timely and relevant both inside and outside the military element of national power, and we all know recent guidance has reaffirmed the tilt to this part of the world, and that means support amongst partners and allies, and the bolstered resources that comes with that, really translates into effects. For deployments, contributions on major exercises that have an information operations effect to include what's about to happen with Talisman Sabre. And this also happens at a time when democracies and their budgets are under severe financial pressure. As I mentioned, I was in London last week. I heard PM Starmer basically do a dry run of the imminently released Strategic Defence Review. He talked about that dual benefit of defence policy as a component of national security policy to include economic security. And we find ourselves, I think, dealing at the same time with budget priorities, the challenges of capacity, the question of M-Day, and I think if I could ask Paul one question, which I won't get him to answer now, is when we think about strategy as it relates to ends, ways and means, and we think about, the outrage of the attack on Pearl Harbor and the galvanising effect that gave the Americans in terms of mobilising for total war, I think there's a limit on that analogy as it applies to 2025. And the question is, how bad does it have to get before M-Day, or whatever manifestation of that is right now, suddenly becomes a state of purpose and a state of being in terms of being able to get ready? How do you reconcile that in governments that are under pressure in all sorts of ways to deliver on part of their citizens is part of what's being considered today. Central to our agenda today was really about Security and Defence Plus. And again, 18 months out of uniform, I find myself wondering about how we've done this before. How do we bring national power to security problems? How do we ally and support the military and indeed the securitisation of society to include academia, research, to solve the problems of the day? And I think, for AUKUS Pillar 2 as an organising theory, and I think, again, Paul alluded to it, where it lacks a theory of application, I think higher research, education, partnerships can help ameliorate that, and that's certainly part of our focus. Moving forward, we're looking forward to continuing this conversation. We will do an activity in Washington, which we've now annualised, known as the Future Security Forum with New America. That will be part 2 of this conversation. You're all very welcome to be part of that. And lastly, I just want to highlight, again, when thinking about this symposium, the importance of a values-based alliance. Values are what separates us from them. Democracies in our part of the world share not only our strategic interests, but also our commitments to the law, to human rights, to open markets. And by convening here, this place, given its history, and the significance it has right now. I think this symposium reaffirms security partnerships are as much about shared ideals as they are about hardware and doctrine. I want to thank you all, especially those that have travelled a long way to be here today. I really appreciate the breadth and depth, not only of the traditional folk that come to these events, but also the engagement from civil society and non-traditional areas. You know, again, having the Governor here was a great privilege, and I think his perspective really did add another layer of insight to the topics we talk about in relation to security and defence. And the last point I'll make, ladies and gentlemen, is just a couple of personal thanks. Lauren Mellows, who's busy organising dinner as our communications manager, has been central to organising activity, and again, being sympathetic to her situation, not being on island, but trying to manage this from afar, as well as other activities, presents all sorts of challenges. She has shone through that. Her ally, Craig Sharp, and Charles Bailey, who sit in Tempe in Arizona, have also complemented those efforts. And I think we've delivered a product which, as I said, will endure in terms of its quality and its ability to value add. So once again, thank you very much for what you do, the service you provide, those in uniform and those out. Looking forward to helping you solve the problems that you challenge, and I look forward to convening sometime in the future to talk about the next phase of our shared journey. Thank you very much. Dinner, for those who are going, begins at 17:30. We will mingle at that point, and we will sit down once we have you all as a quorum. Thanks very much. Thanks.